The speaker for this session, morning session, CA Prasanna Krishnan, is a practicing chartered accountant. His professional specialization is in the field of tax laws, especially the indirect tax laws, with a specific focus on goods and services tax and customs. He is a successful indirect tax law counsel appearing before Honorable Customs, Excise and Service Tax Appellate Tribunals, the Director General of Foreign Trade, VAT Appellate Tribunals, GST Appellate Forums, GST Authority for Advance Ruling, National Anti-Profiting Authority. He has made several representations to the governments, which includes the central government in the Finance Act 2011, via Section 72, has reproduced the version represented by him to give relief right from 1/4/2000 to all the point-to-point bus operators throughout India. His suggestions relating to the customized compound levy scheme has been acknowledged by the Honorable Prime Minister Office in the year 2015 for favorable consideration while implementing in stage the Goods and Services Tax Act in India, Section 10 of CGST Act 2017. Read the related version. And in April 2020, his views and ideas returned to the Ministry of Finance to enable the OTP-based GSTR filing options to about 1.1 million corporate GST payers during nationwide lockdown was accepted and implemented. He is a professional who delivers lectures in various government forums, including Regional Training Institute of C&AG, National Academy for Customs, Excise and Narcotics, Commercial Tax State Training Institute, Zonal Training Centers of Reserve Bank of India. He has given series of interviews and has participated in tax law related discussions on various television programs. With this brief, I have great pleasure in presenting before you Prasanna Krishnan sir to handle today's morning session. Before we hand over the podium, may I now request CA Arun sir to present it with a shawl and memento, please. Over to Prasanna sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Somebody is there. Hope is there. Prayer hope. You can just come to this mood. You have got all right, and it is right also to come to this mood after hearing. There is justification actually. Before that, it cannot be. That's why I was wondering. Fine, okay, somebody is there. Okay. Hope you will just pass on this vibe to all. And the planned topic of today is, I'm consciously using the word planned topic of today's discussion is case studies relating to GST refunds actually. But the organizers have closely observed both the sessions what you attended yesterday, and they are of the opinion that they can be given little more complex topic in detail also, in addition to a simple topic like GST refund, because it's mostly automated now, and very limited items are there, and very few disputes are there, very few, very short matter actually. So those who are in practice, they are having things settled. Those who are not having in practice are not aware of that problem at all actually. So because they are not handling it. So now for whom it will be a question actually, more it will be academic rather. So what I thought is we can take up on the basis of popular interest the topic relating to real estate and what a chartered accountant is supposed to definitely know. That you may kindly just share with our brothers, and definitely a part can be discussed in detail about the refund because it's a small topic they talk. So that's a background in which we are just discussing this matter today. Now, disclaimer, this is not my photograph actually. Relatively, I am looking a little better. At least my spouse will be able to accept that I am much better actually. Okay. Now, this is what the normal feel one will get when he is dealing with the was contract related matter and GST taxation on that for a short time actually. Later he will get grip over the matter and he will be able to do that. The initial stage will be like this. Just to see that why we are sitting here for the next 2 hours plus to learn this. To justify that, let's have a quick look on this. Krishna V. First topic. இதெல்லாம் தேவைப்படும் முன்னாடி தான் பார்க்கணும். Whatever friend is trying to do is to go back to the first schedule, first slide. It appears that this prompter is the remote control is made by some GST department officer. So if you go in one direction, it will put you in exactly in the opposite direction actually. So he is trying level best to go back to the drawing. Let it take that. Because certain things will be easy if you are reading and then if I am telling to you, or if you are seeing certain pictorial presentation and then if I am explaining to you. Or give the laptop, sir, I will just manually operate, not a problem. It's easy for me. Raman sir, laptop கொடுத்துருங்க, நான் manual operate பண்ணேன். Let me just quickly have a look on this. We'll briefly spend some 2.5 minutes to read about some 8 slides actually. This will justify that why we are gathered today for this discussion. Because these are the questions as a chartered accountant you are facing in your day-to-day life actually from your clients, whether as an employee of a company or by and large as a practicing CA. Got it? So there will be some idea in your mind. Just reserve the answer. We may not go for a quiz kind of discussion actually. Just reserve the answer. After having a look on this, then let's go ahead. You might have, but I'm just drawing your attention to the encircled text. How about this one? Mostly similar. Still part A is there, part B is there. Right? Shall we go to the next? Hope you got the question, right? Fine. If you want to assist me, please just inform me. Again the same developer. Mandatorily has to go for the 3%. You know, I need not explain it, right? The simple question is, the given situation is slightly different. The value of the land is more. In the given example, 1 crore rupees is the total value of the flat, say for example. If the forced option by notification 11/2017 CTR explanation 4 to that one under chapter 9954 is after, not after forced, that's all. If you do, you will go for 33% deemed deduction for that one. The balance 67 will be subject to 7.5%. Rather, it may be in a colloquial way, will be understood as 5% on the gross. That's what we understand. But our doubt developer is having some problem. He says that I do have a land value really recorded for 42 lakh rupees in case of the UBS. Why should I follow blindly the 33% is the question from this side. The next one. You know very well that ITC is prevented from 1/4/2019 for any residential REP actually. Right. If somebody wants to, he is not ready to follow that. He wants to do it. Can he do it? Is a question. Because you are dealing with an officer who is known for his own type of responses in the GST department. So you might explain to him that, sir, you have given a notice to my client. There is an exemption notification order. No. In fact, in detail, the circular is also saying from your own department, sir, which has been issued to a field formation. No. No, sir, your trade notice issued by your own commissionerate is confirming, sir, that one, sir. No. Sir, I have a case law in favor, that too jurisdictional high court itself is given. No. Sir, you are an intelligent officer, sir. No. Without being worried about what you are presenting and representing at all, he is born to say no. If he says yes, then he is not fit to sit. I think he is not belonging to the GST department. That's what you have to understand. So, coming back to this one, he is going to say no only to you. So now you are trying to say that what law has said as no to you, you are going to negatively deal with and say that no, I would like to take ITC. Can you do that? That's what our doubt developer question is also. Again, how about this one? They're all only questions. Another half a minute. These questions we just go through. And you know very well what is affordable unit. If not, we will discuss in detail. Okay? In the same building, let me say about some 40 flats are relating to this one, and another 20 flats are relating to affordable, something like that, or vice versa. Can it be possible in practice, or even at least theoretically? Yes, the builder is asking, I want to do this way. There are some constraints, it's okay, I will take care of it. But I want to build a building where affordable buildings are also, not affordable is also there. This is a question. Right? How about this one? Last year it was started, residential project, under a joint development agreement. About 1 year passed. Construction completed. Intention of the builder is to see that some third parties are coming to it, because third parties are his own customers. Landowner's flat is after landowner's flat, nothing is to deal with it. If somebody comes, he will sell, or he will just make a rent, whatever it is. No one has come, unfortunately. If no one has come to the project at all, what to do with the valuation related to flat of the landowner? Flat of the landowner. Hope you can understand the question. In a joint development, two parties are coming together, landowner and the builder. The understanding is always landowner is reserving some agreed upon, pre-agreed number of flats, and the builder is going to take up his own completed flats. During the process of completing it, he will get booking one after one, he will be selling it, for which he will pay GST, that everybody knows. The value of the flat to be handed over to the landowner as agreed upon is X. That X value is just referred on the basis of third party flat value, third party buyer's flat value, arm's length price. Rule 27, read together with Rule 32, or we'll discuss, it's okay. Now the problem is, I am ready to see that I am taking the value of the third party flat comfortably. But there is no third party at all who has come and booked my flat at all. Tomorrow I am going to get the completion certificate, let me say, example. CMD is going to issue, and RADA is going to record it. I cannot change, all are indelible. Then what should I do? Is a question. Right? So these are all some sample questions, what we generally say. In addition, There is one real estate developer. The law is forcing him that let him build any residential building whatever he wants to. But 80% of his procurement should come only through the source of registered suppliers. Okay, if not, this is a standard question in Indian environment. Sir, this is one way you should not go there. If I go, what will happen, sir? Sir, this is the due date, please file before this due date. If I am not filing, what will happen, sir? So you have to definitely know invariably that if you don't do, what will happen? So you have to violate and know. Or before violating, you should know. There is some thrill, okay, whatever it is. Now 80% government is forcing you by law that you have to purchase only from the registered sources. If so, in this case, this particular company is having a different environment. They have got a lot of small suppliers who are all having turnover less than 20 lakh rupees in case of service, say 40 lakh rupees in case of goods, whatever it is. I don't know why. He's a man, little revolutionary guy. And he goes only for a small supplier. I don't know why. He goes. So, what is the remedy for me? Or why should I pay? You said that because they are not registered. Naturally, they will not register. So, they is not registered. If they are not registered as per your law, because your law is perfect, why I should pay this differential amount actually? I am dealing with a lot of unregistered suppliers. In your language, I may be violating for this purpose of for the purpose of this particular class. But that doesn't mean that I have to pay 80% related charge. I won't pay. This is another standard. Is it okay? Are we comfortable with this? Because these are the issues already started to be discussed. Might have either come across or over time you will come. It's a matter of time, it will complete. See, these are all the sample questions and case studies for your reference. Just think whether you are comfortable to handle these questions entirely or majority of the questions. Are you confident to handle these cases? If you are confident, this session is certainly for you, because what is the next level troubles we are going to face also we are going to discuss. If you are not at all confident or you are a little uncomfortable to see these questions and answers, I am not sure. I am not happy to see these questions because I am not good in this and I have to learn. Then again it's for you. The initial stage of another 45-50 minutes time will be spent in respect of this basics in specific. So about 45 minutes plus on the basics without boring you if you are a very already learned man or woman, and another about an hour and 5 minutes, that is 65-70 minutes time related to some hyper-technical matters and discussions also will be. Refund related matters certainly will have discussion without leaving that topic actually. It's a very small topic actually, as already organizers discussed with you. But we will just discuss those points also without missing it actually, because it's a small topic. Now, this is the official definition. It's always advisable to see that we go through the basic definition once and then go ahead. So this I know, not a problem. Have a quick look on that one. There are a lot of implications we might have missed actually. Now after seeing this one, after seeing, not before seeing, after seeing that one, reply to me. I am a manufacturer of a chair which you are sitting. I am a manufacturer. I use material, I use labor. Am I doing work contract or not? No, one answer. Is there any yes? No yes at all? Confident? Okay, somebody said no, why?
It is not in relation to immovable property.
That's all. So gone are those days, right? From 17/2017 itself, the settled story is anything and everything relating to immovable property, work contract is there. As you use in one or other way, some works related to that one, right? You may be using material more, or you may be using labor. That's different one, some combination, whatever it is. But what is relating to immovable property alone is coming under the work contract. The concept has changed, right? There are other things to discuss, we'll discuss in right time. Can I have a quick look on this? So, interesting part of this. Whether work contract is a service or work contract is sale of goods. Law is treating that as a service only. So, what is the use of knowing this matter in a goods and service tax law? What is that? Whether you are classifying that item under section 2 subsection 52 or section 2 subsection 1 or 2 is a serious question where major decisions will not be easy for you unless you know that whether it is goods or service at all. So that's understand this. Restaurant. Whether restaurant is selling foods, whether restaurant is selling food. What's your understanding actually? Service. Really it is supplying food, no doubt about it, but it's a service. Sir, in this country we are saying education is also a service, sir. Do you believe really that education institutions are entering that as a service? So that's a different one. For legal understanding, it is service, right? Now, having said that, we'll move to this big point. The broader sketch, I don't want to go in detail to this one. Simple basics, we'll just quickly brush up and then go ahead. Every supply is attracted under this law, except in case of being declared as non-GST item or not supply at all or specifically excluded. Some negative list, part 3 item, which the schedule 3 item is there, then it's okay. But otherwise, it's attracted. Now, where we are fitting this services rendered in construction industry. Construction industry is what's and all falling into works contract. Anything relating to immovable property, what you are doing under that category. Now the simple question is, sir, if my memory goes well, there is one list to relating to state list. The state list is reading out a long set of items, 67 items or something like that. So many things are police, kind of land related matter, or so many things like agriculture, liquor, so many things are listed there. In this list, I am very much aware that immovable property related matters are all dealt only by the state because they are able to levy the stamp duty. Sir, a builder is selling the building, a buyer is buying a building, of course with the land incidentally, that's okay, it's quite natural. Land apartment matters, this one, okay. Now, whether in case of a immovable property transfer, do you come to say that there is a implication of GST first of all? From simple basics, let me understand, because I want to learn the basics, then I want to join with you in your so-called hyper-technical discussion. Fine. Right. The question is simple. Is that so? The argument is this, sir, he sells building, I buy building. Of course, building with land. What's wrong with that? If any stamp duty is there, we are paying. Of course it is there. When you are registering UD separately there and now it is merged together, whatever it is. It's a matter of state. Where is a central levy possible for that? So there is no GST at all, right? Is it an argument what you would like to buy? Any idea? So generally in this kind of discussions and workshop, this kind of basic things if left out and directly if we are discussing about the hyper-technical matter, it will not serve the purpose at all. Let us start to think about certain basics. We will just honestly reply these things. And then we will go, and it will be more useful for entire audience as well as the time what we are spending it. Right? Now coming back to this one.
Sir, completed building will be treated as immovable property,
Okay.
which is outside the purview of GST.
Well,
So when a builder is dealing with the customer, it is not completed building, it is promised to build a building.
services to be rendered actually. It's agreed upon to be rendered. See, the point is simple. Whether I am agreeing to sell the building to him on getting the building completed is true. Of course, it's technically speaking, yes, I am about to sell the building. It's not okay. Whether I am having an agreement to sell the building of today or to build a building and sell that building on a particular day later is a simple question. The words are very important. It's not the one I am selling as building itself, but I am going to sell building in the future. The words are very important. Say for example, if we are having certain words like, example, we will take the word only. That's interesting actually on this. Only is a word. Only is a word you would have heard several times. Raja slapped Ramu on his right chin yesterday. It's a statement. It's a criminal statement, that is the one. But let's say, okay. Only Raja slapped Raghu on his right chin yesterday. Is one statement. With that we start. Raja only slapped Raghu on his right chin yesterday. Raja slapped Ramu only on his right chin yesterday. Raja slapped Raghu on his right chin only yesterday. Raja slapped Raghu on his right chin only yesterday. Raja slapped Raghu on his right chin yesterday only. Not even one sentence is equal to another. That is the special of the words. When we try to read the law with a little love to the law and language, it becomes very beautiful. The greatest mathematician had scribbled in his notepad. I love this subject because of its beauty. The mathematician Ramanujan's handwriting of this PC. A very poor guy actually, economically. So he did not have time to write it. The moment he got some good papers, because he never got papers at all. He was a very poor guy. And when he traveled all the way to UK with the kind of good support of somebody like Professor Hardy, he was able to get papers, normal papers, A4 papers, what you are using nowadays. He was very happy to write in that. For one simple reason, the formula will be looking like very excellent sculpture for him. His eyes are able to see that one. So, if you develop some love towards the subject, you will be able to see the beauty of that one. Now, coming back to this one, the important things are, it is not about barter of some property or buying some immovable property. It is about service which is incidentally ending up in a movable property. Incidentally. But the service is the focus actually. So what you are selling finally is a chair, fine, okay. What you are finally selling as a immovable property building is a fine, it's an incident. But the service is the one which is under focus and was contract is there. Now, regarding the immovable property, another part is the focus is on several items in fact. Sometimes what happens is you try to go to the property, in various terms you are giving the consideration. So the simple point, though it is not a direct subject line, but in practice what we have to learn is, there are some cases where you will not pay only by cash, you will pay in kind also. Kind is also forming part of the consideration. You cannot miss it. We will discuss in detail when the point is coming there. Mr. Kar. Back to one. So these are the provisions which are reading that what will not be under the GST at all, though it is a supply. Supply is a language what we are generally using it. The term will be able to cover entirely. This supply of anything is covered under that. Supply of land is also an activity. But there is one Schedule 3 supersedingly trying to say that this won't be considered under the GST law for the purpose of taxation at all. So let us forget those things as item to be discussed at all. If somebody is selling land as a land, correct. If somebody is selling building as building, correct. Let us not discuss anything about it because he is not doing any service at all. He is a war of immovable property, he is transferring it. Perhaps the provisions of Transfer of Property Act will be coming there under 1897 Act is there, it will be there. The Registration Act 1905 will be covering it, it will be covered, that's all. Nothing more than that will be there. So forget it. We are trying to focus only in case of items involving services. You can just have a quick look on this land and the question, right? Now we are going slowly into the core aspects of our discussion. 1. Construction service is how it has been defined. 1954 is talking about this. So this is what is holding first. I quickly have a look on this. I think I may not explain this in detail. Translation from English to English is not warranted. You can have a quick look, then we will get into the discussion. Right. This is what we are focusing now. The total value of goods and service in case of a residential complex construction party will be the gross amount that everybody knows, towards land, towards building or towards parking, towards any other deposit of any kind, unless it is refundable. All are coming under the category. Anything and everything, whatever you are collecting, unless it is put as a pure agent amount. So now itself I am having a doubt. Somebody is constructing a building and in favor of some buyer, flat buyer, they are able to collect some deposit and they are able to deposit in the local authorities' regular accounts, get the deposit receipt in the name of the concerned flat buyer. Is it coming under this? They are all well settled matters, we need not discuss in detail. The pure agent service, the flat buyer who wants to just get a property, the so-called flat in his name, is supposed to deposit something with the electricity board, deposits, something with the local authority, deposits, everything is coming in his name. As long as there is no profit intended and recorded, and underlining the word, and recorded in the records, you don't have any problem because you are a pure agent. You are just constructing, you are getting the money, you are doing a postman's job, you are not gaining anything out of that one. That's not a problem. But say for example, so that is not how the practice goes easily. And a construction is happening there, one transformer should come there. The transformer's cost is 6 lakh rupees. I am officially telling 6 lakh rupees. Beyond that I cannot talk because it is recorded. Right. So 6 lakh rupees. And there are some 12 flats in that construction plan. So what will be the amount to be paid by a single flat owner? Is 50,000 rupees. Or this 50,000 rupees should be levied GST or not? It's a simple question. The answer again will be a simple question only. Is this the amount what is recorded directly? This 50,000 rupees will be having any kind of record. Is it going to be recorded in the receipt of the electricity board? Yes, if you say you are a concept. No, if you say then it's not a pure agent, it's impure agent. Whether you can keep that. That's all you have to pay. So the tiebreaker is very simple. Whether without any benefit, the construction company is getting the work of the buyer in favor of the buyer as record is buttressing this standard. That's all. If it is so, fine. If it is not, you are lying. That's all the thing we need to know. Coming back to this one. So this provision notification number 11/2017 is forcing that 1/3 of the value. I am using the word forcing. Why I am using the word forcing? You could have already seen. Shall is the word used there. Shall, S-H-A-L is the word used there. Even no, unfortunately. But whether that kind of forcing is right is another question. That has already been answered by Gujarat High Court. Within few minutes we will see that. Now, having discussed that point, have a quick look on this one. A very serious and important case law, which we have already gone through also. This particular case, especially the para number 124, beautiful judgment. If you find time, it's a little lengthy one, but if you find time, please go through it. The entire history of taxation on this kind of construction industry will be very nicely presented by the learned judges. Especially this paragraph gains a lot of importance. Why it gains importance is, though it is a jurisdictional high court of Gujarat, it has struck down considering the ultra-wise nature of the transaction. That means, throughout India, you can always believe this case law to come handy to you to say that I won't follow the 1/3 value of the gross value forced by the law. You can see it's official. It's a verdict given by the High Court, duly holding that whether it is legally valid or not, government stand is not valid as far as that particular part is concerned. If for some reason you believe that at your option, underline, you may opt to go for actual value of the land to be reduced from the gross value, the balance value presented as construction value, and the construction value may suffer the 7.5% without rights. You can. You have right to do that. Is it my interpretation? Not at all. It's already decided. It's a settled matter as of now. Whether any appeal has gone on, it is gone against them or not. Not even a number, it is perfectly gone there, and it's not against you at all. SSE is very comfortable. And we have been expecting some kind of a good amendment in favor of the concerned SSEs themselves. But unfortunately, this being a short-term union budget, it did not address to that one. The finance bill is not addressed to that one. Fine, nothing wrong. As of now, they have not even generated it. Not a problem at all. But you can always have a question, sir, after a new government comes, if it is retrospectively amended, what will do? It is not workable at all, they cannot do that way, but nothing can be ruled out. Because in our country, amending retrospectively from 1961, retrospectively from 1981, retrospectively from 1861, retrospectively from before Christ era, all are possible actually. But this is a different subject actually. Right? Now, these are the rates now you are generally seeing. This is all about what was there in the general category. Yes, generally it is 9 plus 9, CGST 9, HGST 9 is there for any location, unless it is told otherwise. If it is, say, for example, affordable property, I am going to say, or say I said also, a different rate. In case of a residential complex, I said another rate. So leaving all this government contract, I will just say increment some rate, 6 plus 6. Unless it is specifically told, under the normal category, general category, it is coming out. General category is a different one. Yes. I hope I have already shared with you this example if you are my regular audience. One of my clients came to me for a finalization discussion, and he is a typical client. I may not explain what is the character of that chartered accountant's client. He is a human being, definitely human being, don't worry. He is a human being who will not at all be worried about the advices given by the learned professional in time. And always be coming to you and giving a certificate and saying that rightly you told already, sir, I missed it. And he will give a challenge to you that as I have not followed your advice, it is your duty again to see that how I can come out of this problem. So this is the characteristics of item called as or a material called as client. Fine. So a typical client. I came there and asked, sir, I have to ask some doubts. I gave very short discussions, one short interview. And then he said that short time is enough for me. And then we completed quickly. Few doubts he asked about his own things and he had another 4-5 minutes. He asked, sir, can I ask another doubt also? You don't used to ask doubt at all. Whenever you are asking doubt, ask, no problem at all. No sir, it's a general doubt, not much about the subject. Not a problem. Another 3-4 minutes you are having to ask. Sir, in my office, in my factory, I have a plant manager to take care of plant activities. Think serious about it, what he is trying to say. Yes. Sir, I have purchase manager to take care of purchase, sales manager in respect of sales, security for security. Yes sir, okay. Information technology manager for IETS. Okay, what you want to say? No, let me complete. Purchase manager for purchase, sales manager for sales, marketing manager for marketing, security manager for security, IT manager for IT, HR manager for HR. What for I am having a character called as general manager? If purchase is taken care of by this guy, sales is taken care of by this guy, and so is the case of HR, this, that and that. If everything is taken care of by somebody, what is the work of a general manager, sir? He asked. You only appointed how I know. No, sir. General manager is a person who generally does something, specifically nothing. I know very well, very good friends are there who are very good general managers. Just on the line, right? It is share. Now coming to this one, this is a general one. Normal rate is 9 plus 9 is normal. Generally you have a rate this. But whenever something is coming as general, specifically some damage will be there. We have to go through that and then decide. Okay. In that case, if you are not able to fit anywhere, you can just do it. Just to learn the law, reading practice also. Okay, fine. Where it is told that for commercial construction, rate is 9 plus 9. Commercial construction. You build the building, commercial building, mall, shops, big buildings, D6 and all, cinema theatre, whatever it is. There it is told. It need not be told. As long as it is not specifically told anywhere, generally it will be there. That is why it is 18%. Nobody is saying specifically in the law that this is the rate for a commercial building. They won't write. Right? Coming to this one. A quick history of what has happened in the past. Very quick. We cannot spend much time because it's a history of 6.5 years today. Right? After some time it's going to be a 7-year history. Then it will be very difficult to comprehensively discuss the entire history at all. So why we should discuss about history at all? Yeah, come for a workshop, let us take up some cases, study, close, finish at all. When you are trying to handle really the cases, if you want to case study only, you can just deal with the contemporary matter and close and go away happy. It's okay. Really, if you want to handle the cases in practice, you should know exactly what has happened in the past. Then only you can handle. Because your notices are 2017, 18, 18, 19, result comes. You cannot forget it. So let us just quickly understand certain unavoidable basics related to the past. Then we will go to them. We will not spend much time. We have very limited time for this, and I have allocated very less time only for this sector. Under the same 1954, right? So you are having these provisions generally saying that 3.75 plus 3.75 with effect from 1/4/2019. I need not tell in detail actually. Up to that time, 31/3/2019, there had been a rate which is 9 plus 9 at the time, even for residential complex. Right? The rest of the rates at all were subject to changes. Commercial had always been same. It was not having any kind of disturbance at all. 9 plus 9, right from the beginning, it is continuing as such. So, what is the special of this 3.75 plus 3.75? Here, having said that as 3.75 plus 3.75, the law is specifically preventing you from taking any ITC at all. You are not supposed to take any ITC at all. It prevents you. In specific, it prevents you. Fine, okay, sir. If it is a case, ITC is not permitted, 7.5% is the rate given to me. Right, okay. If I am taking ITC, what will happen? I want to take ITC, but what will happen? What is wrong in that? Why should not I take it up? The point is very simple. There is no provision in law to say yes to you. This is the Vaishnava policy. You say that there is no provision in law to say no to me. Sir, your law says that don't take ITC, pay 7.5%. I understand that in a different way. If you take ITC, 7.5% I will not allow you. That's what you are trying to say. This is your way. But yet to be tested. It's open. I am not denying that you cannot argue this way, but your loyal officer cannot understand. He's a poor guy. He will not be able to understand at all what you are trying to explain. He is not trained to speak. As I told you, he is a no-no master. He will not understand this at all. The very bad word in the dictionary of a GST officer is yes. He cannot say. What to do? He is having his own pressures. He is a nice man, personally, if you are discussing with him. Once you make him to sit in the seat, he will be having his own style of discussion. You cannot tell him. Right? So coming to this one, the rate is changing. From this date only, I am not saying that this rate is all the time indisputable. You can dispute. But it has to go a long way. It is not easy. It's a troubled one. Yes, the message of the law is very simple and clear. It says that no ITC. Actually, it was the one which was happily purchased by the department, by the industry. All the time it was very nice. It was running that way only. On 15/11/2007, the Restaurant Association and relatives have gone there for some detailed representation to the then Finance Minister and said that we are dealing with a lot of what I can say unbranded goods as well as non-taxable goods actually, something like the green leaves or milk or food items, grains, rice and wheat, these kind of items are all not by and large well recognized one with the big brands and all, especially the non-star hotels. If that's the case, we don't want any kind of this problem at all, that you take the ITC, pay the 18% and all. Better you just allow us to pay 5% collected from the customer, we'll just get rid of this. Day2, hotel industry, non-star hotel persons. And of course, they were able to, the government was able to understand some kind of logic in that, they allowed it. Following that one, for some reason, not able to be understood even till this minute by me. Construction industry and an industry which is dealing with 28% goods by and large, and other goods also at 18%, and rarely some goods at 5% and some items have gone to the government voluntarily. I don't know why they have gone there at all with this kind of request. But we would also pay 5%. Why? We don't. The interesting point is government is saying to them that, hey, of course, what you wanted there effectively at 5%. That is 7.5 minus 2.5. I'll say the calculation what is that. But you will not be allowed ITC. Yeah, we don't want ITC. The interesting again point is, government is forcing them to see that 80% of their procurement should come only from the registered sources. So that means that you are committing very well that you will purchase from the registered sources only. Having committed that you will purchase from the registered source at least 80%, which is majority, you are having guaranteed loss that you have to make up some more by raising the price. How to raise the price? The impact of this one, if my study is shared with you, you will be able to understand. 9.23% of the price rise is there from April 2019 because of this particular request only by the very industry. If you can understand Tamil, if you are not able to understand Tamil, can you just bear with me for this one? இவங்களெல்லாம் சும்மா இந்த வண்டியில் நானும் ரவுடிங்க இருப்பாங்க. So they need not have been a discussion of that sort at all. It was there, I don't know. And it is continuing. Today they have lost a huge amount, and the so-called 9% or round it up to 10%, where from it will come? Only by raising the price. If you are selling for 1 crore rupees, only for 1 crore 10 lakhs rupees, you will be able to maintain that one. For 1 crore 10 lakh rupees, how you will be able to sell, especially after the pandemic time? You are having large stock unsold. So stock is also there, and new builders are also there, and land is also there, and the purchasing capacity is reasonable or maintained to that extent. So they have a lot of choices. You will not sell. This is the background of this. If your customer is, if your real estate customers or your real estate promoters are coming to you to understand that what is their real problem, please explain to them. Very simple numbers, sir. As a chartered accountant, just orally we can explain what is this. So it's not a big problem. It's a problem purchased by Swanda service university. Now.
Sir, sorry to interrupt. I have got a generally specific question in this.
Please.
9954 is the HSN code both for construction services and works contracts.
Correct.
That's one confusion. Second, I would not say confusion rather. See, in case where we are getting a notice, the assessing officer is trying to say, why can't I charge you 18% because what you have rented is only works contract service.
Okay.
The burden of proof lies on the dealer.
Okay.
To define whether it is a construction service or a works contract service.
Okay.
This precarious situation, what will be the safety net that dealer will have to follow?
All right. See, hope you have heard that, but just to briefly bring to your ears first. Question is very simple. Sir, I am trying to maintain certain things as residential complex related works contract only. I don't have any doubt. I am comfortable. The revenue officer is of the opinion that you do some other construction service. I don't know what he is meaning by some other construction service, but he is placing me under the general category and saying that 9 plus 9 you have to pay. So how to prove this extraordinary intelligent person that I am doing really the work contract relating to residential complex only is a simple question. The very documents are going to prove you bill of quantity and the purchaser to say that I am not rendering any kind of in and around the construction work. I am doing the work relating to the immovable property only. Secondly, the law nowadays is not asking you, you know very well, under section 2 subsection 119 to go in a particular high ratio of huge material, significant material consumption and all. Anything what you are rendering in respect of this one. The material may also be entirely given by the so-called buyer of the building or the owner of the land actually. Using that one you will do only the service actually. Even then you are trying to say that I am rendering service related to immovable property. So the answer is on that particular point that what kind of simple evidence we are able to prove in that. Sir, I am not just doing some kind of labor work actually. I am just involved in the immovable property related work only. My work is creating a immovable property appertaining to the land actually. So if that is the case, you cannot blindly classify me under this. Secondly, this is the layout document which reads very clearly that residential complex layout is the one which is important. So if that is the case, I don't have any need for going to 18%. You cannot push me to 18% also. I am doing this service which is recorded there. So I am going by that one. It's not my decision. It is your law which is forcing me to go to that one. You can plan it. As a developer, I am doing this one. As a person renting service. Only when we are not able to prove, I mean, we are doing only general services related to that one, some sundry services of this post finishing or something like that, we will not be able to offer this problem actually. Or pure labor services when we are rendering it, they will be falling under the 18%. I am not denying. But a developer who is doing this work can definitely come under this category and say, sir, I am a developer, I am just doing this one. And 1954 is fitting me, I am just going for it. That we can plan out. Now. 12% was that. We will spend little limited time on this because later it became 5%, but you have to read not less than 13 entries actually. It's very difficult to show all the 13 entries now itself, but I am just killing your interest. Whenever you are dealing with any matter involving government contract, you may be little conscious. Careful. There have been different rates. 12% has been there, 5% has been also been there. Some exemption has been there. Why are you just saying very subjectively somewhere and all? Because it's too big. It's very difficult to. In fact, just I am drawing your attention. You need not stretch too much. Just go by 1954 up and down in the past 6 years. Whenever you are deciding it, let there be an alarm in your mind that I am not going to blindly follow the rate of 18%. It involves government contract. It involves government projects, it involves public projects like road, dam, construction, canal and other things and all. So let me first check the real rate possible there at that time, then I will just go for it. This may be the basic tone in your mind, and then on that basis you can just go ahead. There are 13/10/2017 is a significant date, so just to hint more. So you can just have a look on that one as to the changes in the questions. There will be some hint for you definitely suitable for your work. On that basis you please generate it will be advisable. Because as I was telling you, 13 entries, different entries have been there, from 5 to 12 was increased. So that is the reason why I am just telling that. Please have a look on that and then decide it. Before giving any firm opinion to your client who is relying upon you, please take care of it. Now the simple question is, sir, what you told government. What is government? It's a serious question. So where is government is itself is a question. Much often you ask, that is different one. That is something a totally different domain actually. The question here for this purpose of law is, what is the meaning of government? Should we define the government or not? We have to define. Unless we define government, it will be very difficult. Should we define the word government also? Is another question. You know, everybody knows very well that government. Defining is very difficult. Of course, as we are very discussing a very detailed one, just to make the situation a little lighter. Defining is not so easy. When you are sitting in the law market side along with them, you will understand the problem right. So if you are a lawmaker, for the next 20 seconds you are going to be a lawmaker of the country. Okay? If you are a lawmaker, very lettered person you are. Now, you please define the term dog. D-O-G, dog. Please define. Sir, I am not asking you to define the word God. It's very difficult, of course. Right? I am just saying that please define the word dog. The term dog. You have seen several dogs, right? Kindly help me in the next 20 seconds. Very difficult? No, you can please try. Nobody is able to define. No, sir, have you not seen dog at all? Total letter, sir, you are finance minister, sir, now.
Four-legged creature.
My sister is there. Okay, she is helping me. Yes, ma'am?
You can add on. Four-legged creature that barks.
Four-legged creature that barks. Okay, so if that is the case, that bites, No, for limited purpose of biting, there are so many animals also which will be falling under that. Sometimes human being also. And if the barking is the character which we are attaching in the prime category, then this Chennai to wolf also will be coming under that. Okay, that is another problem. How to define it is another problem, right? Okay. If four-legged item is the focus point, the four-legged one is the point. Sometimes right from the very chair itself is having four legs, that's another nuisance. Cow also for the limited purpose will be looking to be fine. We will just further add something to fix this match, then we will move to the real discussion. Then, that's all. You can say. You are quite reserved. That's a very typical habit of the child owner. Wait, then, sir, my brother comes. The one which can bark. Sometimes even the boss in the office is also getting that name, sir. Right. Domestic animal. What about this cow? For the limited purpose of it, we can classify that as a dog.
Who can smell?
Sir?
Who can smell?
Who can smell? Okay. I think
Having gratitude.
having gratitude. Okay. This is another point. Right?
Sir, all these things are describing, not defining.
Now you are coming to the point, sir. That's what I wanted. Somebody will come there. The process of defining is very difficult. Rather, it can be a process of refining. You refine more and more what you are trying to say by describing more. But you will not be ending up with it. That's where you are trying to borrow some from the other law, or you try to see that inclusive definition is followed by you, or something like that you try to do. It's difficult. When we make always a theory that, sir, this law is a very troublesome one. Why these people are writing this tax law so complicated? Why should not they simply write about that all services in this country, all supplies in this country, 10% finished. No ITC nonsense and all. Yeah, I think we can tell. And one side there is somebody who is requesting on a right ground, justified ground, that the exemption should be there. Somebody is asking for concession, somebody is asking for abatement. someone else is saying that for a limited period certain things should be done. There are some priority industry, there are some luxury industry, so many problems are there for a lawmaker. So only when you try to write a law, I'm not justifying that all the complications are perfect, I'm not saying that, but it's difficult. When we are given a choice, some chance, we are facing the problem when we are writing it as a law. So writing a law is a little different job, tough job indeed. Coming to this one, there is a very good definition in it actually. We go through this one, you will be able to understand that. They have also given this question actually. What is the meaning of government efficiency? In the FAQ itself, they have written this. It's there in the website also, you can just check it out. This was a very simple definition what they are trying to do, including the local authority and things like that. The simple thing is, there will be books which are directly coming under the purview of the government, say Article 154 related matter. Overall handling this kind of books, we are reporting to the exchequer of the state or central, will be falling under that. They are employees of the government, they are the executives of the government. So if they are dealing with them, they are government, they are representing directly the government. If you are seeing the contracts, a simple hint will be so-and-so executive engineer representing the Republic of India, so-and-so chief engineer of state PWD, Public Works Department, they are representing the governor of Tamil Nadu, something like that. So you will be able to understand that yes, it's perfectly a government contract, perfectly a government client. You will be able to easily understand that, right? Now, this is a point you can always note. Try to use this with care. It's very handy to you, but please take care. Let us just discuss a simple situation. Sir, an individual is building his own building. He is building his own building. He wants to take up the support of a contractor. Land is his own land. Naturally, land is there with him. Is this a country which is making somebody to pay for his own building, single building, construction also GST to the contractor? Don't we have any lawful way to avoid this? I don't want any illegal way. Sir, only one building, sir. A lifetime for Uldarana, sir, will get on. So, if I am building only that also should I pay GST to the contractor? If that is the case, if it is possible, please underline the word, if it is possible, lawfully in your case, you buy as a landowner who is the contractee in the case, who is appointing the contractor, you can appoint a contractor saying that you be a pure labor contractor. Pure labor contractor means he is having expertise, has knowledge to do what to do with his men. You supply the material of your choice, your own items. So what makes a big difference when you try to do that one for a single residential property, you don't have GST. Pure labor supply given by somebody in this given case is exempted. So you can try. But is it possible? That you have to decide in your case. If possible. I have done successfully in 2018, 2019, more than some dozen cases I have seen that lawfully they have checked, audit is over, investigation is over, all passed, clear. Lawfully if you are able to do it. Is it possible? Then you can do it. In fact, you can always say, sir, person who is not there in the industry of construction, how we can buy good products and all. Well, you are worried about it. Ask your contractor, he will refer it. In your name, you get the bills. He will just do the coordination work somehow. You pay the money, you get the bill in your name. That's all the work we are going to do. What the material you got, you just place that in your own construction site, he will make use of it. That's all. Always the construction company give you a necessary support. Not a problem at all. Only thing is this. Can you do it? Is the point. Right? Having said that.
Should fall under that urban mission program.
No, that is another part, sir. That is totally different one. I am saying only not you and me. We are having one land and here next land is ours actually. So we want to build. You have a question that's only one building. It's having number 123 is the door number. I am having a land on that land which is building. It's only for my residential purpose. So why should I pay GST for these simple things and all? Is there no exemption? Specifically no exemption, of course. But if you plan this way, what I am telling you, a normal building. It's not having any kind of Prime Minister, Awas Yojana, this, that and all. No things. Simply, without any Yojana, you can just apply this. Not a problem at all.
Sir, suppose that 123 building has got 8 flats.
Sorry,
Would it become a complex?
sorry, I missed you, sir.
120, you said some number. 123 building, there is going to be a construction that is going to take place. Here, one house or 8 flats in 123 building.
No, not that way. I am saying that one residential unit for me. It is not a part of a big complex actually. I am saying that 123 is my door. If you are coming inside, it's my house. That's all. My house. No other person is there. I am a single residential unit approved by the local authority. As a residential unit, I am just here. So I have a kitchen, I have some 2 floors, 3 floors, whatever it is, all this, it's mine. I bought the material for whatever it is. These old blue metals, all these things, and all steel, iron, steel, the glasses, everything I bought. And you do only the service. For labor service, what you want to charge, you charge me. Anything whatever you want to charge, you charge me. I told you.
Is having too many portions, sir.
That's what I'm saying. You cannot have too many portions. See, that is a single residential unit, your unit.
Should have only one kitchen.
Only one unit. Nobody should be there. You are the unit. So, what is the value? Sir? The value is not a problem. You can build something like 200 crore rupees as a famous cricketer will build his own. Actually, you can. It's okay. But only one. Single. Too many portions and too many residential unit will not help you. That becomes a residential estate actually.
So the minute that building has more than one residential unit, it comes under the definition of residential complex.
Naturally, yes, naturally. That's what I'm saying. As you rightly say, the moment you are having more kitchens and more residential units, it is becoming a real estate unit completely. And it's a complex, residential complex. So the problem is becoming complex, that's all.
It's a single unit and I don't supply any material. Contractor does everything.
He is doing was contract, sir. He will have to levy the tax.
Is it 7.5% or 8%?
No, if that is the case, he is not a developer in fact. In the given case, if you are making him a developer actually, giving all the power to him and say that you go and do the development, I won't do anything at all, and he becomes a developer actually. So as a developer, he will come in with a 7.5 rate and he will do the work actually.
It's a single unit.
So if it is not, he is if it is not the case only, then you are coming under the general category.
Sir, but here in this case, it is only still continue to be works contract. How can we say that it is construction service of 5%?
No, the problem here is not construction service. In this given case, I'm just in the given case I'm just saying that if you are fitting at a pure labor, there is no problem at all in that particular part only. My answer to him is see that he is a pure labor contractor and you are giving the material, you can comfortably do it. His question is okay if he is purchasing the material also. I am not purchasing the material. Your idea is okay, but I am not ready to do it. I am asking you to buy the material, do the labor and do my construction work, take care of me, I will give you the authorization if they say. What rate he can charge? Can he still go for 7.5% or the officer will say that charge 18% you are doing this work? You can very much show this document and plan it. Not a problem. You can say that I am falling under 1954 for 7.5. I am just saying. That's it.
Is it not 12%, sir?
No sir, certainly no sir. 12% is the rate which was there, I am underlining the word was, till 31/3/2019. No sir, you are not showing that the 12% here in the screen at all. Where from this call is coming here? How it is coming here? There at the time was till 31/3/2019, totally 18%. That was normal thing actually. 1/3 on deemed basis towards the land included in the gross conservation was allowed on deemed basis. That means on the rate if you are calculating 18% minus 1/3 land towards the 1/3 if you are removing it, 18 minus 6 is becoming 12. That rate was there actually. But once 31/3/2019 passed, we have to forget the entire that rates possibility at all at that time. It's over now. Continuing project if any, after opting it, you will continue. I will show the screen. But after that, you are having only option of 7.5. So even though also you are saying 7.5, when I am going to the general market, they are talking about 5% only. Again, as I was telling you, 7.5% on the gross value towards land and building, land and flat is the rate. Of that 1/3 value, if you are accepting towards the land on your own, without complication, you want to go ahead. 1/3 is 7.5 minus 2.5, ending up in 5%. 5% on 1 crore, 5 lakhs. Or on 1 crore rupees, remove the 1/3, 67 lakh rupees, 66.67 lakhs. In the 7.5%, having 5 lakhs. So in simple terms to easily discuss with, we are using the word in general practice that 5% on the gross value. Law is not saying 5% on the gross value anywhere. Easy understanding, effective rate is 5%. At that time, effective rate was 12%. That's what we are saying.
Sir, just take 2 more minutes just to clarify this. With respect to the same example that is given. The first part is, the first example is, I'll just give the labor contract to him. Buy all the materials directly, everything will be billed to me.
Right.
It will be pure labor contract.
Right.
That is it.
Right.
Second case, he was telling that if I give materials, what will happen? Still it will continue to be a works contract service for the reason being, there is only a thin line of difference between a construction service and
Correct.
works contract service.
correct.
Okay, that involves land.
Yes.
In works contract, it does not involve land.
That is okay, but the biggest difference is exemption. See, the law is by force saying that notwithstanding anything provided anywhere in the law, the following items shall be exempted, and it reads the exemption in 12/2017 and 1954 also. 1954 says the taxation and all, and but specifically saying that when it's exemption coming to the pure labor. So, an item which is taxable is not taxable because of the exemption. So that is why it is exempted. Otherwise, it was contract only. Otherwise, it is definitely a contract only. No doubt about it. Pure agent, you are doing pure labor, but using the material given by the buyer. It is again more contract only. But as you are supplying pure labor services with intellectual knowledge or kind of skillful or whatever it is going to be a standard, but falling under the pure agent concept only. So they are allowing you, yes, you are pure labor contract suppliers. You are doing your labor service, he is giving the material. Not a problem. That's how it is.
This 80% concept I wanted to understand.
Yeah.
There is no ITC, then why should I purchase from registered industries?
That's what. This is the right question. Should have been asked by the industry on 1/4/2019 itself. See, either allow me an option with ITC, I am ready to pay even 18% if I am capable of collecting from the customers. Okay, fine, if I am not happy with this one, okay, I will just forego the ITC. As you ask, I will pay 7.5% effective rate, whatever it is, very good. But what is forced on them is 7.5% subject to whatever deductions are land, but no ITC. And it is the only rate you are given there in that related matter, and you don't have any other rate prescribed for this purpose. That's unfortunate. And that's sometimes that I was telling you. Why should I rebel against this, and why should I say that I will take ITC, I will pay 18%. Why should I say that? You have to
Why
see.
should I purchase 80% of my value?
That was the 8th slide what I was showing you this morning actually. The developer is asking, why should I pay 80%, sir? You are not forcing me. You are not forcing me as a chart accountant, cost accountant, Pandal Shaman operator, tour operator and all in any manner to go for this. Only for my industry, why are you forcing me? It's a question open actually. The problem really is for various reasons, including a very serious set of statistical data what is available with the government. They have identified fraud-prone and error-prone industries where a lot of frauds and errors are happening that they are studying. So that is forcing the government to take up some serious measures like this, where see that they will be cross-checking and somewhere they have put some checks and balances. Sometimes it is actually, see there are some wrongdoers, not all the people in the industry are wrong. The lawmaking process is like this, if I am not taking your time.
What's the consequences of not buying 80%?
That also I will explain. It is going to be there. It's a serious discussion is going to be there. The problem here is coming back to this one. The lawmaker is trying to fix somebody or small portion of a sect of people who are troubling. A train was coming in a 80 km speed actually in a particular place, which was permitted speed. So there is an enquiry about that train and an accident what has happened there. Not much actually, one casualty, one young man died. A few other people also died of course, who are not passengers actually. He is also not a passenger. The railway inquiry board is studying the facts and inquiring the driver. A very experienced driver. They asked him that for more than 2 decades you have driven the vehicle and there was no any black mark about you and you are very sincere, all these things. Actually what happened on that day? You have killed about 3-4 people, one young man died of course on the track itself and few people also died. What happened? No sir, I was driving on that particular place with 80 km speed as it was permitted. Perfect. Is that we are able to see the record, it is permitted speed. Right. What happened then? I could see somewhere about half a kilometer distance a man who was standing on the railway track with an intention to commit suicide. I say, fine, okay then. What poor day you can do? You are a driver running the vehicle in 80 km speed, it's a train, you cannot stop it. So of course sir, that's what I was trying to do. So I should not kill him, I thought actually, but still I was running. Suddenly sir, what happened? That fellow changed his mind and moved out of the railway track and ran to the nearby paddy field. Then what? I won't leave. Just derailed and tried to see that I am dashing him certainly and I was successful too. Only thing is unfortunately thing for other casualties were there where poor peasants were working in the paddy field. So otherwise my intentions were ready. You only told him, no, you should have run over him, why are you disturbing? That's what I ran over him. But by the time if he had been there in the track, it's okay. He tried to escape, changing his mind. I killed him. End of it. So this is what is happening there in lawmaking also. In the process of catching somebody who is exceptionally risky or a fraudulent person, very simple, humble and honest people are also there, they are also disturbed actually. So this is what is happening there. As my brother asked, if somebody is disturbing, why should I pay actually? Entire industry is supposed to ask it actually. Yeah. Now, from 1/4/2019, as I was telling, lot of development have happened, lot of developments. Few developments are of high importance actually. In fact, in joint development ventures also, joint development agreement also, lot of impacts are there. I need not explain in detail what is this joint development agreement, what is the model. You know, the simple model is landowner and builder are coming together. So, with a regular kind of simple examples, I just explain to you so that we will not spend too much time on them. There is a notification which was issued on this particular problem, and 3/2019, 4/2019, 5 you leave it, 6/2019 CPR or the important rate notifications. These notifications have brought certain important changes in the provisions. Partly I have already discussed also, balance I am going to discuss here. So what it is trying to do is, as I was telling you, rate changed. As I told you, this 18% era of residential construction matter over, and it started the 7.5% era. Effectively 18 minus 6, 12 was there, now 7.5 minus 2.5, 5 is there. Okay. Somebody had been building, sir. I am having a case which is of 18, 19, and what is the rate? Suddenly if we are changing, how it will be there now? They have taken care of the transition process. There was an annex for this purpose as a declaration, Annex 4, Roman 4. If you are filing with your jurisdictional officer that Annex 4, which is declaring to the officer that I would like to continue my continuing project in the old rate only, if you are declared at that time. You could have continued at 18% and taken the related ITC at that time. That is March 2019 over, April 2019 started, you could have continued. You can. That's it. But all are related to that period's projects. Okay, on 1/4/2019 or after that, I started new residential complex construction work. What should be my rate? Is it 18% now? Unfortunately, direct answer is very clear, no. 7.5% subject to land value. The land value, if you are very, what I can say, benign person without any dispute, you want to do your business, you can just go for 7.5 minus 2.5 straight. Or for some reason you are having some higher land value. So, Gujarat High Court decision is there, Munich case is there. So, you can follow that one and say that I will go by the land value, remove it, balance only subject to 7.5% as construction value. You can decide. It's up to you. Not a problem. Right? Now, here, .75, I told that it's for discussion purpose, let me say 1/3 removed, it's okay, fine from 1/4/2019. What is rate called as 0.75 plus 0.75? 1.5% affordable housing. No sir, I have never heard about this 1.5% affordable house at all. Everybody says it is 1%. No need to explain again. You know, effectively 0.75 minus 1/3 of it, 0.5%. 0.75 minus half, again 0.5%. Half plus half is 1%. That is what they easily call as 1% affordable housing scheme. It's nothing but this. So that scheme is there. There are simple conditions to be complied with. Of course, you are following in practice, you have some difficulties. If you are following those conditions for a smaller size of houses, it will be easy for you to see that you are charging low rate only. You will not be eligible to ITC in any case of it. That is given one. You can do this. Now the question is, what is the affordable housing related definition or limitations? This is the fitting corners actually. If your residential apartments in the project, what you are classifying to be affordable housing project, if you are able to see that a 90 square meter or otherwise or 60 square meter or otherwise, respectively for metropolitan and non-metropolitan, even if you are having the square feet for easy calculation also, right? So if this is the maximum dwelling area you are allowing, carpet area you are allowing for the purpose of your sale of flats, then it's perfectly fitting after this. Now the simple question is, so if I am doing this, the rate is effectively 1%, or the official rate is 1.5% under construction, understand? But again, in the whole story, the entire project is of this kind is fine. If partly I am having a normal residential flat like 800 square feet, 1000 square feet also partly, or 2-3 floors are of regular nature of 1000 square feet, 800 square feet, 1200 square feet of 3 bedroom or something. Few floors are of this or more complexly. In the same floor, partly on the left side I have affordable housing measures met properly. Just violating this matrix, I have some residential flats of 800, 900, 1000 square feet also. Is it possible first? Can I do this? Is the question. What is your reply actually? Possible. One brother says this is possible. Any other answer? Possible. Possible. You have to take a little pain actually. When you are involved in the work, you will understand what is it actually. For the purpose of answering and planning, yes, it is possible. I have done also, but little tough actually. How you are going to justify this and how you are going to plan is difficult actually. You can. It's not that it's not possible. There is already in Karnataka AAR one decision. But for all of our friends who are here, I would like to say, please read the advanced ruling decisions for the purpose of gaining knowledge, comma, and only for gaining knowledge. Full stop. The meaning of that one is, legally also, I'm just practically saying, legally also, they don't have any reference value in any court of law or any legal form. You can understand what is a lawmaker's mood, lawmaker's interpretation style, that you can understand. But it won't be able to give you any kind of support in a legal discussion, including your assessment process, what you are doing. For one simple reason, law itself is telling that this cannot be quoted as the one to be basis for some other legal decision, because that is case specific, fact specific. Once you have got this decision in your one project, for your another project it will not be applicable. For one transaction, one fact it is applicable for you. You have to prove that the same fact is there in the disputed matter in the second time also, then you can try to get the justice. The ruling authority will not come and save you on the basis of that one. It is only case specific. You asked some doubt and you gave some papers on the basis of given papers and explanation for that one, which are to the satisfaction of the advanced authority for ruling. Advanced ruling authority, he has given decision, that's all. It won't be serving as an elixir for all your problems in future. It is your duty to see that you are doing it. Even to your own concern, if you are not able to do, for your sister concern you cannot do. For some other Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu case of yours, you cannot just go and pick up that as a reference for this purpose. Just always remember this. Because by and large we are getting some kind of comments from the officers whenever we are training them that such hard ones are coming with the advanced ruling authority and saying that AAR has given decision, why are you hesitating? They are asking. And they are forcing us to follow that one. So we are not able to explain to them. Of course, you know very well, still I am just trying to explain this matter to you. It is having at best some reference value, not a compelling value to any legal authority. For reference you can say somebody is also believing it. It's a widespread understanding, widespread interpretation. That's how it is understood in this DST law. That you can say. But something like a high court decision like Munish Manjal case or something like that, you cannot say that this is to be followed blindly. You cannot. Only a advanced rule, nothing more. This we already discussed. What is to be discussed about this. This few points only, you can just have a look on that one. Simple conditions, of course. But as a builder, the builder has to decide whether he can follow these things or all. Is it workable or not? That's what I told her. Slightly difficult in practice if you are having a combination of both, but you can try. Not a problem. Now, you are having a simple problem. How to bill? Because being a chartered accountant, you do have a big problem. You don't raise proper bills. That's a big problem actually. You don't raise bills, and if you are raising bills, you are having your own hesitation. For the service what you are rendering, you can very happily and confidently raise bills. Such a type of services you are doing to your clients. But for a reason what I am not able to understand till today in the past 2 decades, always our brothers and sisters are having some hesitation to raise the bill. I don't know why. And you may be always saying that sir, hesitation is not on my part side, it is on the part of the person who is paying. He is hesitating. In fact, he will hesitate, he will resist, he will cry, all will be there. But you know very well what is your value. It is not he who can decide your value. So the service what we are rendering is extraordinary. See, I have seen people who are coming to meet me from our own fraternity for some matters. They used to take some time. All the way they will come from very far north or very down south and all. You fix the time. First thing, they follow the time because chartered accountants, they know what is the value of time. They come in time, in the appointed time. They come and meet me. And the discussion starts typically. So when he comes, he or she comes, as if he has lost his own spouse will be looking. Very tired and very dull. So what happens? So I have a case. Please follow me for the next few seconds the words what I am quoting actually, his words or her words. So I am having my case which is very unfortunate, sir. Actually this notice was issued on this day, sir. There was one inspection also. This guy gave someone also. So represented all these matters and all gave the details. They asked the audited balance sheet. They asked these details and all. I gave, sir. So after having all these details and all, they have given this kind of matter. One DRC 018 given and I was responding also. After responding, without giving any due respect to DRC 1A reply, not even heard me, sir, not necessarily they thought affairs, DRC 1 day issues. Having issued one, sir, I have given a reply. And in the reply itself, I have told that you have to give me a reasonable option of being heard, don't miss it. Just like that, I have passed the order without giving me, sir. It's very painful, sir. What business I am doing? How I can pay this much money, sir? 10% free deposit, easily they say, go for an appeal. The demanded amount is extraordinarily wrong. Of that 10% they are asking me to pay, sir. How can I pay? Where is the business actually? Then you took up his file. His name is, say for example, Raja. You see that there is nowhere Raja. You flip the papers. Only the authorized representation somewhere when he is graciously represented, Raja Ram Chavda appeared before me. One line may come. Then I asked him, oh fine, this is your client's matter, sir. Yeah, my client's matter. So that's what I am asking, sir. This is atrocious, sir. You have to do something for this, sir. As if his own case, this man is bearing in his mind. He talks everything from the first person's language only. Never he says that even the word that my client is suffering, that fellow is useless guy, nothing he is not talking about. I am having problem, I have issue, I represented, I have business, where to do this here is loss for me. That's what he is talking. So he has taken up the character of the businessman who is his client entirely. See, I am very proud. There is no profession in this world who will be taking pain like this. Nobody. I am not disrespecting any other professions. Chartered accountant, limited company secretary or cost accountant. I have a lot of respect for them. I am not disrespecting them at all. Lawyers, they are very good friends are having lawyers. Lettered lawyers are fine. Okay, but this kind of ownership, I always say that detach yourself. That is different one actually. I am always advocating for that. But the kind of ownership and accountability what people are assuming is amazing. But at the same time where I am saying that please reduce it, please see that you are detached. At the same time you can always be such a type of involved work and professional support nobody gives. No profession gives in this world. In the world I can say. It's only our profession which is taken up so seriously. I can just always easily just recognize this. In a big discussion about say 800 audience will be 800, 600, somebody will say that. We will be not discussing, somebody will be just with a pen or more will be waiting, keep on waiting. A particular slide or particular topic I will be talking actually, suddenly he will pick up his pen and she will pick up his pen and start writing actually. Actually what is the meaning of it? That man or woman is having one case which she is waiting for to be discussed upon. She or he had been searching some solution for that matter for a long time. Actually when it comes, he is picking up the phone and he is recording it. He can easily understand. He can standing here, we can understand that that man or woman has got the point what he wanted, what she wanted. Now we are discussing that point, that's all. If he or she is raising the point, it is about the client. Man or woman who is talking about, who is living, who is breathing everything for the clients is only chartered accountants. We can be very proud about it, very happy to do that one. But take care of your health, that's very important. Right, coming back to this one. Here, how to be? See, the problem really is, there are certain things which are impossible in this world, like seeing the sun rising in the west, impossible. Making the officer to understand what is the intricacy of accounting standard 7. Both are same. He will never, in this birth, maybe I will die, take another birth and try to see that, it is happening there. He will or she will never understand what is the intricacy of accounting standard 7. His simple standard question is, the ground hour is this, another 2 minutes, sir, it goes. He will never understand what is intricacy. You will explain. Actually, you will explain. And I know very well the views are accounting standard. Say, okay, I will tell you. This is the accounting standard. You understand. But very simply, I will tell you. I have seen somebody, the child of one of brothers and sisters, who have gone with miniature of the building actually, which are detachable buildings actually. They will remove this and say that, sir, this is the building, right? This is what the intended total structure. Understand? Okay. Now 31/3/2020, right? Just take it. This is what the building is done. This whatever this is. Very patiently, our sister or brother would have been explaining very seriously this matter with the hope that at the end of that he is going to understand. After completing a 40 minutes presentation, he will take and remove all this miniature presentation and all. Sir, this is what is the completion of service recognition method. Sir, you got, madam, you explained very well, but I could not understand anything. I am going ahead with my order, what I planned. You go and see in the way. That's all. Sir, I spent 40 minutes with you, sir. Yes, you did. Sir, I explained it to you. Yes, you did. But I am not able to understand what you want to do. This is not a matter for us. We cannot understand this. That's all we can do. The problem here is making them understanding is difficult. You better see that how they think. Because it's easy. If you are not able to convince somebody, you be first convinced that how you will think. Then you can plan that way. Okay? Post tea break we will just discuss. Welcome back. So about the building and the billing. So billing is a process which is depending upon some noteworthy milestone achieved by you in case of a continuous supply of service. Milestones I know inside in construction contract that will be an appendix. That is normal. Can you bill comfortably in a practical world as per the predetermined, pre-decided milestone is the question. Somewhere by January 2023 you entered into an agreement where you anticipated that in February 2024 73% of your work would have been completed and you will charge certain fee. That's a fifth stage, fifth milestone you planned at that time. And in February 2024 practically when you see that could be 69% also or 89% also, we don't know. So it cannot be the one what you planned at that time. But it's a guidance actually. Only in a fraud case, there are necessary instructions given that to the Department of Justice. Only in a fraud case, deeming or assuming is permitted to. Otherwise, blindly going by your construction record saying that this much you should have definitely completed, this much you should have definitely billed as a continuous supply, they don't say. They are not supposed to say, at least I refrain that word that way. So they go by that reality, really how much has been achieved. So it is achieved, so then you are good. Otherwise, they don't disturb you for seeing that on a deeming basis you are billing. Secondly, the biggest problem in the construction industry is this. They are not happy to raise the bills. Very proudly they say, past 3 generations we are in this business, we don't have the habit of raising bills. A standard happy sentence they say. How many generations we have been there? If your next generation should be there in the business, please follow the provisions of law. That's all we can say. I simply say that there is a need for recording by way of a proper document under the GST law. What is your invoice? You have to say. That invoice is supposed to be backed by some facts. Can you do it or not is a simple question. You have to do it. So when you are regularly doing certain things, questions will not be unnecessarily coming and disturbing. When you are not regular, so many assumptions and presumptions will be there from the government officers. That's a big problem. On your own, if you do it, it's fine. If it is not done, then it's a problem. The next point is this actually. As I was telling you, after 31 2019, this is a broad picture of the situation actually. Sir, are we still there in April 2019, sir? Have we not come to the present day at all? We have to cross. It is having serious impact, so we are discussing in detail actually. Now, this is the picture, broad picture. You can just quickly have a look on that. I don't want to explain well in detail everything actually, but broad picture will be helpful to you. The point what we need to carry in our mind is now, what is the situation in our hand is, as far as residential complex developer is concerned, forget the old time of this ITC and all. If you don't want to dispute, go with the 7.5%, which is effectively 5% on the cost, it's 1 story. In case of you do only the contract work as a builder, and you just go for the general 18% or a commercial construction company 18%. With ITC, go by that one. That's very simple. That's how it is. As far as land is concerned, I am a seller of land. I do have more value for UDS land. Why should I commit for just 33% on a deeming basis? You have right. You can just go for it. It's not about interpretation. It's settled down. So you can go ahead. This is the entire summary of what's supposed to be understood in respect of building works, development works. Here, all we discussed. It's all about the outward liability. Output liability. What about the reverse charge liability form? Reverse charge liability, what is there under section 9 subsection 3, section 9 subsection 4 are applicable in general. So 9.4 is already stuck down, sir. It is from 1511 to 2017 or it's fine, okay. But still the special effects are continuing there in this industry alone. If you are having any liability as a normal GST registered person under any supply category, like legal services or GTA or any kind of security services by individual or partnership firm or non-corporate or rent or any services received from the government services except certain exceptions, or any services which are warranted in reverse charge for the purpose of residential rent occupied by you as a corporate. So all that. For construction industry also, for construction industry alone in specific, sometime back I started to discuss, you need to see that not less than 80% of your procurement are from the registered sources, registered suppliers only. If you are failing to do the 80% procurement of supply of labor, supply of material, whatever it is, from the so-called registered suppliers, then you will be getting, to the extent of that shortage, the liability towards reverse charge. Can you please explain in detail? It is simple. Your P&L is ready, but the word P&L is slightly misleading. I am supposed to use the word procurement. Procurement can be in anything. Say for example, if you are procuring a large size machine, hypothetically, not possible in practice, large size machine from a person who is not registered from GST, but you are cap placing it. Can the government close its eyes just because it is not there in the P&L? It's not. Procurement is a broader word actually. You bought 3 dumper, 2 lorries also, 2 trucks also. You have capitalized that in the balance sheet. Can the department say that, okay fine, you purchase from the unregistered gain, that's okay fine? They cannot. That's also procurement. So broadly speaking, procurement is a word what I am referring to as purchase. I am not classifying into revenue and the capital amount. Procurement, that's all. You are supposed to do your procurement in your business not less than 80% from the registered suppliers only. Fine, okay. If I don't do, say for example, on the basis of discount, it is coming to 73% only. Yes, shortage of 7% is there. That is, I have purchased from 27% of my unregistered suppliers only. Balance is from 73% is from the registered person. Now what you are going to do as a government? 80 should be there. 80% of your supply should be there from the registered. But 73% only you purchased. You are a residential complex construction company, you are a construction company doing the work, right? Fine, okay. Then 7% shortage is there. The 7% shortage you are supposed to pay, calculating the reverse charge 18% of that. Whether it is plain 18%, sir, generally it is 18%. Then specifically some damage is going. What's really? Whenever the list of this shortage is talking about some cement unregistered guy also, or iron and steel guy also, who are all under the 28%, some artificial lights, some light works and other things and all are still are there under 28%. Then you need to pay 28%. It's very confusing. Either say 18 or say 28. You said that procurement. To that extent I was clear. Of the procurement, 18% should be registered source. Again I am clear about that. Fine, okay. If not 80%, the shortage will be making you to pay RCM. Okay, that is also very clear. Okay, I am able to understand. Say 80 crore rupees is the 100 crore rupees is the purchase value, procurement value during a year. 80% of that is 80 crore rupees. So 80% of my purchases under various categories, namely iron, steel, blue metal, sand, everything should be registered person. You say 80% means 80 crore rupees I should reach. I have reached, no problem. If I have not reached, problem is there. You told in your example 73, okay, 73 crore rupees I reached, so balance 7 crore rupees. That 7 crore rupees, very easily you told that 7 crore, 18%, easy. At least that is easy. But you confused with another statement that if the shortage is caused because of the unregistered purchase of 28% goods also, namely the cement, iron, steel, capital goods of the you need to pay 28% to that extent. What is this? Again, it is reasonably simple. As long as the shortage is not caused by any person who is causing 28% transaction with you, you are safe. Means 28% you can pay. you purchased the kind of 28% item and all from somebody, they are under the unlisted category, you are allowing them, you are entertaining them. In that case, first to see that 28% category is the person on a deeming basis causing the shortage. To that extent. Yes sir, for 5 crore rupees I purchased from 28% package. Okay, then you pay 28% for that 5 crore. Then balance 2 crore rupees if any. Balance 2 crore is that you subject to 80%. These are the calculation rules.
Sir, but the procurement include procurement of services too.
Everything. Procurement of goods, procurement of services, everything. That's why safely we are saying that procurement of material we are not saying. Procurement. We stop that.
So, but
Because
majority of the laborers will be.
that is what I said. Exactly. Next point, next sentence of I was saying. Sir, these are all very easy to tell, sir. When it comes to the practice, if you are seeing a construction company's financial statement in debt, certainly the labor contractors, not less than 60 to 80% of the labor contractor consumed by them, contract work consumed by them, will be from the unlisted source only. The ratio, how it is fitting there in a financial statement of construction company in a normal trend is, if 100 crore rupees is the turnover, approximately 90 crore rupees could be the possible expenses. Of that 90 crore rupees, 33 to 35 crore rupees would be towards material. Again 33 to 35 crore rupees towards the labor. Certain compliance and related payments, other things and all will be there. This is how it will be there. So what you are trying to say is, out of 100 crore rupees, a 35 or 40 crore rupees of labor contract expenses will be there. Of that 40 crore rupees, not even 4 crore or 5 crore would have been coming from the registered source. The balance will definitely be unregistered source. So how these things come? That is the very reason why this provision has been brought. That is the very reason. See, on a lighter side, I used to say, if you want any concession in your chartered accountancy profession as to the GST applicable rate, Institute has to go for an amendment actually. Change your name as chartered accountant, not chartered accountant. Why a craze is there towards the word or letter L is lorry. They don't ask any serious question to you. Only the reverse charge is there and reverse, that part you will take care. Lawyer, he will not much bother actually. He will issue the invoice, you will have to take care of it. Whatever be the letter lawyer is, he will not pay, and the opposite party will be liable to pay. Labor contractor, right? So you will not comply with law at all, you will do the business run away to Behave or Odisha comfortably happily. And you need to see that you are complying with other reverse charge as I was explained. So the common theory what you are able to form is, the letter L is having some kind of graceful support actually. So try to see that you are also becoming chartered accountant, then you will be getting the answer. This is what the maximum analysis logically I can do. Otherwise, I don't see any logic at all. Why an unlettered lawyer, unlettered labor, and a well-lettered lawyer, and partly lettered lorry fellow are all out of the troubles. I don't have any common things to be said to the here in this matter. Only thing is L. That's all. Okay. Anyway.
And also you cannot take this RCM input also.
Sorry, no?
You can't even, the RCM input is also not.
Yes. See, as my sister says, you pay, fine, okay, that's a waste actually, okay. Having paid it is going to be a cost only to you. You are not permitted in case of residential complex, and at least in commercial construction, you are in some work, say, any credit you are taking it, not this credit, any credit you are taking it. But in residential complex, once you are caught in this category of 5% without ITC, you are not going to enjoy the amount what you are paying as an ITC also, it is going to be a cost only to you. So, sorry, that part we need to be careful actually.
What about labor payments, sir? Not a contract payment. Directly I am employing some labor.
If you are able to establish that there is an employer-employee relationship with the support of ESI records, you can say that it's a salary which is after all a non-GST item.
Then can it be within the 20% limit, or it can be above the 20% limit?
The 6 bar 2019, 3 bar 2014 itself is giving a list of items in very clarity, sir. Depreciation, salary, petrol, diesel, that's what petrol product. Liquor, pure land in the expenses side will all not be taken into consideration for this purpose. Whether it is from the registered landowner you are purchasing the land or unregistered, I am not purchasing. This is out of the list itself actually. Whether depreciation is about the GST machine or non-GST that and all more. Any provisioning, these are all out actually. But when it comes to the other items, all will be listed. Whether he is an exempted laborer or labor contractor or non-exempted labor contractor, it will not question. It will just list. That's all. So that means, that's what the fifth question I was asking that, sir, even for labor contractor, I am ready to pay reverse charge fine. If he is a big contractor, I have 275 labor contractors. Everybody is having 25 lakh rupees or 15 lakh rupees as their annual turnover. 275 contractors, everyone approximately having 15 lakh rupees annual turnover. None of them are liable to register, say they don't want to register. Even if they make application to the GST officer, they will just throw it out. If it is a voluntary category, you come. Otherwise, just because I am crossing the turnover, don't say. You are not crossed the prescribed turnover of 20 lakhs, don't come. You will say. So what should I do? They are not registering. If they come also, your department is not registering that. Then what I should do? So they are not registered. If they are not registered, they are not going to charge me. So I am just now taking these numbers into my numbers and saying that I am paying it. As of now, the unexpected twist result is this actually. It's a twist result. Actually, it's not the right result actually. So it is going in a kicked path necessarily. But the reality is, the officer level personnel will not be able to understand at all. They, the field operation level, they will definitely ask this. I don't know anything at all, which you know, of course. But he doesn't know. I don't know these things at all. There is a list. Remove the items, what is listed up. Work it out. 80%. Whether it comes or not, comes. Fine, okay. Doesn't come. Strategy. Pay it, closed. That's all I know. The rest of things, just deal with the appellate level. I don't know. That's what it says. Natural. So the advice is, in this kind of cases and all, yet there is no precedence for you to follow simply. Perhaps you may create a precedence by making something revolutionary against that. Hitherto there is no question. Just because he is not able to register, why are you making me to pay? It's a right question, no doubt about it. Legally he is not liable to register, he did not register. What I should do for that? It's a good question. It's difficult. But when it comes to the practice, 20% gap is very reasonable actually. That's what we are practically seeing. If some company is adamantly trying to see, being a bigger company of course, adamantly trying to say that only registered person should deal with me. I will not take up anybody as a supplier unless he is registered. Unless he is regularly filing the return, I will not make the payment to him properly. This bit is trying. They are able to, practically I am able to see 92, 91% are easily reached. But middle level and small vendors only, small players only are in trouble actually, because they are not able to enforce. They are dealing with a lot of small time players. They do small ones and go away. It's very difficult actually.
So these figures will be available only at the end of the year, whether you have reached the target or not.
Correct, sir. Correct.
So last 20 days after last April to 20th April, you find out
Okay.
and you have to pay.
True, sir. True. See, as my brother says, the exact number you will be reaching by the end of the year only, whether you are crossing or not. But a general discipline, if you are having that, by and large, I will welcome only the suppliers who are registered. Exceptionally, very rare cases, I will allow the unregistered. If you have a standard policy, you will be between some 80 to 100, somewhere you will be managing all the time. End of the day, it will come in closely to the 80, but you would have escaped. But without worrying about this, if you are rendering your business comfortable with the services continuously, by the end of the year, if you are checking up, perhaps there is possible damage that you have missed that 80% mark actually. You will face a trouble, possible.
What CMD fee?
Sorry, sir?
CMD fee. Pay for development. Does it come under RCM?
See, the separate discussion is there, but briefly I will tell, then we will continue that one. Sir, there is one local authority for which I am liable to pay some fees. How many fees are the regularization fees or layout fees? Normally, there is no penalty and all. Let us talk about the penalty and all later. Normally, if I am coming to them with an application, I have to pay them. Layout, if I am getting approved fees, I have to pay them. It's there. Is it liable to reverse charge under the GST or not is a simple question. First of all, if you can notice, 243W, 243M, two articles are there. These articles in the Constitution listing out 12th schedule and 18th schedule respectively, which is telling what are all the duties of a municipality, what are all the duties of a corporation, municipal corporation. It is clearly listing out. In the listed item, 5th line item is land related regularization and building related permissions of town planning. It is coming. Sir, my question is very simple. I asked whether RCM is applicable in respect of CMDA paid by me. You suddenly fly to Indian Constitution, then you just jump to 12th schedule, some other 243W, 243M, all these things that you are telling. But my question is very simple. I am grounded to the question simply. I am just coming to that one. Where is the link is, if The government is rendering services which are constitutionally given to it. Those services will not be coming under the reverse charge because they are exempted. Sir, they are exempted, sir. How I am exempted from reverse charge is the question? No. Reverse charge is coming in which mechanism? Say section 9(3). What it is saying? Whatever be the supplier liable to pay legally shall be the liability mutandis to the recipient. You are the recipient. They are the provider. CMDA itself is exempted. If CMDA is exempted and liable to pay 0, you, the person consuming, should pay the liability of what CMDA pays. CMDA pays 0, you pay 0. That's all. That's how the link is coming. So, 12/2017 CTR notification giving the specific third number, entry number 3, you see, the government-related service, local-related service, constitutionally rendered by them for that purpose. Constitutionally, they are rendering this town planning, the so-called kind of land regulation and all, as they are collecting the money for the constitutional duty what has been entrusted to them, they are exempted, 0 liability. That 0 liability is for you also. That's all. Right? Now. This is a well-known one, still I just briefly discuss. Sir, I am a person who is under the 18% category, doing some work, construction work, or commercial construction work, anything I am doing it, I am having ITC liability, I am fine, I am clear. But my clients, let me say a factory is built by a client. For 1 crore or 10 crore rupees he is building a factory, building only, rest of the things are later, building only. For that somebody charged 1.8 crore rupees as the 18% GST on that one. That's all, nothing wrong with that. The entire 1.8 crore rupees, why shouldn't I take as a credit? What is wrong with it? Simple reply is that please go to section 17.5, it is prevented. Let it prevent, sir, it's okay, fine. I am questioning that also. Sir, what is relating to business I am taking, sir? Without factory, what kind of product I can manufacture? Factory is a specialized one where I have to do that this way only. Only when the factory is there and the factory is accommodating and giving a proper roof for my works and machine men and all, I will be able to do the business. It's about business. What is wrong in consuming the construction related services which is related to business? I should be eligible for that. It's a good argument. In fact, in Orissa High Court it was taken up seriously. It was allowed in favor of assessing. The matter has gone to the Supreme Court, now yet to be decided. For the past 1.5 years plus it is there. What was the argument at that place is, the person concerned is telling that, sir, I am constructing a mall in Bhubaneswar, let me say. In Bhubaneswar, once I constructed the mall, my intention is to leave it on rent. To earn that, I am letting it on rent and I am getting the money from that one. If you want me to pay the rent relating to the mall, first I should have mall, then only I can rent it out. Where from mall will suddenly jump and come into the earth? Only when I see that construction is happening there through some contract. He levies me, he charges me GST. So, the GST is mandatory for me for the purpose of supporting this. So, that is an input for me so that the output rent will come. I will take. Why are you stopping? It's a good question. High Court was able to see a good question of it. It said that it is true that on a partiality based view, the government is entitled to give the benefit of input tax credit, because input tax credit cannot be claimed as a birthright. Nagarjuna oil and fertilizer case, if you are referring to, Supreme Court has specifically come out with a decision that the lawmaker is having a right to differentiate certain sector to gain some benefit and certain sector to be denied certain benefits. They have right, lawmakers have got right. But whether we can straight away draw the attention to the provisions of Article 14 as to the equality, can we try to do it? Can we just draw the reference to section Article 19 1G for this purpose? There. But instead of straight away on a mechanical basis going there, but we are able to see a special case in the given facts of the case. We are seeing that there is all rightness in saying that for the purpose of defining the business what has been defined in the law and what the plaintiff is claiming here as a writ party, we allow the writ, it's correct. So we have to allow the credit. That's what it says. Now the matter is before the Supreme Court. Law has not been amended either to by the government. The government is also waiting for the decision of the apex court. So, but it's disputed. So can I try to do it in Tamil Nadu? You don't have prisoners. What about Orissa? Orissa is jurisdictionally saying case-specific decision in that matter. It is not striking down the validity of the provisions of section 1750. It says that let 1750 be there. But we are finding out something in this case justified. So let it be there. That's what they have told. Right? So if you are having any kind of idea to write this, it's a dispute. If the client is coming there and asking questions, sir, you can do, but long way. Is it worth you just take that? Because you have to travel at least till Supreme Court. Are you ready? Just try. That's what we have to do.
And also the explanation to section 17 trying to also talks about to the extent of capitalization.
Yes.
As long as
At least if it is in P&L, at least we can try it. Once gone to the balance sheet, naturally it will go to the balance sheet. And we know. Then the lawmaker's language is clear that I won't give. He is very clear. If you say that saying so itself is wrong, it's a fight. One has to be prepared. Then only you can go on it.
What about lift, sir?
Sir?
Suppose we are buying a lift for our factory.
Right.
Should we consider it as a removable property as a building or removable property as a plant?
For that matter, anything, sir. Because there is one J-Craft case actually. Learned Jet Markandeya conclusive decision will be there actually. You would have explained that this matter in detail. We don't have time to discuss it. That term Pankaj would have been explained by him to understand, to make us to understand what is this actually. The normal term is Pankaj. It means that the one which is growing in mud actually. Soily area or very watery mud actually. That's the meaning. The moment you say mud, you don't think about lily, but you are thinking about lotus only. He will just take some reference from the Sanskrit also and telling this is different and making you to understand that. So whenever certain terms are settled, you have to understand that way only. A building with a lift, never called as a building with lift. You say building. That's part of it. A lift alone, on a standalone basis, for any other purpose can be used. A lift is just a lift. You never see in a very barren land a lift is going up and down. Actually. You never see. You cannot see actually. What is the purpose of it? A lift is going for 200 feet up and 200 feet down. What for it actually? Part of the building only can be done because the purpose of the lift is to see that you climb up and down easily in a building. So the logic is that way actually. The moment you say a building, it is going to encompass this also. Just because you purchased from another person than the contractor, it doesn't take a character than the building actually. Sir, it is lift, sir. Lift of a building. We cannot forget that. Lift of a building. You cannot say the lift. It's not having a standalone purpose actually. It cannot do anything. A simple lift cannot do anything at all. That's how we are supposed to interpret actually. Sir, the same example I will ask you, sir. That is one detachable air conditioner. I will come to your own logic. You told me that lift cannot be separately seen from the building. I agree. But forget about this one, centralized air conditioner you lift. That is one, forget the split one. This you take up this kind of AC. You can remove this and external unit one is there, which is attached to that one. That also you can do. What you will say? I will agree. That is not part of your building. Yes, I agree. That can serve anywhere. Yes, I agree. You can do it. You can just remove it and fit it in another place. I agree. Air conditioner's purpose is different one. In any place, anything it can work out.
But again,
if it is also sorry, sir.
But again, it is also has to be fit into the room.
Definitely. But the purpose is the air conditioner is too different from the building is very easy for understanding by the Ejuston generis logic actually. Building related matters are fitted without creating a sizable damage. You cannot remove. Is the word what they are saying. Serious cannibalism character actually. If you take it out, you will be damaging the utility, also the purpose actually. If it is there, then it is part of the building. But when it comes to this one, without much damaging, I can very seriously see that it is taken out and fit somewhere else. So that is where I am trying to say that the one which will be very part of the building. See, something like this is a very harsh way of explaining it, but for easy understanding, I am saying one man's hand, if you are severing it, still he is a man. But the hand is very part of him. Actually. That's how it is. For example, one man's specs you are removing it. Still he is going to be a man. It's not going to see his like another specs you can buy for him. That's not a very big problem. That's how you have to interpret. In this case.
Sorry to interrupt here.
Sir.
No, it doesn't concern
Please.
here. When I was telling the lift, I just remember there is a situation where it's resident welfare associations.
Yes.
So
Good
after
point.
10 years, they are supposed to replace
that one, correct.
Association has to pay.
Yes.
Association does not own the building.
Correct.
So they cannot claim, though lift is a removable
Removable
property
property,
attached,
yes. Correct,
all
correct,
the
correct.
points
You are
will
right.
stand in this case.
Yes.
Where they cannot claim it as a capital asset.
Correct,
They have
correct,
to
correct.
just they have to write it off as
Correct.
expenditure.
Yes, yes.
So one argument that just.
No, it's true. So, see, when it comes there, generally, that's a good example actually. The RW say RW Residential Welfare Association, just acronym I'm using. The RW, as my sister says, will be having a responsibility after a decade's time or something like that to replace the lift generally. That's what will be the case actually. The builder will not be seen at all later. He will not be there at all. He will forget. So, when it is replaced, they are paying the money. But whether they can take the credit of that one, if you say, in which way this lift operation is affecting their subscription and their taxable income, is the simple question actually. Sir, if the lift is not there, the welfare association's business, namely taking care of the welfare and earning money, is not possible at all. We have to link somewhere. How to fit it? It's very difficult actually. So it is becoming a cost generally. And the building is not our theirs also. It is building of several people, not the welfare association. It's a very good example actually. But that's the situation where you are still, though you are able to fit that argument, you are not able to use it. Operation success, patient dead. So that's what it is actually. Okay. Now, please.
As you mentioned for the lift thing, you said you cannot use it standalone.
Sir.
Only if you can use. My argument is same for the AC. I cannot use it in the open air. I cannot.
No, that's what somebody asked also. But what I told is, it's a coupled one. Not only about the lift being used to utility only. How far it is part of the building without cannibalizing act can you try to do it is the question actually. In the given case of that J-craft interior matter actually, what the Supreme Court decided to the learned judge is, if you are trying to break an almirah which is fitted on the wall, you can break. Can you see that the utility is perfectly there when you are replacing that in and you are fitting in another building? No is the answer. Then it is not furniture. Yes is the answer, then it is a furniture. That's what they told. Here also, the lift is there, sir. If we can just one utility, whether lift is a lift, even if you are going out now, very hypothetically, sir, somewhere I am fitting, sir, what is your problem? Exactly same kind of building I am having, I will fit there, why you are worried about it? I am finding a market there, leave it. You say also, can you, second part, can you take it out comfortably without breaking the building so easily and moving out? Utility of the lift also comfortable and building should also be comfortable. Difficult. That is the reason why we say that is totally different from the air conditioner, because air conditioner is not suffering that way. One utility, you can use it when you are going out and fitting in another building. Second is, you will not damage much the AC machine also and the building also. That is the reason why I am saying. That is a demarcation they are trying to do in this way.
For the concrete manufacturers, there are some heavy machineries. Like they themselves constitute as a building. They are attached to the earth. So how do we classify it, whether it's a building or as a plant?
Okay. See, this has been decided in several cases actually. The old cases are also there. Triveni engineers cases are also there, right from the central system. How they all the time had been decided is an incidental civil structure mandatorily required, please note the word, incidental civil structure mandatorily required for effective running of a machinery shall be a machinery only. But please understand, it is incidental, mandatorily required for effective usage. There is one machine which is running with the wobbling, kind of a ginning machine or something like that. You have seen that the machine will be keeping on, be shaking. That the work is like that, building machine, keeping machine, all will be doing that. If you are not fitting or fastening to the earth, next morning it will be 300 kilometers away actually. You will not be able to find the machine. You have to fit it. You have to fit in such a way that the civil works are taken care of. Maybe 6 feet pit will be required. You will be just putting a lot of cementing and other works and all, and try to see that very hard riveting is done there, so that the machine will not move or wobbling will not be there for efficient work. Then they say that it's part of it. You can replace it. Nothing wrong with that. It's part of the building. But only when it's only not necessary at all. It's okay, just because it is there. Then the factory story what I told comes. Factory is there, sir, so what? Factory is there, it's incidental. You want, it's not going to operate, it's not part of your machinery. It's a construction work, separate. Your building is separate, your machine is separate. So when you are able to say building and machinery is different, then they are different only, accordingly only you take credit. But building, that is civil work, is unavoidable part of the machine. If you say it is part of it, that's all it is. And how you are carrying out that matter is important. That's all. It is part of it. If you say it's perfectly fine.
So just on this,
please.
Going back to this resident welfare. So I'm just trying to understand here. So you're saying there's no input credit if the association is of course paying the GST on its.
No, proving is difficult. You can bend it, but it practically is difficult. Continue. Yes.
Yeah. So I was, what is this point of, because it's owned by many. I mean, it is owned by all the owners.
Yes.
There. So is that a contentious point, or on the lift being not part of the building? Where exactly is the?
No, the problem here is a new lift is certainly an asset owned by the welfare association. No doubt about it. It's a capital goods. You have a right for that one. You can buy it. You can take credit also. You can try. But how are you trying to take the credit and justify? Is the practical question where I am a RWA. The lift is a very important reason for my earning. All this years it was not there. It was running actually. Already it was there. Now I bought. Without this lift, I am not correctly fulfilling what I am supposed to do. If this is there, then I am able to earn and do my duties and earn money. Because I am earning money, I am paying you the tax. Already you have the 7,500 rupees related exemption. That is a different story actually. Even crossing that also, you are having liability. Then you have to prove that my taxable output comes to me because of the presence of the input, namely the lift. If you are able to connect it, not one to one, but you are able to connect it, the nexus will help you to see that you are taking credit of it. How to do it in practice is slightly difficult. We can try. It's not that we are ruling out, but difficult.
So in an original construction, the lift is part of the building, then you get the concessional rate.
Yeah, of course. Overall, if you see it, you are charging overall and you go for it because principal supply does matter actually. That you go by that actually. Now, as I was discussing with you, here, what about the land? All this time construction was the discussion actually. A land is purchased, a land is sold. Sir, it's not a question at all, sir. Where is the discussion for this one? Land is sold, there is no GST. Such a clean, barren land is there, and if you are selling it, it's very easy, as you are able to see in the picture. Bush, unleveled land, lot of troubles are there, stones are there, you have to set it right. So many things you are trying to do. Some approach road you are bringing inside, some kind of STP or something like that you are placing, some kind of small size park for the layout approval you are trying to do, and then you are settling with the land. What to do for this? That means develop the land. The land is not a land, just like you are able to say, sell, it's not so easy surface, sir, you have to do something. What to do for that kind of activity? What to do, sir? This is again land or land. Now you have two different opinions which you can choose. Sir, first point, if you are doing service relating to the land, even for building also, this morning when we started our discussion, you told them, a completed building, if you are selling as a completed building, nobody is there to question except the state officials. They will come and collect their stamp duty, fine, okay. And if you are doing anything relating to building, namely the construction of building itself, construction is the activity which is attracting the liability. So you have to pay the tax, we all of us agree. Similarly, land also, sell the land as a land, nobody questions you. If you are doing a kind of development work, the development is liability, attracting the liability, no, pay the liability. Same is the logic, analogy is very clear. We can draw the analogy from that. Is the one set of argument you can choose. Or, second argument is, sir, very poetically, a rose is a rose, is a rose, and is still a rose, whatever the name you would like to call it. A land, is after all a land, sir. It is not becoming anything else. With bush land, without bush land, uneven land, leveled, unleveled land, with approach road land, without approach road land. What is the character ultimately? So land is a land, is another argument. Now you choose by majority, very democratically you decide which argument you would like to choose for. I told two different arguments.
Land is a land.
Land is a land. Okay.
First one.
First one. Okay.
For me, choosing the argument is not important. What assessing officer actually.
We will make him to understand. Because no, I tried to gather the opinion for one simple reason. The next 4-5 slides are slightly complicated, not much complicated. If I understand the way in which you are trying to interpret, I will be able to support you very easily. That's the reason. No doubt that how we are understanding is different. How we, yes, already I told the story. I have told to my regular audience actually. Two men were walking in a midnight in a dark forest, very dark, thick dark, pitch dark. One guy is very well lettered, too much lettered in respect of zoology, so many things he has studied, so much of study. Big problem with the lettered man is whether asked for or not, he will be giving advices. That's a big problem with the lettered man. So the another guy is not that way. He's a very pious guy, not much lettered actually. So the lettered man saying to the not so lettered man that, do you know what is the psychology of lions? Lion, sir, dark night, thick forest, why are you thinking about those things at all? If you are having some faith, believe in God, let us walk and cross this forest. It's very dangerous. No. These are all forests where lions used to be there, very dangerous. Should know how they behave in fact first. Lion is an egoistic animal. I have studied a lot, I have done an exceptional analysis about them actually. It's a very egoistic animal, very forceful actually. But what is a very minor disadvantage, what it has got for its like this? When it is trying for 3 times continuously a prey and the prey is not able to be caught or broken, then it will leave it and go away because it hurts his ego. And okay, it's not for us, it will be. To do that one, it has got a 30-degree slanted eyesight only. In a perpendicular direction, if you are standing to it, say 90 degrees, you will not be exactly able to see. You got it. Again, this one, sir, why I should learn these things and all, sir? It's already nice. Please leave it. No. You have to. These are practically what is required in life in this kind of exceptional situation. He was telling roaring sound. Somewhere nearby. This man, that's why I already told you, don't take these things. No, don't worry. I'm just telling you, don't forget, it is coming nearer to us. 90 degree, perpendicular, 30 degree, slanted, 3 times, missing. If it is missing, hitting, all he is saying. This guy is not ready to listen to anything at all. Weird by a mouth. Started to run like a mad, and this man out of this kind of confusion, he also started to run. Someone left and right, everything. That's all. Next day, early morning, with the torn shirts and pants, these people are meeting in the border of the jungle. Lettered man is very furious. You stupid, I told you very seriously that how a lion will behave. In fact, lion has come here to us. If you understood what I told, I am a lettered man, why are you not believing me? How much research I have done for past 2 decades about these animals and all, and I know very well that it will not attack. If you have to 30 degrees slanted eyes only stand, you should have straight away stood before that for 3 times. You could have missed it. Sir. A lion, the so-called 30 degree, 90 degree, whatever you said, will not do, you know, because you are a very lettered man. Of course, thanks to you last night, you made me to understand. Okay, I also could understand. The important question is whether you know or I know is not important, whether that lion knows. Who knows? So, as my sister says, what you know, what I know is not important. What officer knows is very important. We have to make him to understand. Before going to that next step, let us try to see that whether we are clear about what we are talking about. This right argument is, in fact, a lot of Buddhists have also come there. The notification is talking about that only. 172 notification, what I just told you. See, whenever there is a developed land sold as a land, because when it is reaching the hand of the person, it's a developed land. There is no liability at all under the GST because it's a sale of land registered as a land. That's all. But there are several side fittings and additional fittings coming there. How? Buy the land with me for next 3 years time, whether you build or not till the time, I will ensure that the maintenance is taken care of. You have to pay some X figure to me. This is one side. You can buy the land. I am about to bring in some sewerage treatment plant. I am about to bring in some kind of common park. I am about to bring in some common lighting, this, that, etc. These things are there. If you want that, you need to pay me. If you don't want that, you have an option, don't pay me. This is the price of that one. If you want that, that is the price. Plus X plus 1 is the price. This kind of menace only is trouble. When you are able to clearly say that towards the land I collect some money, beyond the land component, land is a one item, beyond that something you are going to do, that price you are very clearly recording that what are you doing over and above the land. Once you are clearly able to establish on your own that beyond something, the product deliverable land, you are giving something, that something will definitely warrant GST. That's all. That's all. Call it as a development work, call it as a facilitation, call it as an additional benefit, call it as a facility, access a scheme, whatever you say. Once you are giving the land, forget the land, go out. It's a normal sale of land. Develop the land. You can factor your development cost very well and then you can sell it. That's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But having done that one, if you still say that for this you pay me that, for the one to be done by me you pay this much, very clear. Because that is a service rendered and you are collecting, or service to be rendered you are collecting, that will be making you to pay the GST. Simply. The entire issue is settled over. The last set of points. So joint development, a lot of discussions have been there. Can you just simplify easily, can you just tell me how to understand this entire matter? It's a simple example every time I used to tell. Very simple one. Imagine that the entire grey rectangle is the land. Of that, the colored rectangle, shall we say saffron? No, I don't want to go to politics. Okay. Orange. Okay. That's a very lovely color actually, but now it's come on differently. Whatever it is. I love that actually. It's a very respectable holy color actually. Right. For that discussion purpose, I will continue as orange itself. Why to? I don't want to be troubled in any way. Right. The orange color is that. The orange color is the one the landowner wants to continue maintaining. And grey color area is the area which he leaves to your option. As a developer, you do whatever you want to. This is what I understand. So what you are going to do? Grey color UDS, you are going to sell bits and pieces to several people who are going to buy the flats in your proposed construction. This part of the UDS, undefended land, will be 25% of the land will be retained by the landowner himself. He will not give to anybody. He will continue in his own title name only. That's how it is understood. Right? Now, this is what the completed building. See the same way. The grey color flats, what you are seeing in this picture, are all in your disposal. You can decide to whom you have to sell and how much you have to sell. You can decide. Just hypothetically understand that the orange color flats are all earmarked for the landowners. That's it. Easy understand that way. If that is the case, 100 flats, 100 apartments planned, completed, right? Of that, 30 flats shall be given to the landowner. When you give 30 flats to the landowner will not give even single paise. Please remember, in paise. Yes, he has already parted with the land, 75% of the land or 70% of the land, whatever I showed in the grey area, he gave to you, right? So he will not give any money. Perhaps you may be giving some free money to him, that is different one. You may be giving rent for the dislocation time, that is different one. But he will not give one paise to you as consideration. Just because he is not paying any consideration to you, you cannot say that there is no services rendered by you to him at all, because you are after all a construction contractor for him also. You are constructing a building for him. It is your work, you have done to him. Similarly, you are doing the work relating to the construction for third parties also. For third parties also you do the same work, for him also you do the same work. Only thing is, for third parties you are selling the land, for this person you are not selling the land. That's the only difference. Otherwise there is no problem at all.
So 18% tax will come.
Another point. That will come to you. So this is the broader story. That is very easy, sir. There is no need for so much explanation, sir. How to defend this matter? How the dispute is coming there, how the justification is coming there, both are written. Both are there. There are some points in for also and against also, but for is more stronger. You can pick it up. The entire picture, when it is coming there, as story here, you will have some difficulty in accepting certain controversial points. But you can think a lot. Now also you will get clarity here. But you can think a lot, you will be able to understand it. Now the entire story, so for the third party, there is no need for any discussion. You told that, let me say the project is after 2019 April, right? Okay, I will collect 7.5% on that one, and subject to any land value, whatever it is, I will do, or 1/3 straight away, no problem. Focus is only on the orange flats. For orange flats, how much should be the amount I have to collect as GST? First of all, how much is the value? Because you told that single paisa also you will not pay. Law is saying simply, go to the notification 3/2019, you can just get a clear idea. 41A, 41B entry numbers are there. You can just take it up, I will show you also. What it is trying to say is, what is the equivalent comparable flats value when you are selling to the third party? Will be the value for this landowner also. Very nice, justified, sir. Correct. If I am doing for third party, what I will charge? Is the value supposed to be for this person also, whether I am charging or not? Because kind I have received. The second question, sir, when I am doing that one, how to do the valuation? You told, compare it. How to go for the comparable flat first? Why this question is arising? In the given example, 70 flats was there in my control. From the day one for the next 2 years or 2.5 years I am constructing. So many buyers are coming, 70 buyers are coming to me. Of this, which buyer's value I should take up? Take any value. You will take lowest value, officer will say highest value. How it will settle? That should be tiebreaker, right? So the law again comes to you to rescue that, saying that please try to see that who is the person, third party, buying the equivalent or like flat to the nearest time of the agreement. You are trying to pass on this one. Where is your joint venture is entered, joint agreement is entered to? The nearest time who is giving this one, that you pick it up. That is reasonably easy, sir. We can try. Because the first customer may be by and large okay. Maybe, or he may be coming for 2 flats in the 7th floor. But the landowners are all allotted from the flats in the first floor, second floor, third floor by and large. How to compare it? Then you have to wait for the mostly equivalent, mostly matching one. That's what you are supposed to do. So this is also to some extent acceptable. But whether the law is specifically giving clearance for this kind of waiting and fixing, so this is very subjective. Try to see that honestly and diligently. That's very important. Merely honestly is of no use. Merely diligently is of again no use. Honestly and diligently try to fit a practical case of yours whereby like very product of a very flat or apartment of landowner who is buying value fit, which is very near to the date of the agreement. That value, square feet value, fit here also, it will be easy. So there are some sundry questions, there are only sundry. Why? Sir, 2 car parking for him, but for landowner only 1 parking, or vice versa. Adjust it, just this factor or defactor, whatever it is. So for him, we are given some more corner flat related matter. Okay, that factoring you do it. This is very subjective, no doubt about it. You can plan back, nothing wrong with that. Now, having said this one, the law is trying to fit this landowner who is taking or getting, I am not even using the word buying, taking or getting the flat from you to be exactly a third party for all legal purpose, for the purpose of valuation. So you can believe that you are still continuing the relationship with him as a residential contractor, residential complex contractor. You can apply the same rate to him without any hesitation, don't worry. Because you are not merely acting as a contractor, because for all purposes the deeming provision very much has been given there. Their FAQ is saying, I am not saying. The very department itself is saying in their FAQ, like this. They, not me. It's not my interpretation. On 14 May 2019, when the FAQ issued by them in 354 file number, they have given a question number 26. They say that what is the time, what is the value, how to decide. They only say, very clearly accepting the version saying that this kind of comparison, the red color letter may be of good use to you version. Okay, I am highlighting that also. They say that this. So this is also okay. Further I am going to the next part of complication. Sir, the moment I am entering into agreement, as the landowner, he has parted with the benefit what he is supposed to do. I also, in your own language, got the kind kind is what? Development right actually. Now, when should I pay my GST liability relating to landowner? Where? One, at the time of joint development agreement itself, because I got the kind, that namely the land. Two, at the time of finding out the comparable flat buyer, because comparable flat buyer I have seen. Three, at the time of me completing the building, after completing what more is there to build? Four, at the time of handing over, because the key is there in foreign country, somewhere after some time, auspicious day is coming down all the way and taking the key. That day. What will be the time of supply for the purpose of paying my liability towards the landowner flat? I don't understand. So many situations are there, so many events are there. And all events have got their own reasons to be a right time of supply. Minimum 4 I told, actually 11 I can say. We don't have time. Now the simple logic, what law is saying is, one, if you are getting completion certificate itself and I have not handed over the landowner officially, we won't wait. Completion certificate itself is indicating that no more work you are going to do, very specifically and noteworthy actually. So that is the date. That day you have to pay the reverse charge. That day you have to pay the forward charge related to the landowner. 1 point. So it is okay. That is clear. If I am giving the handing over, the key giving, well before the completion certificate, that day, which is earlier, you are told that yes, orange flats are already ready and you have given the keys to them, right? On the day of giving key, you accept that liability. That's very simple. Now, that is also clear, sir. Time is clear, value is clear, I am collecting it and paying it, all fine. In the entire scene, sudden unseen development is transfer of development right is a new story. Nothing has been discussed anywhere, so suddenly it comes. Where from it comes? What is it? It's already there. Right from the service tax period it is there. Right from 25/1/2018 notification is also there. It has been there. What it tries to see is the common man who is the landowner in a joint development will not generally comply. It's not anticipating actually. Will not generally be able to comply with the law. If at all some liability is there for him for land development right giving service, giving the development right itself to another person is a service. Your right is there on your land. You give the right to another person. That is what service. That is what supply. For that supply, the so-called supplier, namely the landowner, should pay the tax. Normally. But he is not registered, he is not necessary to get himself registered for this. Law is saying that let the developer who is well registered guy pay. Not the owner. Oh, he will not register. He will have the land. The land development rights he will give to me. While giving the land development rights, he is aware that he is supplying some service to me. He won't pay the tax, I should pay. Yes, you should pay. Very good. Okay. If that is accepted also, what is the value of that? Again the same question. What is the value of that? The land is there. And I am purchasing some 8 feet of silk material, silk garment. Maybe I can wear it as a kurta, or I can try to see that it is used as a tablecloth, or maybe it is used as a, let me say, curtain in my home or in my office. What is the value? Only land is land actually. What you can try to do as a developed product is in your hand. Everything can be done in that product. So how is the value decided? What is the intended purpose is deciding that. As I was telling you, a silk kurta is having a different value. Using the same quantum of silk garment, you can have your curtain that has got its own different value depending upon the need actually. If it is simply a table spread only, then that is got a different value. So here also, what is the intended from? How it is going to be used there? That is what is decided. What is that? That is you are trying to come to say that what is the third party value only. You are coming to say what is the building value equal. All fine again. But when it is to be paid, given that he first day itself given to me that he has completed his service, should I pay that time? No. A simple, slightly complicated, but you can easily follow me what I am saying. There is a link between somewhere to somewhere actually. What the lawmakers say is, Mr. Developer, don't pay that transfer of development rights related liability if and only if you are able to book all your flats before the date of completion certificate. Sir, I am thoroughly confused. Thoroughly confused. You cannot justify this statement at all. Sir, you started to say something and completely messed up and end up with something else. The question is very simple. When should a developer pay the reverse charge on the transfer of development rights, which is the service already rendered by the landowner, is a question. Very clear. Question is clear. Mostly you started correctly. You started to say that he should consider his liability, but there is some exemption first. Let him learn. The developer should learn. If he is violating only, he should talk about the liability. That exemption is, the extent is very clear. I was very eager to understand when I will be exempted. I will learn. You messed up like anything. You simply say, as a developer, if you got all your flats in the entire project booked, then you are fully exempted. Sir, my project, me getting booked, is nowhere relating to my liability of reverse charge for TDR of the landowner. This is not the question. No way it is related. How it is workable at all? Is a question. There is a serious relationship. If you think slightly in depth, you will understand. Understand the scenario. Builder is the developer. The developer gets entire building, the grey building completely. Sir, you are saying grey only. What about the orange? Sir, please understand. Orange building, what you are doing is pertaining to your first customer, namely landowner. Landowner is the first guy who has given perfect assurance that 30 flats sold. You got the money or not is different one. You got the customer, it's over. It got booked. He has already fixed it. 2A, 3F, 4C, all he blocked it. So he is ready. 30 gone out of your hands. 70 flats when you are getting booked before the completion certificate date, what is going to happen in this country by you? For all the 70 flats, you are going to pay GST, collecting the GST, remitting the GST. Government is assured that for all the 70 flats, you are paying GST. End of the day, the completion certificate date or key handing over time, you are paying GST for the orange flat also. The project is going to fully suffer GST provided you get all your flats booked. So I'm having a slight doubt, sir. You get your completion certificate on a particular day. Before that, you get all your flats booked, lucky day also. Fine, let it be. After booking, there are still several installments to be paid. The moment you got your completion certificate, I see several advertisements that completion certificate obtained, no GST. That's what advertisement proudly says. So after that, what will happen, sir? I should also stop it, just like that mechanically. No. It's all about the booking date. When somebody is booking there, before you get your completion certificate in a project, even though incidentally you get your completion certificate, they have to continue definitely to pay the GST to do. You have to pay to the government. It's about the construction service intended, that's all. You completed, it's okay. But you are continuing there with a client who intended you to do service. Completion certificate would have come in between, but the client, customer who came to you as a buyer to buy the flat with the GST, continue their balance due with the GST liability only, you have to pay that. That's what it is. So, coming back to our discussion point on TDR, the government is getting entirely the revenue. Sir, now it is little better, but not clear actually. Government is getting GST revenue, but why it is leaving me from TDR? Just think about the second scenario. What is that? You did not get any single fellow, not even an ant or bee came to you. You completed the entire project and the flats finished, everything. What will you do? Completion certificate received. Forced. What to do? RERA is forcing this, that, and you said, okay, I completed. Once you have completed, as I was telling you, what you are going to say? I have completed, got the completion certificate, UDS is that, UDS plus building, completed flat. I am selling, no GST, come, everybody come. You are not going to pay GST to the government. As long as there is no booking at all. Then what will happen? The government is saying that TDR is there for you, please pay. So how the government is ensuring its revenue is, If you are paying GST to me by booking your flats well in advance, entirely you are exempted. Partly, then proportionately. This is a simple formula of proportion, that's all. If nothing is booked at all, then you are caught, at least you pay me the TDR relating to the land. Nothing else he said. So it's a simple story of at least a small part of that one should be there as a revenue. So government is saying that either by completing the flats, outward tax you pay, or the booking is not completed by you, at least the reverse charge you pay me. Don't say that in the project I will not pay anything at all. You have to pay something. That's all the story. If you understand the logic, sir, why are you explaining that about this? Unless this logic goes to your mind, by reading the provisions, you will not be able to form an opinion at all. It will not come to logically in your mind. Your mind will keep on be questioning that. Don't see the link at all. What is this? There is something booking, there is something here, there is TDR, that is already committed, this is now coming. Where to where, what is linked to that? You will not make out of that. Having listened to me, if you go back again, now itself you can understand, but if you go back again to the books and read, you will clearly form the logical opinion, then it will be very strong in your mind. Then this is what is intended, I am able to understand, you will get convinced. That's what I told her.
So on the date of completion certificate only, we have to pay tax on TDR.
TDR. Yes sir, definitely. 100%. On landowner's TDR, you are never disturbed till the date of completion certificate, you cannot be. There is all possibility of that flats getting booked in the last 12th hour also, there is a possibility. Somebody can come and book and you can say that I escaped. You can say. So TDR
should be the value at which the flats are transferred.
Transfer.
So 30 flats, suppose if it 30 crores means the value based on the nearest
real estate value, the third party buyer's value will be what
so that will be the value of the TDR. So on that value I have to pay.
You have to pay 80% of it. Yes. That's what it is. Because it's TDR. Now, okay, that's what we discussed now. Okay, this was all already discussed.
Now, apart from that, sir,
yes.
Apart from paying this GST on TDR, okay, and I am transferring the building to the landowner.
Flats to landowner.
On that again, I have to pay 1.5%.
No. See, TDR is about the transfer of development rights of the owner. It is a reverse charge. That is related to services received by you, TDR received by you. The first matter what I told you is, you are a construction contractor or developer, is an outward supply income. Our income did not come to me now, deemed. That is outward. There is no need to get confused that I pay TDR for the landowner, should I pay tax for the landowner's flat also? Landowner's flat is definitely making you to be liable. It's outward liability. TDR is about the reverse charge what you are receiving, subject to the exemption what I told you. If you are enjoying exemption, fine. If not, what pay? Just because of paying TDR, you cannot exclude your liability for landowner's flat outward liability. Just because you are paying landowner's related outward liability, you cannot say that why should I pay TDR for them? TDR is nowhere related to this. Only for incidental valuation there is a replication or overlapping actually. But that is totally different. This is something like a GTA, lawyer, or a residential rent or security service. RCM is there on the TDR, subject to exemption. Your primary liability as a construction company or developer towards the landowner flat never goes out of your hands. It has to be paid. That is different.
7.5% only.
Yes, certainly.
Not 18%.
As far as this landowner portion of the flat is concerned, outward liability is 7.5%, take guarantee, sir. Because it's a comparable value for that. Whatever is for the third party will be applicable. That's what I showed the circular to you. What you are supposed to pay for the third party, you will pay. What third party is this? I pay this one. TDR is a different story.
Suppose only a few flats are sold.
That's what I told you. If it is partly there, proportionately you know. Simple mathematics, sir. Out of 70 flats, sir, say for example 14 only booked. What I should do now, if you say TDR we will be working about 14 by 70, 150 will be going for it. Straight numbers, nothing more. Pure mathematics, nothing.
What value should I be paying the TDR?
That's what I was telling to my brother actually. See, it's a subjective value. What will be the use? That example also I was telling you. Nearest value, the third party value. That's what we have to consider. The land is giving you that benefit actually. That's what you have to go into calculate actually. see the very popular model what we saw is, I will get you the flats. That is, 90% of the cases are of that kind. Sometimes, as my brother says, sir, 10,000, 1 lakh square feet of dwelling area, sir. 20,000 square feet of dwelling area is yours, 80,000 dwelling area is mine, you sell yours, I will sell mine, that's how something is done. Or a common escrow account we will maintain, let the money flow in. And being a joint owner, you take 20% of the money, I will take 80% of the money. Then what will be the outcome of this one? What will be the liability for this one? As long as building construction is concerned, sir, your part of the money is your liability. When the revenue sharing, if he is coming there, he is accepting that he is no more a buyer actually. He is a builder or a kind of a person who is constructing. His part of the revenue will be going for it. Whenever we are drafting plays a lot of important role. We will tune it in such a way that really can we do it or not, we'll see. In fact, in the agreement itself, much often what is coming there in this kind of cases is, sir, actually landowner's flat is flat or revenue share, whatever it is. But what he says is, I don't want this complaints nonsense and all. You do, leave me, he says. Can we do it, sir? We always try to impress clearly. Please don't take the responsibility of others' liability to pay. Even if you pay also, it is very difficult to prove. Your liability is yours and his liability is his. Second question is, sir, landowner is in urge actually. Before he gets the his landowner flat in his hand, immediately he is able to find out some party urgently, he is fixing it. What to do with this one? Who is liable, sir? As far as you are concerned as a developer, your liability is always with you. Don't worry about the subsequent or parallel events happening there. You are liable to pay for this. Okay, sir, I am liable. What about the landowner? He is asking me my support only. Whether I am liable, he is asking me. Strictly speaking, he is also giving guarantee by a construction agreement to the original buyer that he will get it constructed and give it. It's a high risk for him. He is also taking the role of a construction company. Unnecessary for him actually. So he is also liable there. Sir, now I am worried now. As a landowner, if he is also liable, as a developer, I am also liable. Then how much cascading effect will be there? No, cascading effect will not be there for one reason. Exceptionally, the CBIC itself has come out with a circular clearly saying that if at all the landowner is in urgency to get his flats booked before he gets the flat, he may be liable, no doubt, yes. But the developer has got responsibility to give either full or progressive invoices to the concerned person. Please understand, at the time of giving key or at the time of completion certificate only, I will be giving you the invoice. That invoice is of no serious impact for him except the payment of tax from his side. GST has to give the landowner's part. But if the GST suffered by the landowner well in time comes to his hand, it will act as a very good input tax credit invoice for him when he is having liability towards the original buyer. But if you say that adamantly that only on the day of completion certificate I will give you this invoice as a developer, when he will get the invoice? Only when you are giving the property to him. So just to avoid this trouble, to ease the process and remove the practical difficulty, government changed the time of supply in an exceptional situation where landowner finding out his own buyer has got right to approach the developer and ask for progressive or final invoice, reading the GST liability for him, so that that invoice will become an input credit invoice for him. In time he can make use of it, there will not be cascading effect. That's how that's right. Any other questions?
What about upfront money and rental income given to the landowner?
Sorry, sir?
Upfront money sometimes they are giving 30 lakhs, 40 lakhs,
right.
And sometimes they pay rent for the land.
That's what I was even referring during our discussion. Landowner will not give any money at all to you, rather you will be giving as a developer to the landowner some upfront money, free money, sometimes rent for dislocation time, all these things you will do. Now what is the impact of this money what you are giving to him? First of all, fortunately you don't have reverse charge, fortunately, as a developer. Sir, okay, forget, leave me. I am the landowner who is getting the upfront money, I am the landowner who is getting the rent. What about this? Liable. Liable. You cannot say that it is an exempted money received by. For what it is paid? Upfront money is paid. For what it is? It is not about the liquidated damage actually. So, there is a high risk for the landowner who is receiving it. A lot of notices have already been started to be issued actually. The sizable money is received by the landowner, but they are not giving any treatment for that. What kind of money? Money, that's all. Just I am comfortably leaving him for developing the rights and giving him. That's what it is. So, unless we are able to link this one to the entire TDR matter, which is not done at all. In any case, most of the cases I see, it is a money received by the landowner freely. That is why it is called as free money.
He is paying on RCM, sir.
Sir?
So still landowner is liable?
No, that's what I am saying. Unless you are able to link with the TDR, the wordings are not properly written there when you are writing about the free money. It is simply writing that there will be a upfront money of so much paid. There will be a rent of so much money will be paid. That's how it is written. It is not linking that for the development rights what you are giving, a part consideration is this. That's what it's supposed to say. But it's not written. When it is not there, you yourself bilaterally not regarding it. There is a question of officer reading in between the lines. You will not read the line itself actually. There is a question of reading in between lines. Drafting makes a lot of difference actually. Right. Please.
The 70% land in the development stake in the residential complex
Ah.
is building a flat type. And the 30% remaining is the landowner retained.
Ah.
He is building a single residential. Then
Ah.
how the comparison work?
Okay. See, the question from my brother is, sir, in your example you told something which was reasonably very practical and matching to the real days environment. 70 flats, 30 flats, 30 flats in the name of various landowner or one landowner, whatever it is. I will give you an example where the entire orange flats are on one single flat. It's a very rich case it appears. 30 flats area covered under one flat, single flat, entirely for the landowner. For this kind of landowners, single flat, where from I can fit the value, where from I can search the value. Because you will never get a value, because every 1 by 70, 1 by 70 fellow will be coming there as a comparison party. You will never see the 30 flats full area there at all, is a person. Very reasonably what you can try to do is, based on the amenities, what they are having it, there are a lot of similarities. You go by the square feet value which is matching to the costly flat of the nearest time actually. You can say that is the square feet value, this is the square feet value. Every square feet to square feet you can compare easily. That you can plan, not a problem. But yet I am expecting one question which should have been missed by you. Sir, there is no comparable person at all till the last date. You said compare this, fine, okay. Another brother asked that 30 flat into 1000 square feet, 30,000 square feet itself is a single flat. That also you solved, fine, okay. Sir, to solve or to refer, there is no person as third party buyer at all. What will you do? Is a question. In that case, sir, you are forced to go for one method that 100% plus additional consideration of 10% as a deemed profit. Then no costing method is coming to risk you. Then the provision of valuation provision itself is rate between 28, 29, 31 also in fact. You will be able to get these rules coming to help that. If no other methodology is useful for you, then residual method is different one. Then they say that 100% cost plus 10% deemed profit, 110% you can keep it, you can plan. So first of all, 100% cost relating to this one, how I can go to your cost accountant, get a CA4 based valuation, you can take it up, not a problem. If the flat of that so-called 30% flat, 30,000 square feet is having a value of, let me say 30 crores, example I'm saying 30 crores, plus 3 crore, 33 crore rupees could have been the value of this. Then you go by that. So for that you have to pay the tax, that's what it is. Any other questions? Fine, so we just close. That should be the last question, right? Fine. Okay. No, if you are not able to ask more questions, there will be two possibilities. One, no sir, you explained well with questions and answers also, so there is no need for asking too many questions. That can be another possibility. Quite optimistic, I don't used to go by that actually. So believing that what scenario one I told us is the reality here, let me just conclude. Thanks for hearing. Thank you.
I would like to welcome Srinivasan sir, advocate, to please come on the dais. As a protocol, I think so everyone or major of the members would know Srinivasan sir because he has appeared at various forums, given lectures on GST. But as a protocol, I would like to formally introduce him. He is a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for practicing of over 18 years. He has also been enrolled as an advocate before the Bar Council of Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. Now he has been He is practicing in litigation and advisories in indirect taxation, majorly involving GST, but also the service tax and VAT laws, the erstwhile law. He is also actively involved in appeal adjudication proceedings before the GST officers or the first appellate and the SESTAT. He has advised various of his clients who are dealing into manufacturing, trading, service provider, sectors like logistics, real estate, construction, education, and there are many other sectors. So he has advised almost all the sectors. So it will be very much benefit for all our members to get benefit from him on the topic input tax credit, because he has built in with various sectors. Secondly, he is also a trainer in Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, plus the Commercial Tax Department or the Government of Tamil Nadu. He is also a regular faculty at International Chamber of GST Professionals and other private forums. He has also authored a book on intricate aspect of GST and Service Tax Review Journal. So I welcome you, sir. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. How was lunch? I'm asking a very genuine question. How was lunch? Good. Then it makes my job doubly difficult.
Sir, very good, sir.
But then it makes my job triply difficult. Well, good afternoon to everybody. Today we'll discuss, certain case studies on input tax credit. I'm sure, all of you would be fairly aware of this subject, because it's been almost close to more than 6.5 years, right? Since GST came in. I think, at that point of time there was so much of confusion about, this topic. Of course, government did promise that, it's all seamless, everything. I'm not saying which government, governments in general. I don't belong to any political party, I'm an independent. So, it's all seamless, blah blah, everything. You have it, that's it. Get this bill passed. Meaning, I'm saying about the GST bill. So, everything went through. I think it was, quite rosy. It was actually a rosy picture, I would say, in July 2017. I still remember the day, I think on June 28th of 2017, when I was sitting in, my colleague's office, and then the notification suddenly started pouring in. There was so much of euphoria. I felt, okay, fine, at least, there is a breather, not like what happened in VAT, not like what happened in service tax, certain things. Now, over time, GST has evolved into a different taxation regime compared to what it was when it was introduced. It's completely different. Now, government says GST means not goods and service tax, they say it's good and simple tax. Now, I do not know if it is good or not, but it is definitely not simple. After 6.5 years, I can vouch for the fact that it is not simple. It trumps every time. You read a section, and then you get one interpretation. Again, you read that section, you get a slightly different interpretation. 4th time, 5th time, 6th time, 7th time, and then possibly the 10th time that you read, your view changes a lot. Okay, that is how it is bound to be. I do understand. That is how a law is bound to evolve over a period of time. But what is also, perplexing or worrying is the trend of some of the assessees trying to take advantage of the ITC system, and the government continuously making amends to plug those loopholes. It's all actually, coming to haunt a genuine taxpayer. Genuine taxpayers are significantly impacted. That much I can confidently say. You take restaurants. At one point of time, they all enjoyed ITC. Suddenly one fine morning they said, no, you don't have ITC. Construction sector, gone. Everything is gone. I don't know which other sectors will be there. I don't know whether ITC will be there. Going at this pace. See, if you start plugging every loophole, and try, I mean, if you try to bring every industry out of the ITC net, then what will happen ultimately? I don't know. Maybe for trading.
Composition.
Huh?
Composition tax rate area.
So maybe for trading entities it might be allowed, maybe for simple manufacturing, but service industries, slowly they are getting one out of the other, out of the ITC game. Anyway, I think I have given enough of general gyan. So I am sure the crowd is, the audience is live. I have only one request. See, time is right now 2:25. What time should I complete this session? It's at 5. Okay. We started off at 15 minutes late. Okay, fine. But standing here for 3 years and then speaking, sometimes a monologue gets boring. It gets very boring. So I request all of you to please speak. Okay, I am not here to come and teach you GST. Frankly, very frankly, I will tell you, I am not here to come and teach you GST. There are several experts in this group. I can tell you. I am here to convey my learnings and take back learnings from you. I'll be very candid about it. I am not here to preach or teach GST. Frankly, it's a big subject. We all have to, learn ourselves in the next several years from whatever courts are going to say. Very frankly, I'll humbly say that I am here to share my learnings and take back certain learnings. So first part I'll try to do, the second part is in your hands. Okay? So I request the audience to please, interact as much as you can. Global game. Now, how I have arranged the slides is that in such a way that some of the slides will be pretty easy. You will start thinking, why is this slide here in the first place? Of course, all of us have to brush our knowledge, once in a while. So it is important that, we touch the basics again and again to ensure that we don't forget it. And as you understand, all our professional brothers, it's a heterogeneous crowd over here. I mean, we are all common by saying that, all of us are chartered accountants. But we all have, heterogeneous learnings. So it is not right on my part to only give easy slides, only give complex slides, then Mr. Vishal, right? He will, throw tomatoes at me. So, with this we'll just start a slide briefly. A car manufacturer announces incentives to its dealer to basically boost sales. Now, at the outset I will say, certain slides Mr. Vishal is not supposed to answer, because just to keep the tempo, okay? Nothing else, don't take it otherwise. To meet monthly target, dealer in turn, raises invoices in January on end customer and deposits the tax due. Now in time what happens is, see, the world is in a rat race, everybody is in a rat race to raise invoices. So dealer raises invoices, okay fine, manufacturer also raises invoices. Okay, and basically he has deposited the tax due, dealer also has deposited, but the waiting period for the car is 60 days. Hyundai Extra, I think now the waiting period is 7 months or 8 months if I remember correctly. So my question here is, can ITC be claimed by the dealer on invoice raised by the manufacturer before depositing the tax due? Can the dealer claim the ITC on the invoice raised by the manufacturer before depositing the tax due? He's got an invoice, he's got a valid invoice. Right. Yes, madam?
Same.
Yes. So all of us know goods have not been delivered. The recipient is not entitled to ITC unless goods or services have been received. So what learning we take from this slide is that a mere presence in GST or 2A. See, all these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dabbas are waste. All of you know. All of you know. But you know something? Many of us, including me, we forget about this 7th slide. The moment it is there in 2A, the automatic tendency is to take. So my objective is not to highlight those 6 dabbas, it's the 7th dabba which is my focus. The moment it is there in 2A or 2B, rather, okay, I should not have used the word 2A, 2B, sorry for using 2A. The moment it is there in 2B, we are not supposed to take it. That is something which we should all, slowly start thinking in, including people who work for us, work with us, because that is where most of the problems come. The moment article C, sir, I have taken, sir. Why did you take? Sir, it is there in 2 years, sir. What is the big problem? Arey, problem is not for you, problem is only for me. Because now notice has come. Client is asking me to address the notice. He says your office has filed it, so please address this notice. So what we have to teach our office staff is that the moment it is there in 2B, please don't take it. Now, we'll take another example. Windmill. I'm sure all of you would have seen how windmills are transported. Windmills are transported in, huge containers. Huge containers, it happens in the morning. Basically, it happens as O dimensional cargo. And it happens over a period of 3-4 months, slowly, part by part, it moves. Now, are all of you aware of a rule called as Rule 55? 55. What is the procedure for moving any goods in lots or installments? What is the procedure? Can somebody just briefly say? What is the procedure for moving the goods in lots or installments? Can somebody just briefly say? I know it is not related to input tax credit, but it has got some connection with input tax credit. That's why. Anything, please. E-waybill, okay. And then?
Invoice in the last stage of
Sorry, sir?
Comes in 2 or 3 trucks scheme where e-waybill should mention all the trucks which are.
But for that you need to raise separate e-waybills. Right. Yes, sir, please, you are saying something.
Invoice will be at the stage of last consignment.
Okay. My friend here has given a new perspective. Anybody would like to give a counter perspective to what my friend here has said? Your good name, sir?
Manoj.
Yes, Mr. Manoj. He has given a perspective that invoicing should happen at the end.
There is no such.
Okay. Mr. Vishal counters it. Anybody here can give a counter perspective. See, let's learn all the allied rules also, because section 16, 17 itself is a big code in itself. I can understand, of course. I can stand here and we can all discuss about input tax credit for approximately 1.5 days. I can bet. That's the vastness of this topic. But let's also try to understand. Now, what Rule 55 says is that, let's just learn it. The complete invoice should be issued before the dispatch of the goods. Okay, the first consignment, before dispatch of the first consignment, the complete invoice should be issued. Delivery challan, the certified copy of the invoice should be issued with each subsequent consignment. So it happens in, let's say, 5 consignments, 6 consignments. For each subsequent consignment, you need to ensure that there is an e-way bill and a delivery challan. The original invoice copy, please note, the original invoice copy is sent with the last consignment. Now, here, to just digress from the topic of input tax credit, I get this doubt. Now, we are all talking about, e-signing, e-invoices. Then what is when the original invoice copy should be sent to the last consignment? This is not my figment of imagination, my dear professional brothers and sisters. It is not my figment of imagination. I can bet. I have just verbatim taken this from Rule 55. What is invoice copy?
For each, there are 4 sets of the copies and the first set is
Correct. Now my question is, are we emphasizing that it has to be physical? Why can't it be sent through electronic means? I'm just trying to, question, because these are all topics, this last point, frankly, I'm not able to understand. What is the government's motive behind this? How can you say original invoice copy? What is meant by original invoice copy? The moment I raise the first invoice, obviously I'll be sending certified invoice copy. What is meant by original invoice? You raise it electronically. See, rule 46, if you all see, it has to be signed either physically or digitally by the authorized, by the supplier or his authorized representative. In fact, it also allows some e-signatures, if I remember correctly. I am frankly not able to understand that e-signature part. It is very too technical for me. Too technical meaning this is too information technology technical. So it is a little difficult for me to understand that part. So why are we forcing a physical invoice? Anyway, let's park that question aside. Question is, when can the ITC be claimed by the recipient?
When you receive the last consent.
Where is it stated, sir?
Because it carries the original invoice.
Only the original invoice is necessary.
Sorry, come again, madam.
Section 16.
Okay, some of you have got it. Yes, it is there in section 16. Section 16, subsection 2, first proviso. Where goods against invoice are received in lots or installments, the registered person is entitled to take ITC only on the receipt of the last installment. But some of us said, because the invoice comes now. The learning here in this slide is, we should be precise on the provision which is bound to help us in the reply to show cause notice or in our appeal. Instead of quoting this provision, if we quote with, in a generic way, saying that, I have to receive the invoice, I receive the invoice towards the end. If you start quoting Rule 55 saying that, original invoice comes to me at the end, then adjudication or appeal may not be in your favor. Okay? So, the takeaway from this slide is this bullet point, this section. So, what I am trying to say is, we should quote the right instance. The moment you quote the right proviso or the subsection, you have a fair chance of winning the adjudication or the appeal. Unfortunately, logic does not work with the officer. I am sure all of you here will agree. Logic does not, work with the officer. He needs specific provisions, and that too squarely implicating him without any exceptions. That is the way an officer expects.
So one doubt, sir. If in case of windmill, I have a billing on March 2023. The last consignment reaching December 2024. Whether it won't contradict section 64.
Please reserve it, sir. I have another slide for this. Yes, please reserve this. Very valid question. We will cover it. Supply made during 2017-18. I'm sure the first two slides, many of you would have thought, why did you even put this slide? It's a waste. We all know. Yes, I know. It is only for my brushing. Don't mistake me. It is only for me to get accustomed to the crowd and for me to, brush up. That's all. Don't mistake me. I'm sure there is a little bit of, tinge of salt added in this. Supply made during 2017-18. The supplier failed to report in GSTR 1. Very common, right? In 2017, it is very common. And recipient, as usual, nothing, no big deal. He has claimed the ITC, filed through GSTR 3B for the tax period of October 2018. Okay, for the tax period of October 2018. Will the proper officer allow the ITC claim?
No. And because it is a 16-4 time limit.
16-4, correct. 16-4.
The time limit was extended. It was 16-4 time limit, 20th October.
Notification is there.
That's it.
GST
That
officer can
1 minute, I will listen. 1 minute, sir. Yes, sir.
Notification is there. GST officer can allow if proper invoice and other documents are submitted less than 5 lakhs.
Okay. Anybody has a different answer, please?
No, that is circular 183, sir. What is
okay. Yes, he is referring to circular 183. Correct.
183, but the due date has got extended for that year. I suppose.
This is the answer that I wanted. That is why I intentionally chose 1718. 1718, the due date got extended through an amendment to section 16 subsection 4 itself. Okay. Now there are hundreds of devils sitting inside that proviso, section 16.4 proviso. We will discuss 1 or 2 of those devils, not all the 100 devils, in later slides. So, are you saying that circular 183 will be applicable in this case, right, sir? So, if I comply with circular 183, I can claim this credit.
No, GST are not.
Yeah.
Correct. Circular 183 certificate. So if I get certificate, I can claim the ITC. Am I right? Is everybody in agreement with me? No, sorry, not in agreement. Agreement with the one of the learned audience.
Sorry, what is circular 183? I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, what happened is, in many instances, apparently it was not appearing in the 2A of the recipient. Now, if it is not appearing in 2A of the recipient, obviously the officer started rejecting the ITC claims. So, government came up with a circular stating that, okay, in certain circumstances, you can take a certificate from the supplier or from a chartered accountant stating that so and so circumstances, because of this, it is not appearing in, we did not file GSTR1, because of which it is not appearing in the recipient's GSTR2A, and therefore, with the certificate from the supplier or from the chartered accountant, subject to limits between the two, you can take the ITC.
Tax should have been paid, sir. The circular 183 says that tax should have been paid by the...
Fine, sir. Tax paid. Tax is paid. I will tell you. Tax is paid.
Then they can take credit, sir.
Okay. Anybody here saying that tax should not be? ITC should not be taken?
It should not be taken, sir.
Sorry?
It should not be taken. Why? Because the time limit extended from October to March is only for such of those invoices that have been uploaded in GSTR1 between that period. If it is not uploaded in GSTR1, then the time limit extension is not applicable for such of those invoices that are not uploaded in GSTR1.
Where from are you quoting this, sir?
16.4 proviso.
That though he is not reflected in his GSTR1 at all.
That's all. So even if he has paid, he cannot claim.
Okay. What I am trying to ask you is, see, whether it is before September 18 or after September 18, he is not reported.
He is not reported, yeah.
You are near the answer, but you are not exactly on the point. You are very near to the answer, sir. Anybody here saying, no, it cannot be claimed? I am saying it cannot be claimed. Even with a certificate. Even with a certificate. Fine. Now my next question here is, will your answer change if ITC was claimed through GSTR 3B filed for September 2018 within the due date? Now you look at this first box, it is the same, second box it is the same, third box alone, instead of filed for October 2018, it is filed for September 2018 within the due date. Is he allowed to claim now? Okay. Third question. Will your answer change if the supplier reported it in GSTR1 filed for April 2019? First box is the same, third box is the same, second box alone there is a change in the facts.
No.
Correct.
GSTR1 allowed anything and everything. Only today we have so many issues. Okay, there are so many restrictions. Back then, it was a free-for-all game. So, my answer is, this is no, yes, no. Anybody concurring with my answer? First is no, second is yes, third is no. Why third is no, sir? It is still, I mean, it is appearing in GSTR 1 filed for April 2019. You have Circular 183 to support you. What is the big deal?
The proviso time limit.
Circular was brought in only to relax the provision, right? 16.4 also contains the same issue, right? See, you take for 18-19, for example. 18-19, it should be uploaded by September 19. Suppose if I don't upload by September 19 as a supplier, then are you saying Circular 183 does not support me?
So in the third case, I think the payment will have been paid based on April 2019. When the amount is not paid to the government, how he can claim?
No, paid. So, see, we are talking about GSTR 1 reporting. GSTR 3 may not happen normally. He is paid. Ultimately, that is why I am saying you have a circular, you have a certificate also.
It should have been paid in the
either GSTR 9 or September 2018, whichever is earlier. So we should have claimed in September.
Oh, he has claimed it. See, look at the example. Claimed in October 18, this is claimed in September 18 itself. One of the exceptions.
Which month they have paid the tax, sir? With 3B, in which month it is included?
Let us assume in 17-18 itself he has paid the tax. Paid the tax. You know what? Please go back and read Circular 183 thoroughly. Circular 183 provides relaxations only for specified circumstances. There are only 4 instances which are quoted, and your case should fall within one of the 4 instances. You know where the devil lies in Circular 183? It lies in paragraph 4.2. Please read paragraph 4.2. If the supplier, okay, please remember, if the recipient claims ITC between October 18 return and March 19 return, and if the supplier has not reported, then you are not entitled to it. Circular 183 completely says Circular 183 is not applicable. Please read paragraph 4.2. Please note this. You know, without seeing that, I am sure I have myself seen certifications saying that Circular 183 has been complied with by professionals. Now, I am not saying whether it is CA, CMA, but I have seen some certifications stating that Circular 183 has been complied with. Circular 183 through paragraph 4.2 has a devil inside it. It says if the recipient is claiming ITC between October 2018 and March 2019, I am just telling you in a very colloquial format, okay. What is written over there is, you know, blah 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 blah, several things. I am just concising it and I am telling you from October 18 till March 19, if the ITC is claimed, but if the supplier has failed to report it in his GSTR 1, Circular 183 is not applicable. Don't ask me why this paragraph is there. Honestly, I don't have an answer. Because I didn't frame this circular.
Sir, that paragraph is there because that it is actually coming from 16.4 proviso, sir.
Correct, sir. I agree. But you extend the same logic for 1819. 1819 also, there is no exception. There is a time limit. But within the time limit, GSTR 1 reporting is not there. But Circular 183 still gives an exception. See, why did the circular come? It is only to give an exception to a law, right? Now, why should they not have exempted this proviso? See, if you can exempt section 16 subsection 4 main clause, you can also exempt the proviso, right?
Exemption itself is coming through proviso only.
Correct, you can give an exemption to that exemption. What is the big deal?
They can give, but not by way of circular.
Why? The law is being written today through circular, sir. Honestly I am saying, today, if there's an amendment in Act or in rules, I don't get tensed first. But the moment there is a circular, I get thoroughly tensed. You know, my BP slightly shoots up, I start sweating. You know why? Because reading a circular is 10 times more tough than reading an act or a notification or a rule. You don't know. Yanda puttula yanda paambu irukunu theriyadu, sir. Circular is written in a very loose fashion. Very loose fashion. You cannot go and catch hold of the officer's, collar. It is written in such a way that The moment you catch the collar, your hands will just, come away. It is written in a very loose language. Today, every exception is made through circular. Law is being written through circular. I can quote umpty number of examples. Otherwise, a very good law cannot have 200 plus circulars issued within 6.5 years of its promulgation. You can't write, I'm sorry, you cannot write a law and then start interpreting it to your benefit. There is a court, judiciary is there, let the judiciary interpret the law. Who are you to interpret the law as a government officer? You write, when Parliament writes the law, on the sidelines, the revenue officers start keeping, interpreting the law, saying that this provision should be read like this provision should be read like this. Who are you? What is the judiciary here for? Plucking grapes? I'm sorry, this is not the way a law should be promulgated. So, I request each and every one of you present here to please read paragraph 4.2 of Circular 183 before affixing your signature or before advising your client. We'll move to a simpler example. Maharashtra invoices TN branch for a crane hire charges, let's say for a crore, for a lakh, sorry. In turn, the Tamil Nadu branch invoices the Maharashtra HO for maintenance for 10,000. So basically, A invoices B, B invoices A. Difference is paid quite normal. Is ITC available for 1 lakh or for 90,000? 1 lakh? But you paid only 90,000, right?
10,000 we collect GST does not apply using branches.
Okay. Apply between branches, right? You are right, sir. Supplies between distinct persons, even without consideration, is leviable. That's the first thing that we have to remember. Now, many of us are still living in a sort of denial where supplies between distinct persons are still not being levied to tax. I am not talking about goods, I am talking more about services. There are still an ample section of the population which does not levy GST on services rendered by between two distinct persons. I can bet there are umpty number of examples, because services are intangible. Now, I am not talking about that circular which came and helped all of us about internally generated services. I am not referring to that circular. I am not at all referring to that circular. I am talking about genuinely services which are being rendered by one branch to another branch. Now, I will not get deep into the topic because that is not related to ITC, that is more question of leviability. So maybe some other speaker could deliberate, but enough to say that it is leviable to tax. As my friend Mr. Ramakrishnan said, Rule 37, value of supplies without consideration under Schedule 1 deemed to be paid. Section 2, if you see, it says consideration includes payment whether in money or otherwise, and even book adjustment is also a form of payment only. Okay, but enough number of officers are still turning down adjudication orders stating that no, we will not agree. I have to see 1 lakh coming into your bank account, and otherwise I am not leaving this. Commercial credit notes, we'll see. Manufacturer issues invoice for 58,000 plus GST to the distributor. Distributor issues invoice for 29,000 plus GST to the dealer, net of discount mandated by the manufacturer. Okay, so I sell goods to Mr. Balaji for 100. I mandate him to sell it for only 50 rupees. Manufacturer issues non-GST credit note to distributor, compensating the discount and his margin, right? So I have raised an invoice for 58,000. He has in turn supplied only for 29,000 because I have mandated him. to supply only for 29,000 and I am issuing a non-GST credit note. Now, before I get into ITC topic, just to understand, on this GST, okay, what is the taxable value on which I should pay this GST? 58,000, right? This one, what is the taxable value on which I should pay GST? The second box. Please. 29,000. How many of you say 58,000? No relation, sir. No relation. How many of you say it is 20? It is. How many of you say 29,000? I am sure many of you would say 29,000. How many of you say it is 58,000? It has got nothing to do with ITC, okay? But still, I just wanted to broad base everybody's, perspective. That's all. Again, as I said, I am not here to teach you. I am just here to share my learnings.
It is 29,000 plus GST, one invoice. Other invoice for the discount and other thing, he has to collect GST from the manufacturer.
He has to collect GST from the manufacturer. From the manufacturer.
Issue a sales invoice.
No, distributor will issue invoice only to a customer, right?
29,000.
For 29,000. See, I am the manufacturer, Mr. Balaji is the distributor, okay? Mr. Ramakrishnan is the customer. I sell it to him for 58,000. He sells to Mr. Ramakrishnan for 29,000. I will pay 58 plus GST. He should pay 29 plus GST on what? 29.
No, valuation.
Valuation is 58. Valuation is 58,000.
Exactly. Why, sir?
Sir, and in case valuation and the price must be sole consideration for sale.
Price is the sole consideration for sale.
He takes a credit of 58,000. Then the output credit is what he pays out is only for 29,000.
Yes, I pay for 58,000. I collect from him for 58,000 and pay. He pays for 29,000. That is what everybody says. Now, my question is whether the GST should be calculated on 29,000 or 58,000.
No, credit note or debit note they are doing. In cement industry they are doing this.
Correct, sir. You are right. This happens predominantly in the cement industry. But my question here is, my $1 million question here is, this GST, the GST in the second box, should this be calculated on 29,000 or some other value?
29,000 plus discount plus margin on the GST.
He should collect from the customer.
29 plus GST from customer, discount plus margin from manufacturer.
Where is the question of invoicing the manufacturer?
Depends on whether discount is given at the time of.
Don't get confused. I will tell you the answer. Sit slowly. I will share this slide also with anybody who is interested. Sit slowly and try to read this. Please refer section 15, subsection 2, clause E, read with explanation thereto. It says, the value of supply shall include any subsidy. Subsidy does not mean coming only from the government. The value of the subsidy shall be included in the value of the supply. Understood? So, here I will collect GST on 58,000. Here I will collect 29,000 from the customer, but GST alone will be on 58,000. Collected entirely from the customer. Or I can also pay from my own pocket, but I can't go to the manufacturer. That is different. That's a contractual obligation.
But anyway, manufacturer is issuing the credit note.
That is only for the credit note. But what goes to the government? The tax component, which goes to the government. See, that is why I said manufacturer issues non-GST credit note. So the credit note which comes from the manufacturer to the distributor is not within the knowledge of the GST department. Now, what is the value on which Mr. Balaji is supposed to invoice? He is supposed to invoice 29,000 plus GST on 58,000. Why it is 58,000? It's because, please read section 15, subsection 2, clause E, read with explanation thereto. The value of subsidy shall be included in the value of supply. So that is the answer that I expect.
What is the difference between subsidy and discount?
Okay, let me put it this way, sir. If I issue a discount, I can either give it as a spot discount or I can give it to you as a post-supply discount. Okay? Now, there is one difference between the two. Okay? Discount entirely is covered by 15 subsection 3. Now, the subsidy is covered by 15 subsection 2 clause E. Now, there is a big difference again. When I say subsidy, when I am mandating Mr. Balaji to supply at a specific price, and then when I say that I will compensate you for that price, that part takes the character of a subsidy.
Suppose if
You take it
GST invoice, what would be the solution?
straight case, sir. No complication, sir.
29,000.
No complication at all, sir. Straight 29,000 plus GST, GST on 29,000. If you want to have a good understanding about this, please read MRF case. Appellate Authority for Advanced Ruling, Tamil Nadu, issued by Tamil Nadu. Beautiful ruling. So coming to our topic, is the distributor entitled to full ITC or only to the extent of payment made to the manufacturer? See, now we have discussed about the GST component. Let's leave the GST component. Let's look at the 58,000, 28,000. Distributor will pay 29,000 to the manufacturer. Okay? Distributor will pay 29,000 to the manufacturer, right? Or 58,000. He will pay only 29,000 because he's got a credit note. He will pay only 29,000. So question is, there is a provision under section 16 subsection 2, right, that you have to pay within 180 days in full. Now question is, I have got an invoice for 58,000 plus GST, but I have paid only 29,000. Balance 29,000, he has knocked it off by a credit note, but it is not a GST credit note, as sir said. It is a non-GST credit note. Question is, am I entitled to the full ITC, whatever is there in the manufacturer's invoice, or am I entitled only to the extent that I pay, which is 50%?
Full ITC.
Full ITC? Sure? Okay. Now, manufacturer is not entitled to reduce his tax liability, am I right? Because it's a non-GST credit note, right? 16.2 is an anti-evasion measure. Simply, let us understand section 16 subsection 2. It is an anti-evasion measure, and also to some extent it is to facilitate MSME payments. That's all. How many of you have read through circular number 105? Am I right, Vishal? It's circular 105, right? How many of you have read through circular 105? That is a dark horse in this slide. Circular number 105. The government issued a circular stating that, okay, no problem, you can take full ITC. They issued through circular number 105. But you know what? After 3 or 4 months, they withdrew it ab initio. They withdrew it ab initio, which means the circular is not deemed to exist in the eyes of law. Why did they withdraw?
First person when he said, no sir, I think he was referring to that circular. When he said 29,000 has to be billed to the manufacturer.
Okay, Acha, I didn't hear him properly. Acha.
He was actually intending of
Okay, but 29,000 is not billed to the manufacturer.
It is not billed, but he was thinking of this circular.
Okay, possibly. I did not hear him out fully. There was a circular number 105 which was withdrawn ab initio. So, why did the government withdraw it ab initio? They want litigation to come. They want to fight this out in a court of law. But what we have to understand is, a GST, a non-GST credit note or a GST credit note will be a means of payment. The moment somebody pays me, my liability is extinguished to that extent. Think slowly from this first box. Once the manufacturer pays GST on 58,000 to the government, is the government going to refund any part of that GST back? No way. They are not going to refund. So why should there be an ITC disentitlement? There need not be an ITC disentitlement at all, is my perspective. My friends, this is a very complex example. I know some of you are with me, some of you are not with me. Let me again reiterate what is my perspective. Manufacturer issues an invoice for 58,000 plus GST on 58,000 to the distributor. Distributor also, please understand, in this case, he will issue an invoice for 29,000 plus GST should be on 58,000. But only difference is I will end up paying 29,000 to the manufacturer. That's all. That's the only difference. I am entitled to the full ITC as a distributor. Please understand, as a distributor, I am entitled to full ITC on this, irrespective of whether the government has withdrawn 105 or not. That is my perspective. Okay? I know it's a little complex slide. Yes, ma'am. No. He will bill at 29,000 plus GST will alone be on 58,000. Because you cannot bill for 29,000 to the customer. When I say you have to issue only at this price, you have to issue only at that price. For information, many of the cement manufacturers as well as FMCG players, they control the software through which the distributor raises the invoice. They raise the invoice. The invoice software is under the control of the manufacturer. So I cannot raise for 58,000 and then give a discount for 29,000 to my customer. Okay? I have to raise it only for 29,000, but according to the law, GST should be paid for 58,000.
Sir, will the customer will not ask, sir, because bill value shows 29,000 and we are asking a GST on 58.
Yes.
The percentage which will be disclosed on the...
Yes, you are right. You are right. What is happening in bill to ship to transactions in e-way bill? The other person comes to know about it. In so many cases, I am sure all of you would have, some of you have even called me, sir, is it therinjirke? Na bill to ship to Lopotaka therinjirade. I understand what can be done about it. That is the way the law is written.
In bill to ship to, at least they know the prices at which he is getting. But here in this case, customer, I am paying for 29,000. If I purchase a TV of a similar category, if I purchase a TV for 29,000 and the electronics company bills me for a 29,000 plus GST on 58, how I will accept, sir, that bill?
You don't have any option to accept or not accept, sir.
No, how a company who
It is the law of the land.
How they can substantiate to the customer?
It is the law of the land. It is written in black and white by the legislature. Do we have an option to change it? I don't think so.
But the other person has to take ITC only for the 29,000. He cannot take ITC for 58,000 because it is reflecting in his 2 years.
That is another question. Of course, I did not come to that question at all. I am only talking about the payment between the manufacturer and the distributor. I am only talking about the payment between the manufacturer and the distributor. I didn't come to the second leg. 1 minute, sir. Yes, what? Own the customer? Correct, he will raise. But you please read the law. You please read section 15. What does it say? This is what it says.
Maybe the distributor can give an invoice like this, 59k plus GST plus subsidy given by the manufacturer and show so that...
I don't know. See, that is all between parties. Now, I am here only to discuss about the complexities of law. I do not know how it happens, how negotiations happen between the parties. Yes, madam. Discount should come after the GST line. Officer made law, not GST law.
The invoice for 29,000 plus GST is indirectly same thing. GST has been taken for the full value.
Exactly, GST is for 58,000. That is what I am also trying to say all the time.
That GST wise
it is the same. So you are entitled to full ITC. Even for that matter, sir, to answer your question, the distributor can also, I mean, once he passes it on to the customer can also take full ITC.
Sir, in case of B2B, sir, but if it is B2C.
B2C, then nothing. Everything to the government. That's all.
No, even in a car.
Sir, but there is a provision for post discount.
No, there is a difference. There is a difference. Yes, see, in discount, that's why I said, here it is a non-GST credit note. I started my example by saying it's a non-GST. If it is a GST credit note, we don't even have to speak for 10 minutes on this slide. I should not even put that slide here. Thank you.
Sir, see, this particular arrangement is that the manufacturer invoices 58, gives a non-GST credit note, and it is mandated by the manufacturer it has to be given. In our case, we invoice it at 58, fine. But ultimately, he may give it at 30 or 35, those cases and all, the distributor again, should he value at 58?
No, sir. That is not subsidy. That is not subsidy. There, what you need to check is whether price is the sole consideration for the sale or not. That you need to check. It does not relate to 15(2)(a). There you have to invoke section 15, subsection 4, read with the relevant rule, rule 27 or 28. Whether the consideration is wholly in money or not. Because that is the question that the officer will ask you. You are getting it at, let's say 100, you are always invoicing at 60, 70. Why should I accept? Maybe you are getting something. You are getting in some other form.
Which the distributor has to justify. Because in our case, we basically invoice it at 58K. Because that is the price. We say either you take it or you don't take it.
Right.
He has other businesses also. So he takes my product. Okay, he has to live with them because 100% is the business which he has with the end customer. I say either you take it or leave it, but he cannot stop that. So he is doing even at a loss, 30, 35.
So the onus is not on you. The onus is on your customer. He has to answer the department tomorrow on the valuation perspective. If he is under CGST department, he has to answer. If he is under SGST department, he can coolly wait for another several years. Unfortunately, they are yet to learn these aspects. It's only a matter of time. By the way, any GST officer here? Oh. I still remember.
No, we should have asked this yesterday morning itself. Otherwise, you would not be talking so much.
Okay, no. I still remember one session which I did at ICATP. I don't know if Mr. Balaji was there at that time. That was my second or third presentation. I was very vociferous, extremely vociferous. Today, after looking at so many GST notices, I mellowed down a lot. Okay, I thought it's just like how a doctor reacts after seeing blood. I'm sure he will not react. All of us will react. Okay, the moment we see blood, oh God, blood. But I'm sure doctor will not. So I've more or less grown a thick buffalo skin. Okay, fine. What to do? But back in those days, I was very vociferous. I started blasting the department. After some time, something struck me. Some small, thought struck me. One of my colleagues, my professional brothers, he was very stoically silent. I was watching his face. His face was not, he did not look comfortable. Then it struck me. Is there any GST officer? My professional friend said yes. And then at the end of the presentation, the officer said, "Sir, okay, that officer today is a very, very close friend of mine, a very good friend. வாரத்துக்கு முன்னாடி ஃபோன் பண்ணி என்ன டவுட் கேட்பாங்க நான் சொன்ன பாவத்துக்காக. Well, I think this slide will answer the query which my friend here asked. A company supplied a lift to Epsilon Limited and issued a GST invoice for 10 lakh. So 9 lakhs was paid against the 10 lakh invoice. The retention money has to be paid after 2 years. Okay? The retention money has to be paid after 2 years. I'm sure all of us would have seen this. It's very normal in every trade, be it windmill AMC or lift retention money or even works contract retention money. Everything is paid after 2 years, 3 years. Nothing is paid instantly. For that matter, our fees also does not come instantly.
Our fees is not retention, full fees.
Full fees retention. At the time of signing the next year audit report. So payment terms is 360 days, not 180 days. What to do? Can ITC on retention money be claimed at the time of payment?
Yes, sir.
There is a reversal and reclaim.
But you have to reverse
Reversal
it.
and reclaim.
Okay. Okay. Reverse and reclaim. One answer. Any other answers?
No, but second bit was that 180 days is not applicable, I think, sir. It's retention.
Why do you say so, sir?
It sits on somewhere I read that.
Default on the payment, your input is denied.
What exact wordings are there, sir? Failure to pay. Okay. Fine. I got one answer saying reversal and reclaim. Now let me come one by one. See, there are so many slides in this. I don't want to bore you with all the slides. We'll try to understand. I mean, even if you go slow, let us understand and cover less number of slides rather than me being in a rush to complete all the slides. Now, reversal and reclaim. Now, somebody said reversal and reclaim. Here. Sir, which provision allows me to reverse and reclaim any amount? Is there any provision which says you can reverse and reclaim any amounts? Or only specified types of transactions?
If it is paid 180 days later, you can.
Correct. If I don't pay within 180 days, yes. And one more thing also, recently it was introduced, right? Where I think I can reverse and reclaim. That circular which came. If I'm not entitled to certain invoices, I can take that, because 4A5 I have to put that amount and then reverse and then I can reclaim.
Instruction for BB5.
That circular which came.
170.
I don't remember the numbers, sir. I'm very bad with numbers, but some circular came in July 22 or August 22 at the time of change in the 3D format. Now my question is, how many of you have read through Rule 37? Rule 37, sub-rule 4 talks about the provisions of this act shall apply for any amount, reversed and reclaimed under the provisions of this act, something like that. But if you see that, if you read Rule 37 in entirety, it talks only about 180 days. It does not talk about anything else. It talks only about 180 days. My friends, that reversal and reclaim is not a blanket thing. I cannot reverse any amount that I want, and I can reverse any amount that I want, but I cannot reclaim any amount that I want. See, with officer it always happens like this. If I go to the GST officer's house, what should I take? Okay, if he comes to my house, what should I give? Have you understood the difference?
Yes, sir.
In both the situations, I am at the paying end or at the receiving end in terms of money. So, what we have to understand is Rule 37. I see many people have argued with me saying that Rule 37 sub Rule 4 speaks about any amount you can reverse and reclaim. I'm sorry, I don't accept that interpretation, because a sub rule should always be read in light of what is written in that rule. Number one. Number two, that 180 days reversal and reclaim is specifically provided for in section 16 subsection 2 proviso. Second proviso, if I remember correctly. Second and third proviso. Second proviso says reverse, third proviso says reclaim. So, Rule 37 is written on the same lines of section 16 subsection 2. A rule cannot bring in something which is not even contemplated in the act. We should understand that first. So, I have answered your question by saying that I am not able to find that express provision in law, and sir said it is there, but I have not read through that kind of a provision. So question is, what do we do? And somebody said failure to pay. Correct.
Sir, your assumption is 9 lakhs paid and GST has been paid for full amount.
I don't think so, sir.
That is GST is paid for full amount, he can claim.
No. See, whether even if you pay GST for full amount, the question is, you have still not paid the entire consideration, right? You will still attract section 16, subsection 2 proviso. Leave the question of GST, sir. See, that is why I have not confused you with payment of GST. Point is, I am supposed to pay 10 lakhs, but I have not paid 10 lakhs. I have paid only 9 lakhs. If I have paid only 9 lakhs, officer is coming and telling me that you are supposed to take only 90% credit, only 90% ITC.
GST, suppose he has paid GST for...
That is irrespective. Rule does not say if you pay GST fully, you are entitled to take GST fully. It does not say so. It only talks about the consideration. And the GST, yes. But the consideration is also a key aspect.
But failure to pay is linked with contractual obligation.
Correct. So, question is, we have all read the words failure to pay, but did we read the words failure to pay with the succeeding words? Failure to pay within 180 days from the date of issue of invoice. So how can we take a stand that it is a failure to pay? It is contractual, it is between me and my supplier. How can we take that stand? If the government had simply used the word failure to pay alone, simpliciter, stand alone, without the succeeding words within 180 days from the date of issue of invoice, I will accept your stand, sir. I will wholeheartedly accept your stand. But here, the law is written in such a way that if the recipient fails to pay within 180 days from the date of issue of invoice, he shall be entitled only to proportionate ITC. Why is my voice moving back again and again? Am I in the wrong position? I am a little tired of hearing my own voice.
But most of these construction contracts are like that only.
Okay.
Most of the
okay. Yes, sir.
Most of the construction bills, the progressive bills, will have the various deductions.
Correct. Correct. But deduction is something which both supplier and the recipient agree on the table. If I deduct something for some damages, then you will also come to the table and accept.
No, similarly, a retention money is also a deduction.
No. I sorry, sir. I respectfully disagree on that point alone. See, a deduction is something where both of you sit on the negotiation table and you may agree, not agree, or you will take it to a city civil court for the court to decide. But retention money is something both of you agree. Both of you agree that it will be paid after 2 years. Question is, practice comes in crossroads with the law. I'm sure there are many, income tax experts here. There's some lot of news going on around that payments to MSME, right? Section 43 BH. Yes. I think we should draw some analogy from that. See, I always try to, question people who call me and ask, saying that, sir, section 16(4), it is very draconian. Why does it specify a timeline? How can it specify a timeline? Is it not, my property? Is it not article 300A protects me, article 14 protects me? My only question to those, learned friends who call me is that, if you file your return 1 day belatedly with loss, will you be allowed to carry forward? Why, sir? Why have you not questioned, sir? Is it not your loss? Have you not paid that money out of your pocket? Then why are you questioning 16(4) alone, sir? No, I'm not trying to support the government. Please understand. I'm not taking sides. Okay, I'm not taking sides. For a moment, don't think, I'm taking sides. Why have you all not gone and applied for why have you not filed a writ before the Madras High Court, before several High Courts? Why have you not filed writs? All of you here are income tax experts. I file my own income tax return. That's the best knowledge that I have on income tax. Beyond that, my knowledge about income tax is quite touching.
So there is one difference here. This particular is between a assessee and a government. But
which one?
The loss which you are saying.
Okay.
And with regards to 43BH, the payment to...
No, let us contradict it with 16.4. No, I mean, I touched upon 43BH because it came around me. But I am drawing a parallel between section 16 subsection 4 and the last carry forward. One day late. I asked my, associate. We all sit in the same office. I asked him, sir, என்ன சார் பண்ணுவாங்க? உங்களை தூக்கி வெளியே போட்டுருவாரு சார் ஆஃபீஸரை. சரி சார், ஜட்ஜி கிட்ட போனால் என்ன பண்ணுவார் சார்? அவரும் அவரு தூக்கி வெளியே போட்டுருவாரு சார். அப்புறம் ஏன் சார் செக்ஷன் 16.4 மட்டும் கேட்டீங்க? அவர் அதுக்கப்புறம் பதிலே இல்லை அவர்கிட்ட நீங்கள். I don't know. Is it because it's a new law that people want to test its waters? I don't know.
So it's only proportionate.
I'll come to you in a minute, madam. I'll come to you in a minute. I know I have not answered this. I have evoked, everybody's, interest, but I have not answered it. Yes. Section 16.2 restricts ITC in case of failure to pay within 180 days. Sir, ketta adhe question na naanu inga potiruken. But I'll tell you what you should do. This is my strategy. Go ahead, claim it. Go ahead and claim it. Fight royally with the department. I am very sure in some years, it is my reasonable expectation that the law will get amended. See, when a law is returned, the law does not conceptualize every possible business opportunity or every possible business circumstance. Okay, to be very fair, now let us understand. In our office, suppose if we were to implement some systems, on day one, do we all get it right? I'm sure we don't. Sir, உங்கள் வீட்டில் ஒரு விசேஷம் நடக்குது சார். I'm sure all of you are conversant in Tamil. உங்கள் மதர் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, பாயசத்தில் ஒரு கை சக்கரை அள்ளி கொட்டுறாங்க, சாம்பாரில் ஒரு கை உப்பு அள்ளி கொட்டுறாங்க. சாம்பார் பாயசம் எப்படி இருக்கும் சார்? சாம்பார் டேஸ்டியாக இருக்கும். கரெக்ட்? இமேஜின் நீங்கள் இதே உங்களுடைய கசின் சிஸ்டர்ஸ், அவங்க இவங்க கசின் பிரதர்ஸ் எல்லாருக்கும் எல்லாரும் ஆளுக்கு ஒரு கை சக்கரை போடுங்கப்பா, ஆளுக்கு ஒரு கை உப்பு போடுங்கப்பா அப்படின்னு சொல்லி ஒரு 32 பேரை கூப்பிடுறீங்க. எப்படி சார் இருக்கும்? ஆயில இருக்க முடியாது. அதே தான் சார் ஜிஎஸ்டி. For a minute, don't. நான் ஜிஎஸ்டி வாயில வைக்கிறதுக்கு அந்த மாதிரி சொல்றேன். I didn't say. I'm just trying to draw a parallel that it is as difficult as that. That is all that I'm trying to say. See, there is one central government. There are some 30 odd state governments. Everybody has a different agenda. Everybody has a different notion. ஒருத்தனுக்கு அந்த ரூமுள்ள விட்டாக்க அடிச்சிடுவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிற ஒரு ரூம் அது. ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் ஒரு கை சக்கரை உப்பு தான் கொட்ட மாட்டாங்க, 10 கை உப்பு போட்டு போயிட்டே இருப்பாங்க. So my suggestion is, if you come across such a situation, go ahead and take it, but immediately write a letter to your jurisdictional officer saying that I have done this because your law does not permit me to take this later. Don't even reverse it. That is my viewpoint. I may be right, I may be wrong. That is different. It's time to decide. Okay, I mean, it's for time to decide whether I'm right or wrong. But my approach is, take the ITC, write a letter, strong letter to the jurisdictional officer saying that I have taken this ITC. You are not permitting, meaning 16.4 does not permit me to take this ITC, but I feel this is my right to take this ITC. I have taken it. Get an acknowledgement, put it in your file. They will come after 5 to 6 years, knocking at your doorstep. Sir, ITC எடுத்துட்டீங்க போல இருக்கே. ஆமாம் சார், இப்போ தான் தூங்கிருந்து வந்தீங்களா? ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை, காஃபி டீ எதாவது வேணுமா முடிச்சுக்கிறதுக்கு? பார்த்துக்கோங்க சார் லெட்டர் அப்படின்னா போடுவாங்க. 74 cannot be invoked, especially if you write a letter to the officer and get it acknowledged. That is the most important thing. You know what? I get umpty number of cases. Sir, na letter எழுதிட்டேன் சார். லெட்டரில் சீல் எங்க சார்? சீல் மட்டும்தான் சார் நான் வாங்கலை. முடிஞ்சே போச்சு கேஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே முடிஞ்சு போயிடுது.
Can you upload it online?
No. See, I don't think there is any opportunity for you to upload it online as such. you can give it to the Tapal desk or to the officer himself and get it acknowledged.
You send it by registered post.
You send it by registered post also. என்ன நாங்க ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட்ல இருந்தாங்க நாங்க என்ன கேள்வி கேட்போம், நீங்க அனுப்பிச்ச ரெஜிஸ்டர்ட் போஸ்ட்ல இந்த லெட்டர் உள்ள இருந்ததுன்னு எப்படி ப்ரூவ் பண்றீங்க அப்படின்னு கேட்போம். சார் பண்றது இந்த தொழில இருந்தது நானும் பாதி கிரிமினல் ஆயிட்டேன். இப்படியே யோசிக்க தோன்றது.
What if it is demurrages or liquidated damages, so it's not completely paid?
That is agreed between both the parties, and to that extent, you will have a settlement in terms of a proper credit note.
Sir, instead of contractual liability being means holded through retention money, will there be other possibilities like bank guarantees which they'll release the amount immediately?
I didn't understand your question.
Instead of retention money, if we obtain a bank guarantee from the same supplier,
then it is not a problem at all. Then this issue will not even come.
No, I mean if there's no credit note or debit note, you've short paid an invoice, the supplier is refusing to issue because he only should give you the debit.
Then 16.2 strongly comes in. You have to take credit only for the proportional amount. See, if it is a settlement where the supplier agrees to you and then issues a credit note, then it is settled. Otherwise, it's only proportionate. Rule 37.
The letter through mail, is it okay?
How sure are you that the mail reached the other server?
Sir, while filing GSTR,
we sent already.
You have mail ID, sir. Question is, have you served it properly to the other officer? அப்புறம் அதுக்கு ஒரு கேஸ் போடணும் நீங்க. இதுக்கு நான் என்ன சொல்றேன், சைலண்டா போய் தபால் டெஸ்க்ல கொடுத்துட்டு அப்பா ஏதோ சாதாரண லெட்டர் கையெழுத்து போடுன்னு சொல்லி கையெழுத்து போட்டு வாங்கி வந்தே இருங்க.
Sir, while uploading 9C, we can upload certain other forms also.
Yes.
There, where we uploaded it, it is actually deemed that it has been served to our jurisdiction officer. 9C, what we are uploading is actually deemed to be served to our jurisdiction officer. So if we can upload it there, it is deemed served.
I would recommend a straight route. Directly upload this. I mean, directly send this, give this letter to the officer, get it signed.
Next day I will get notice, sir.
It's okay. Fight it in a court of law. So what is the big deal? It's okay. See, again, as professionals, I think we should not shy away from litigation, from genuine litigation. We should not shy away from genuine litigation. Frivolous litigation, yes, you can always shy away. You can think, why the hell should I represent this case? But genuine litigation, take it on the front foot and hit it. At the end of the day, you don't know. Maybe it will help millions of taxpayers in this country. You don't know.
Client don't want.
That is different, sir. Then let them take the risk. See, our job here as accountants is only to advise the client, not to act on behalf of the client. Right? This is another troublesome topic. I'm sure there will be several oppositions to this. Can RCM ITC be claimed after the time limit specified under section 16(4)?
No, but yes. No.
I want only one answer, binary answer, no or yes.
No, sir, as per act, no, but practically yes, something else.
No. Here we are all here to discuss the act. You are? Okay. Why, sir? Can I understand, sir? Okay. I see. Sir, what is the time limit for raising a self-invoice?
30 days. From the date of time of
45 days. Somebody says 45, somebody says 30.
30 days.
30 days.
30 days from the completion of service.
You must be talking about rule 46A or 47. Okay. Any other answers?
30 days from the recording in the book, actually. Transaction. Recording as a transaction.
Perfect. But which provision, sir? Okay. Good, sir. Good. You made a good attempt. Please read section 31, subsection 3, clause F. Devil is there. அங்கதான் உட்கார்ந்துருக்கு 6ஆம் இடத்துல. நல்ல வேலை 7, 8 இல்லை, அப்புறம் 7 போட்டிருப்பாங்க ஆஃபீஸர் நமக்கு. So, if you read section 31, subsection 3, clause F, it says, it shall be generated on the date of receipt of goods or services or both. On the date of receipt of goods or services or both. But that clause has an interpretation issue. I don't want to take the time of this audience with that interpretation issue, but we'll discuss that maybe in some subsequent forum. But suffice to say that there is a time limit for raising self-invoice, and it is the date of receipt of goods or services or both. Now, anybody here says to this question, yes? Anybody is saying yes? I will pay, yes. Let us assume I am paying in the next year December. Next year December, I raise the invoice, I make the payment. But after making the payment, will I be entitled to the ITC? Is the $1 million question.
16.4 says from the date of invoice, so either next September or GST at 9. So if you have not
whichever is earlier.
Whichever is earlier. So if I have not yet raised the invoice, so then the time limit should start from the date of invoice.
Now, what is the definition of invoice? How many of you have read through the definition of invoice? Section 2. There is a definition to the word invoice. Invoice means a tax invoice referred in section 31. And please travel to section 31, subsection 3, clause F. The devil is sitting there. இதெல்லாத்தையும் சொல்லிட்டு I have advised my client to take it. You know with what? I told him with a rider. ஏன்னா அவர் என்ன தொல்லை பண்ணாரு. தொல்லை பண்ணா என்ன சொல்ல முடியும்? எடுத்துக்கோங்க சார். ஆனால் சண்டை வந்ததுனாக்கா அன்னைக்கு நீங்கள் வாங்க நோட்டீஸோட பார்த்துக்கலாம் சார். So I did not say complete en masse. You take, but please remember there is a problem. On any day, the officer will serve a notice. Please be ready to face the litigation. எனக்கு லிட்டிகேஷன்லாம் வேணாம் சார். ஒரு சில கிளைண்ட்ஸ் இருப்பாங்க சார், எப்படின்னாக்க எனக்கு ஐடிசியும் எடுக்கணும், லிட்டிகேஷனும் இருக்கக்கூடாது. விவேக் ஒரு காமெடி சொல்கிறேன், எனக்கு வந்து காதில் ஒரு பிரச்சனை, தலையில் ஒரு பிரச்சனை, காலில் ஆணி, என்னென்னமோ பிரச்சனை, எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரே மாத்திரையில் கியூர் பண்ணோம். My friend here has answered that question. Will your answer differ for FY 18? I have said no. RCM ITC claimed after the time limit specified under 16.4. For FY 18, what is the time limit for claiming ITC? For FY 18, what is the time limit for claiming ITC? March 19. Sure? Forward charge, reverse charge, everything.
The GSTR 9?
They never mentioned about RCM.
In respect of invoices uploaded by the supplier. See, beauty in law is we should read each and every word, comma, full stop, whatever. I have done several rookie mistakes. I still continue to do several rookie mistakes. One learned lady, she advised me, don't think, law is written frivolously. Don't think, this provision is redundant, this is wrongly written. Everything will have a meaning. And true to what she said, I learned it after 4 years. About some discussion which we had on LinkedIn, and ultimately I found that after 4 years. So why I am saying this is, the day we think we know the law, that is the day, at least law has fooled me several times. So I continue to think I do not know law, frankly. And I am before you, so don't ask me why are you before me. Will non-disclosure of RCM self-invoices in GSTR 1 impact the ITC claim? How many of our clients upload the serial numbers of the RCM self-invoices in GSTR 1? Nobody, right? Madam there has answered. Anybody?
We do.
You are uploading? Great. Anybody here who says yes? Because I am sure no is a default answer. Table number 13 of GSTR 1 specifically says that you need to upload the serial numbers of the RCM self-invoices. You know what is the biggest challenge you face? If you don't upload that, you are really in a problem. Technically I am saying. Technically, you know what the officer will say? Sir, unga kaiyila invoice illiye. Irudhu sir, adha neenga disclose pannaliye. Then he will draw you to section 16 subsection 2. I think what clause A or clause B, clause A. You should have in your possession the invoice before claiming ITC. Right? You should have it in your possession before claiming invoice. Are you in possession of that invoice? You may say yes.
Possession was there but not disclosed.
Well,
In 3B I have
point for litigation. Excellent point for litigation.
In 3B I have disclosed and paid the tax.
Yes, you have paid the tax. But are you in possession of invoice? See, கவுண்டமணி சொல்ற மாதிரியா எனக்கு அதே பெட்ரோமாக்ஸ்லாம் தான் சார் வேணும். That is given. My problem is only about the self-invoices part. See, self-invoice you will not raise for registered parties. I am sure you are aware of that, right? So we are talking here about unregistered parties. So my friends, please remember, take this back. Table number 13 of GSTR 1, please instruct your staff or your clients to fill. இல்லைன்னா என்ன தெரியுமா சார் கிளைண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் சொல்லுவாங்க, சிம்பிளா சொல்ற பாருங்க, சார் நீங்க மட்டும் அந்த ஒரு வார்த்தை சொல்லிட்டீங்கன்னா நான் அங்க நின்றுப்பேன் சார், நான் அன்னைக்கே ஃபைல் பண்ணிருப்பேன் சார். என்னமோ நம்ம சொல்றதெல்லாம் கேட்டுட்டு இவங்க ஃபைல் பண்ணிட்டு வர மாதிரி ஒன்றும் கிடையாது. இருக்கிற எல்லா பிரச்சனையும் பண்ணிட்டு நம்ம கிட்ட வந்து சார் அப்படி வந்து நிற்பாங்க. என்னையா அப்படின்னா, சார் நாளைக்கு டியூ டேட் சார், அப்பீல் ஃபைல் பண்ணுறேன். ஏன் 3 மாசம் பூஜை ரூம்ல வச்சு பூஜை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க, இந்த நாளைக்கு உனக்கு அப்பீல் டியூ டேட்னா இன்னைக்கு தான் உனக்கு தெரியுமா? ஒன்றும் இல்லை சார், இதை நான் ஆடிட் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ண நாள்லேருந்தே பண்ணுற டாக்டிஸ் கிளைண்ட்டு. லாஸ்ட் மினிட்ல கொடுத்தாக்க ஏதோ ஒரு ஃபீஸ்க்கு கேள்வி கேட்காம ஃபைல் பண்ணி விட்டுருவாங்க. இந்த ஒரு அபார நம்பிக்கை இருக்கு சார். பயங்கர நம்பிக்கை எல்லா கிளைண்ட்ஸுக்குமே. கடைசி நிமிஷம் அவர் ஃபைல் பண்றோம், இவங்களே கூட பண்றோம் நம்மளுக்கு பதிலா. So, please send an email to your clients. நாளைக்கு வந்து கேட்டாங்க, என்ன மாஸ்டர் சொல்லுவாங்க, உங்க மெயில் எனக்கு வரவே இல்லைன்றவாங்க. அதனால நான் என்ன தெரியுமா செய்கிறேன், மெயில் அனுப்பிச்சிட்டு வாட்ஸ்அப்ல ஒரு மெசேஜ் போட்டுருவேன். சார் மெசேஜ் டைட்டில் இமெயில் டைட்டில் so and so sent to you now. முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. வாட்ஸ்அப்பை பேக் இது ஆர்கே பண்ணி வச்சுக்கணும் நம்ம பத்திரமா. என்னெல்லாம் பண்ண வேண்டியிருக்கு சார். லா படிக்கணும், ஓகே ஒத்துக்கிறேன், இதெல்லாம் பண்ண வேண்டி இருக்கு சார். இல்லைன்னா ஒரே நிமிஷத்தை நம்ம வேலை பையன் போட்டு போயிட்டே இருக்காங்க அவங்க பாட்டு.
Sir,
yes.
31(3)(f) which you said, when you just read, there is no comma in between. So, a supplier who is not registered at the time
on the date of receipt of if you adopt that interpretation renders an odious meaning. What I am trying to say is, there is nothing called as a supplier who was unregistered on the date of receipt of goods or services or both.
After that he may be registered. So for
that is okay. But once he has given you the goods, the time of supply is already kicked in, right?
Correct.
So there is no meaning to it. That is what I am trying to say. They have missed that comma. But all that I am trying to say is, if you do a purposive or a golden rule of interpretation, you will end up with the knowledge that this has to be issued or raised on the date of receipt of goods or services or both. You try reading it. You try typing the sentences. Okay, this is what I also did, frankly. Okay, when I read through 31(3)(f) for the first time, I hashed out or redacted most of the other provisions, and then I read this, I read that, and then I understood that, okay, if I interpret it in the first way, like supplier who is unregistered on the date of receipt of goods or services or both, it does not render a proper meaning if I read the other provisions of the Act together. Okay, friends, don't get confused. He asked me a slightly advanced question which I found it very difficult, but so please don't, please don't mistake me that I have not carried you through this. Now let's not get into that. It's a little too complicated. That's why I did not want to. Now, let's come to the last question of this slide. Is there a time limit to avail ITC on import of goods?
Yes. No.
Why are you saying so, sir?
Because they are covering only invoice or debit note, sir. Not
Brilliant. இதை தெரியாம எத்தனை ஆபீசர் நமக்கு நோட்டீஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க சார்? எத்தனை ஆபீசர் நமக்கு நோட்டீஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க? There is no time limit. இது தெரிஞ்சு விட்டாங்களா தெரியாம விட்டாங்களா அடுத்த பட்ஜெட்ல வருமா தெரியாது. But as on date, there is no time limit specified under law for availing ITC on import of goods. I'll tell you why. Because Rule 36 says, Rule 36 Sub-Rule 1 says, the document to claim ITC is basically the bill of entry in case of import of goods. It is not the invoice. It is not the supplier's invoice. It is a bill of entry is the document. Fortunately for us and unfortunately for the government, they have not used the word bill of entry or other prescribed tax paying documents in section 16 subsection 4. They have just used the words invoice or debit note, invoice or debit note. Good. So long as it remains that way, assessee is saved. Poor assessee. After paying the amount, he has to stand before a court for a very long time. Considering that, the time limit involved in litigation in our country.
So where does this document cover, sir, for RCM where we are paying for services that have been received from registered suppliers? Where is the document is covered in 36?
Services
received from registered suppliers, which are notified under RCM. We are paying under RCM. So
your invoice, sir.
Which invoice, sir?
The supplier's invoice.
But that is not covered here, sir.
Supplier's invoice is there. See, which one are you talking about? 16.4.
Yeah, 16.4.
It uses the word invoice.
Invoices for supply of goods.
No, he's talking about
invoices for supply of goods or services.
Correct.
So they are restricting only such of those invoices that are given under forward charge, not reverse charge. 16.4.
You mean 16.4?
Yeah.
It is not at all applicable to RCM.
RCM that are paid for services that are received from registered suppliers.
No, I disagree with you on that point. I have a feeling that in my clear interpretation, it's squarely invoices in tax invoice referred in section 31. If you go to section 31, supplier will issue tax invoice only under section 31. Meaning you are registered supplier even for services under RCM also. He will issue a tax invoice under section 31. So reads the definition of invoice, travel to 31, come to section 16.4, squarely all three. The triangle will squarely fit it.
Sir, are you agreeing that 31(3)(f) is restricting only such a...
31(3)(f) is different.
That is only self-invoice.
That is only self-invoice. I am not, for a registered party, 31(3)(f) is not at all relevant. Then you go with other provisions of section 31. Are you trying to say section 31 does not mandate a timeline for issue of invoice even from registered suppliers, even for RCM?
So that is only restricting for supply of goods or services. That is forward charge, not reverse charge.
No. Please, I think you should broaden the horizon and read.
Sir, they should have restricted it to only invoice, not invoices for supply of goods or services.
That is, they are still supplying services, right, for you? They are still supplying services. It is an invoice. He is supplying services to you. Only thing is, the tax is paid by you under reverse charge. That's all. That's the only difference.
Sir, suppose I am not paying that RCM, sir.
Well, you cannot take it.
Oh, where it is restricted, sir?
Rule 36. Go to Rule 36.
Says, an invoice issued in accordance with 31(3)(f) subject to payment of tax. So 31(3)(f) is not invoice.
Correct. You have a point. Then what will happen is, you will be caught under Rule 88C or T. Which one? Rule 88B or C? Rule 88. Rule 88, I think B or C. Rule 88B or Rule 88C. Please check. If there is a difference between the amount that you pay and the amount that you claim, squarely you have to subject yourself to the jurisdiction of the officer. Everything is blocked. They have plugged all the loopholes. Looked all the books. Sorry?
88D.
88D, right? I'm sorry with that last number.
In case of import of goods, there is a promotion and export promotion. There is a scheme that you need not pay the custom duty and GST. You can import the goods, but you have to satisfy the 3 years criteria. If not satisfied, after 3 years they have to pay the custom duty and GST.
Okay.
So whether he can avail IGST credit at the time of paying the IGST, or this document is sufficient or?
That is what I'm saying. As on today, standing today, your bill of entry is fortunately not covered by section 16(4). Your bill of entry. So the day you pay, to my mind, there is no restricting timeline. You can take credit. There is no restriction as on date. But I am sure, reasonably sure that they will bring the restriction sooner or later. See, even today, I will still say indirectly this restriction is there. Indirectly. You know where? I think it will come under that same 88C or D. Only thing is you have to explain and come out. How far your explanation officer will accept is everybody's guess.
Sir, but nowadays all the bill of entries are reflecting in 2B also, right? Sir?
Correct, you are right. But there are some which don't get reflected also. The question is only if you miss to take, sir. See, if you are taking everything, not a problem. If you miss to take is what the problem. That's all. Now, we'll try to understand Rule 42 also. Very simple example, but a slightly comprehensive example, simple example. Okay. Now, as per GSTR 2B, you have 100 rupees. ITC on capital goods is 10 rupees. ITC exclusively attributed to other than business is 10 rupees. ITC exclusively attributed to exempt supplies is 10. Blocked credit 10. அப்புறம் என்னதான் சார் மிஞ்சம் ஒண்ணுமே மிஞ்சாது. ITC exclusively attributed to zero rated supplies 10. Exclusively attributed to taxable supplies 10. How much ITC can you take in your ledger now out of 100? Out of 100, how much ITC can you take? Under rule, okay, how much ITC can you take? Yes, sir, please tell me, sir. Yes, sorry?
The proportionate between taxable supply and exempted.
Correct, sir, you are right. That is the second step. I'm asking about the first step. How much ITC can you take in your credit ledger?
40 rupees proportionate.
You are answering the second question. The first question is how much can you take in your ITC ledger? It's just for, I'm sure many of you here would know.
70, sir.
How, sir? 100 minus?
Exempt supplies we cannot take.
Okay, 10.
Blocked credit we cannot take.
Okay, 10.
And related to other than business also we cannot take.
Okay, 10.
Balance 70 we can.
Perfect. Okay. So balance 70 you can take. Please remember, as per GST 2B is 100. Exclusively attributed to other than business you cannot even take. Attributed to exempt supplies you cannot take. Blocked credit you cannot take. So 70 is the credit that you can take in your credit ledger. ITC that you can take in your credit ledger. Now how much is the common credit? What is the common credit?
40.
D1 is common credit. No, D1 is not common credit. C2 is common credit. You have to calculate D1. So C2. So common credit. How much is the common credit? Let us understand. Don't worry, C2, D1 and all. Forget about all the useless terminologies. Let us understand simply. Out of 100 rupees, I will say remove this capital goods also. I am saying you take ITC, but for the purpose of Rule 42, please read my heading, common ineligible ITC under Rule 42. Because Rule 43 talks about capital goods reversal, Rule 42 talks about input or input services reversal. So, for the limited purpose of Rule 42, calculating ineligible ITC on inputs and input services, don't subject this 10 rupees also to numerator by denominator. So 100 minus 10, this 10 we cannot take, again minus 10, this 10 also we cannot take, minus 10, again minus 10. ITC exclusively attributed to zero rated supplies is 10. You can take this credit, but this is not common credit. Please remember, this is not common credit. Similarly, ITC exclusively attributed to taxable supplies is also 10 rupees. This is also not common credit. Okay. So if you reduce all this, you will be left with 40 rupees to be subjected under Rule 42. Under Rule 43, how much? 10 rupees. Correct. Precisely. Now, there's some mistake in the slide. How much is the common ineligible ITC?
20.
Correct. Is that the only amount of common ineligible ITC? Or something else? Slightly above 40. Above 20 there is an amount. Sir. The gentleman fell. Okay. So, 20 and how much? I talked to you about all the boxes except one box, which is this one. Common ITC used partly for business and non-business purposes. If there is any common ITC which you have partly used for business and non-business purposes, then that common credit into 5% you have to let go of it. நம்ம இந்த பழைய இதெல்லாம் ஐடிஓவில் சொல்லுவாங்களே சார், உங்களுடைய பெட்ரோல் பில் இருக்கா 30% விட்டுருங்க. அது ஆஃபீஸர் மேட்லாம் பர்சனல் விட்டுருங்க, அவ்வளோதான். அதே மாதிரியா என்ன அங்கே ஆஃபீஸர் போடுவார், இங்கே ரூல்லையே எழுதிட்டாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ 5% of the common credit, which is 40 rupees, is supposed to be reversed. Again, 40 into exempt turnover divided by total turnover, that should also be reversed. Okay, it's a fairly simple example, but just it's better that we refresh our memories once in a while. So 40 into 50%, 20 rupees, and 40 into 5%. 5% because of this box. It might sound confusing. Do not worry. Go to Rule 42. Please look at D1 formula and D2 formula. Okay, you can just refer. You will be able to easily understand this. Right? Now I am being asked to give a tea break. Fine, we'll reassemble. Please have your tea and then we'll restart. Sir, about time, sir?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. Okay. Please try to be here as early as possible. Let's start this because we started about 15 minutes late. Thank you. Okay. Plant and machinery means apparatus, equipment, and one more word will be there. What is it?
Machinery.
Machinery, apparatus, or equipment. See, the word plant and machinery is defined to comprise apparatus, machinery, equipment. Let us not go deep, but have those three words been defined in GST law? Machinery, apparatus, equipment? No. Then we have to come to the common man itself. Any machinery, apparatus, or equipment should have moving parts to be called as a plant and machinery. Something which does not have a moving part, I would be reluctant to call it as a plant and machinery. It needs to, you may be able to view it or not view it, that is different, but it should have a moving part. Only then I would call it as a plant and machinery. So going by that logic, would you say that a prefabricated structure, which is just steel girders, would that comprise plant and machinery?
Told in the previous example, there are certain moving parts that layers into the by way of otherwise 300 kilometers will go. You told me an example earlier.
I'm sure I didn't say, somebody else would have said. So that is why I have used. Immovable property shall include land, benefits to arise out of land, and things attached to it or permanently fastened to anything attached to it. ரொம்ப complicated definitions are இதெல்லாம் விட்டுருங்க. Ultimately, whatever is fixed to earth, permanently fastened to earth. Okay, that is basically immovable property. Okay, it is immovable property. Now, there are a few questions that we have to, start thinking about. Is the warehouse intended to be a permanent structure? Next question. Does the technology used for construction involve civil work for supporting the prefabricated structure? Can the warehouse be conceived without the beneficial enjoyment of the civil structure embedded to earth? Do you think you can answer all this favorably to yourself? So there is a civil work involved, because without that civil work you won't be able to construct the shed or whatever. My view here is we have to go by the Supreme Court's decision on solid and correct engineering. If you refer that case law, they will say, I'm sure all of us would have seen pump set. நம்ம வீடு வாசலெல்லாம் pump set பார்த்திருக்கோம் ஒரு 10 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி. இப்போதான் pump set போயிடுச்சு எல்லா இடத்துலயும். Pump set பார்த்திருக்கோம். Why is it fastened to earth? Are we saying that it is an immovable property? And the pump set is immovable property, yes, sir? I don't think so. That is permanently fastened to the earth only to enable a wobble-free operation. That's all. That is all. Correct. And also take a look at Sirpur Mills case, which was decided by the Supreme Court. If you read all these decisions, you will get a fair idea that what we are trying to convey here is that it should be permanently fastened to earth. Removing it will damage either that component or the component to which it is embedded, and it cannot be easily relocated elsewhere. I will give you a classic example. This AC, is it not fixed here? Will you call this immovable property? I wouldn't call this immovable property. I can remove it and put it somewhere else. What about this false ceiling, sir? Can you remove this totally without damage to the building or to the false ceilings? Note my words. To the false ceiling also, can you do it? You cannot. So this becomes part of the immovable property. Okay, so it becomes part of the immovable property. To my mind, what we have to understand is, if the assessee can exhibit that I can remove these prefabricated structures without damaging either the prefabricated structures or the civil work which is lying beneath, and if I can relocate it somewhere else without damage, I think I can go ahead and claim, but it will not be without litigation. Please note, it is with litigation. There will be 100% litigation on it. You can wait. Now, I have not touched upon the word plant and machinery here intentionally because I have reserved it for the next slide. We'll skip this slide. We'll move this. This one is a good one. Assessee is developing a shopping mall. GST paid on procurement of goods, services for installation of chillers, air handling unit, lift, escalator, travelator, blah blah, whatever. Okay? Can the assessee avail ITC? This is a very critical slide. Please note, this is a very, very critical slide. We have some key takeaway from this. Can the assessee avail ITC on all these units?
Except
Yes.
lift.
Except?
Lift.
Why, sir? Yes, sir, lift kella.
Lift only installed as a more property. Decisions.
Sir, for that matter, chiller, air handling unit, ellame da sir. Ipo parunga, this is the air handling unit. Literally, I am saying. This is part of air conditioning unit. Travelator, escalator, ellame, everything is fixed, sir. To my mind, water treatment plant is also fixed. Can you take or not take? Any one person here says yes, to support me at least.
Yes, but don't ask me sections.
Madam, என்ன சொல்ல வராங்கனாக்க எனக்கு நேராவே 15வது கேள்வி கவுன்மலை வியாபாரத்தில் கேளுங்க, நாங்க 15வது கேள்வி மட்டும் பதில் சொல்லிட்டு 1 கோடி ரூபாய் வாங்கிட்டு போயிடுறோம். இல்ல see, according to gap I think you cannot sir will be able to help me. I think gap you cannot expense it off, sir. No way, nobody can expense it off. Technically speaking you can't. That's my view. You have to capitalize it, come what may. Am I right? Definition of plant and machinery, very important, let us understand. Means apparatus, equipment and machinery fixed to earth by foundation or structural support that are used for making outward supply. Sir, inga comma irukka sir? Vishal sir.
No sir.
Is there a comma here?
No sir.
No. But why are you reading this used for outward, making outward supply with apparatus, equipment and machinery? Why don't you read it with foundation or structural support? 31(3)F. விட்டுருங்க, நான் அது எங்க 2 பேருக்குள்ள பிரைவேட் கான்வர்சேஷன். ஒரு டவுட் நான் அவர்கிட்ட கேட்டேன், அவ்வளோதான். ஸோ apparatus, equipment and machinery fixed to earth by foundation or structural support that are used for making outward supply. It includes foundation and structural support, but it excludes land, building, civil structures, blah blah. அதெல்லாம் விட்டுறலாம்.
Shopping mall is a factory.
Shopping mall is a sir, இல்ல sir, அது வந்து it is used only for pipelines laid outside the factory premises. அப்போ கூட வந்து அது எக்ஸ்க்ளூஷன்ல தான் அவங்க சொல்றாங்க plant and machinery. So my question is, are all these components immovable property or plant and machinery? Are these immovable property or plant and machinery?
Immovable property.
Okay. How many of you say it is not plant and machinery? Okay. Only one person. Rest everybody, no choice.
Sir, immovable property includes plant and machinery.
Excellent sir. Excellent answer. இதுதான் நான் எதிர்பார்த்திருந்தேன். See, this is where I find many officers also going wrong. ITC shall not be availed for construction of immovable property within bracket other than plant and machinery. Ipo, if you use the word shall not be used for construction of immovable property within bracket other than plant and machinery, you know what it means? It means the provision speaks about plant and machinery which is in the nature of immovable property. Sir, we will not say associates engaged in manufacture of cars within bracket other than Ashok Leyland bus. சொல்ல மாட்டோம் இல்லையா? Associates engaged in manufacture of cars within bracket other than TVS scooty. Will we say that? We won't say that. On the other hand, we will say associates engaged in manufacture of cars within bracket other than Swift Desire. Is that right? Why? Because Swift Desire falls into the genus of cars. Like that, when you use the term, when you read that law, you have to read it very finely. Immovable property within bracket other than plant and machinery means the the lawmaker is referring to a plant and machinery which is in the nature of immovable property. ஆனா டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்ல என்ன சொல்றாங்க, இது immovable property தான், immovable property. அந்த டெசிஷன் தான் எனக்கும் வேணும், எழுதி கொடுறேன் எனக்கு immovable property ன்னு சொல்லி தான் நான் கேட்டு வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். You know why? The moment you yourself say it is immovable property, I know where to go to fit that into plant and machinery. So, as sir rightly beautifully said, all these items are both immovable property, but more specifically these are all plant and machinery. இதே கொஸ்டினை வந்து I had a tug of war with the Commissioner of Commercial Taxes, Mr. Siddiq, who was, here in sometime in 2020, 2019, 2020, he was the commissioner. அவர் என்கிட்ட தான் கேட்டார், சார் plant and machinery ஓட definition படிச்சு பாருங்க, that are used for making outward taxable supply. I think it is a word taxable supply. இடம் இல்லாதனால அதை கட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். It is used for making outward supply அப்படின்னு போட்டிருக்கு. இதெல்லாம் ஏன் சார் outward supply யூஸ் பண்ணுறோமா? இந்த சில்லர்ஸ் வேணுமா, ஏர் ஹேண்ட்லிங் யூனிட் வேணுமா, லிஃப்ட் வேணுமா, எஸ்கலேட்டர் வேணுமா அப்படின்னு கேட்டுட்டாரு. Then I asked him this question. இந்த ரெண்டு கேள்வி தான் நான் அவர்கிட்ட கேட்டேன். Can you envisage a shopping mall without any of these? சார் இன்னைக்கு கார் வந்து ஒரு காலத்தில் வந்து நான் ஏசி கார்லாம் கூட வந்திருக்கு, கரெக்டா சார்? நான் ஏசி கார்லாம் கூட சார் ஃபுல் சர்வீஸ். பாலாஜி சார் நீங்கள் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? நான் ஏசி கார் பார்த்துருப்பீங்க, கரெக்டா சார்? இன்னைக்கு அந்த மாதிரி நான் ஏசி கார் இருக்கா சார் எங்கேயாவது? இன்னும் கொஞ்ச நாள் விட்டா ஆட்டோலேயே ஏசி போட்டுருவாங்க. நம்ம லோக்கல் எலக்ட்ரிக் ட்ரெயின்லேயே ஏசி விடுறாங்க. So why I am saying this is, can you envisage a shopping mall without any of these facilities? I am saying these are all very frugal, these are all very, very essential to be in a mall. இதை வந்து நம்ம ஃபேக்ட்ரியில மட்டும் பார்க்க முடியாது. You cannot say இது வந்து ஃபேக்ட்ரியா இருந்தாக்கா பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மிஷினரி இருக்கும், ஷாப்பிங் மால்ல பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மிஷினரி கிடையாது. இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்ல என்ன சார் சொல்றாங்க? Plant and machinery shall be used only in factory, not in shopping mall. நான் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க இல்லையே. Plant and machinery, anywhere is a plant and machinery at the end of the day. Can you function the mall without any of this? I don't think you will have even one customer walking into your mall if it is not, it's a non-air conditioned. So to my mind, all of these are in the nature of immovable property, more specifically falling within the genus of plant and machinery, and therefore ITC is eligible in my view. But again, please note, this view will be highly litigated in the days to come.
If this is the case, even a construction of a company's own building, all these are all fixed. Yes. And then if the operations are carried out from that building, can you claim for that?
If it is plant and machinery, you can claim, sir. If it is a plant and machinery, that is what the clause also specifically speaks about. It says construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery is allowed, is blocked. So if it is immovable property other than plant and machinery, it is blocked. Immovable property in the nature of plant and machinery is allowed. The $1 million question starts from what is plant and machinery? Because they have given only a definition. See, a lawmaker can only give a definition. He cannot give a list of equipments. Unfortunately, that is what officer wants.
Sir, what do you just define other civil structures? Exclusion clause. Plant and machinery excludes plant, building or other civil structure.
Civil structure, in my guess, it could be some type of reinforcement where you don't essentially use brick and cement. Also
prefabricated, the previous slide.
I wouldn't say, prefabricated again, yes, you are right. See, so long as you can prove that the prefabricated structure can be removed and then place it in some other place, you will not fall under, immovable property. But what about the prefabricated structure where you cannot pass that test? It will fall.
It will fall under other civil structure.
It has to, because you can't call it land. You may not call it building, you may not want to call it building, so it will fall under other civil structures.
What about containers then?
Containers are movable, madam.
So no, increasingly now people are using containers, right?
ITC?
Increasingly people are using containers.
Okay. That is not immovable property. Containers are not immovable property because you can lift it and put it somewhere else. You will carry it to the next construction site.
So containers are used for constructing rooms and the offices.
Temporarily. But then afterwards you will dismantle it and then you will take it elsewhere. Or you will simply just move it to another site.
I think they are being used as instead of your brick and mortar.
But still it's movable.
Yeah, it's movable. So that's
it is movable.
Yeah, so like a building you can't take an input credit. So if you buy a container.
If it is not immovable property, then there is no bar. Then there is no bar. The bar applies only to immovable property. Yes, madam. Cement?
more layers of shipping.
Okay.
So that is only for placing the machinery, to support the machinery.
Please read this. It says something is included, something is excluded also. It includes foundation and structural support, but it specifically excludes land, building or other civil structures. So the moment there is a specific exclusion from the definition, you cannot bring it. See, there is an inclusion, but there is also an exclusion. So you have to read both the inclusion and the exclusion together is my perspective.
Sir, in this case, what is outward supply?
Which one?
The entire case, developing a shopping mall is outward supply.
Okay.
And all this plant and machinery are inward supply. Right, sir? Okay. What?
Developing a mall. No, I am saying own construction of mall.
Own construction. Okay.
Own
construction of mall.
Own construction. No, I am not talking about work contract services. I am talking about own construction of mall. Basically, I deploy a labor contractor, I bring in machinery, and then I do it myself.
Right, sir. So it is own construction, sir. So what you are constructing is a constructing of immovable property. Okay. Not constructing a immovable property, that is plant and machinery. What they are restricting here is, I'll just read, sir. Goods or services are both received by a taxable person for construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery.
Correct.
Means, if I am constructing an immovable property, that is something a plant, then I can claim all goods and services on inward. Whereas if I am building a shopping mall, then I will not be able to claim ITC on this services, lift, escalator.
That would be to read it in a very narrow way. That will be reading the provision in a very narrow way. What you are trying to say is, if I build a plant and machinery, then I am permitted.
Yeah, sir, because taxable person for construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery. So construction of immovable property other than
Now what about plant and machinery which is embedded with immovable property?
So that is what I am saying, sir. So suppose what if my outward supply is constructing a plant, then there is no restriction on goods or services in purchase for this.
No, I think you have missed that point. I'll tell you why. Please read for construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery. Okay, so the lawmaker is conceptualizing construction of immovable property which may or may not include plant and machinery. Plant and machinery is also defined to mean those which are used for making an outward taxable supply. Okay, so if you read all these together, you will realize there cannot be a situation where you simply just manufacture a plant and machinery. That is not what the intent of the lawmaker is also even remotely on 1750.
The lawmaker here is to not disallow ITCs on goods and services where you are actually building a huge plant and you should not call it as an immovable.
What plant will you construct?
For example, sir, some power plant. So when you are constructing a power plant,
that will also have civil structure.
Yeah. So what they are considering is the composite supply is not a immovable property. It's an immovable property, but it's a immovable property which is having a very huge purpose as plant and machinery. That is manufacturing cements and other things, something like that. So what they are telling is goods or services are both received by a taxable person for construction of immovable property other than plant and machinery.
Excellent, sir. That is what I wanted. Now all of you are able to appreciate for a factory, but none of you are able to appreciate when it comes to a shopping mall. Just like how for a factory a plant and machinery or a power plant is important, like that for a shopping mall this is also equally important. You cannot function it. It doesn't say you are, for that matter, if you have to say it, you have to write it in a different way altogether. Now you are reading it in narrow tone because you are not able to conceptualize that a plant and machinery can also be in a shopping mall. That is what we have to come out of that mindset from that framework.
So what you are telling is whatever inward supplies that we are having is all immovable property. Yeah. Like you are reading now, sir. Either you
have a lot of
property and outward supply or immovable property inward supply. Where should we read?
I think you have got completely confused. What I am trying to say is you have labor coming in, you have certain machineries coming in. With the labor, you construct the machinery and you also construct the building, everything. Now question is, are you entitled to ITC on everything or nothing or partly? That's my question. This is my simple question. Are you entitled to the ITC fully or partly or partially? I mean partly or nothing?
My understanding is it all depends on what outward supply you are doing. If it is imported property,
Correct, that is what I am saying. Outward supply meaning in a factory, manufacturing is outward supply. In a mall, services is outward supply.
We have looking from the revenue quotient or only from the structure? We have revenue.
No. Here it is. They have brought the revenue quotient very clearly. They have brought the. Can somebody read the definition of plant and machinery again?
For plant and machinery means apparatus, equipment and machinery fixed to earth by foundation or structural support that are used for making outward supply of goods or services.
Goods or services, everything. So let us come out of that mindset that it is only for a factory. It is applicable only for a factory, for manufacture of goods. No, not at all. It is applicable even to a shopping mall in my view. It is applicable in my view. Of course, that it be litigated, let it be litigated. Why should we go to that extent? Even for that matter, if you construct a lift inside your factory, I am sure they will litigate it. They are litigating it. Which officer is allowing lift inside a factory? Even if you say it is used for moving the goods, I am sure he will litigate. So you have to dissect. And each is a different bill altogether. If it is a composite, then it is different. But if you are bringing it into the 17.5D, then it is different.
ITC on the building which is being constructed for shopping mall?
Building, where is the question? Until we get Safari retreats reprieve, there is nothing. Okay. Until we get reprieve from the Supreme Court through Safari retreats case. So with this, shall we end the presentation, because there are many slides, but I don't want to elongate it, because it's a very vast topic. It's a very, very vast topic. We can keep speaking for several hours. I think many of the members have. I'm thankful that many of you here are have put up with me for at least another extra 40 minutes. I'm so thankful to you for giving me patient listening. I hope there was some amount of value addition from the presentation. Thank you. Thanks everybody. If you have any doubts, you can take it.
Members, please do wait for a formal vote of thanks. Just 2 minutes. Please, sir. Till then, if there is any Q&A session, 1 or 2 questions maximum.
Yes, I can take, not a problem.
1 or 2 questions.
I can be here for a long time also. No?
Sir, one question from the first
In case
row.
of biogas plant, they have a plant. For
Yes,
that,
sir, I
they
go
actually
phone.
manufacture
Who can
structure.
department?
But they are only eligible for ITC. Because as a whole, it is a plant. Okay. In a biogas plant and all those things, they have a different structure. One fixed home they have it. Another they have floating. So now that
அப்படி கீதா மேடம் தான் பண்ணணும். நீங்க அவங்க சேர்மன்
because the floating actually is next person. Only a missionary. Missionary. But for that actually a structure to be
Correct. So to that extent, if you are see, you will either go through works contract services or you will go through
works contract service.
Or either you will buy material separately and labor separately and then do everything. If you are doing that, then you will be able to distinguish between the two.
Micah. No, he can use this.
Then you will be able to distinguish between the two. And if you are able to distinguish between the two, take the plant and leave the
Plant and building part. But if it is composite supply of work contract services, then what is the principal supply is what you have to determine.
So in the last slide, just for furthermore understanding, will the expenses of this lift, chiller should be put under a plant and machinery or the shopping mall building it? Does that create any difference?
Let me put it this way. Technically or theoretically speaking, how you classify should never create a problem, because at the end of the day, the nature of the item really matters. But practically, the moment you put it under building, they will say, you have sealed your own fate. That is what the officers will immediately say. They will say, that's it, sir. You yourself admitted that it is a landed building. Why are you fighting?
So, but income tax will object the depreciation rate, no?
There will be a difference between the two laws. What I am trying to say is, you have to put up with it.
Thank you.
This construction of borewell in the factory to supply the water in the further, is it a plant and machinery or involved on borewell?
I would say borewell would not be exactly plant and machinery. I wouldn't say so.
I would not compare. Are you talking about? See, let's be precise. Are you talking about buying components and then assembling it, taking labor, everybody? So you will get individual bills.
Yes, yes. Pipelines and all, like pipes.
Pipes, whatever. So my question is, whatever you feel is a part of the plant emission, for example, the motor which brings out the water, that is definitely said is part of plant emission. Even if you are fixing it to earth, because that is only to enable a wobble-free operation. That you can definitely take. But sinking the pit, spending money on sinking the pit, that is. Any other questions, madam? I think you asked me. You've been approaching me several times. I'm sorry. Please tell me. Okay. 3B returns.
Initially, those debit notes. Okay, some clients, a few clients didn't know where to disclose it in reversal.
You got what? You supplied or you got debit? You should got
debit note was
you got debit
yeah,
notes.
for
Okay.
some purchases, debit notes were received. It was not specifically mentioned in 3D return separately as a separate line item under reversal.
Why will you reverse?
Debit note is
I think you haven't specified the entire question. Can you come again?
okay, I'll start from so purchases were made against which debit notes were received.
Purchases were made. So for the supplier himself issues for the debit notes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So what happened was the client, while claiming it with the 3D returns.
Claiming. Okay. Table 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
Table 4. It was net was claimed.
Okay.
Like all ITC less debit code ITC reverse and the balance was claimed as.
Why are you deducting? Are you talking about credit notes or debit notes?
So it was my part. Like if I'm purchasing it is debit code.
No. See, in GST era, don't confuse between I issue debit note, he issues credit note. Look at it only from one perspective. Who is issuing the invoice and what document is he following?
Okay, the supplier is issuing invoice and he is issuing credit note.
Credit note, exactly. This is what I wanted. Because all of you have been talking about debit notes. No. In GST era, it is only the supplier has to either issue a follow-on debit note or credit note. That only speaks. Okay. Now I have understood. So basically, you are purchasing. You have got credit notes also. You have disclosed it net. Correct. So the net amount has only gone to e-credit ledger in table 4C.
Correct. So now notice was received saying that none of the credit note reversals were claimed by keeping the same. The problem is now the client is already claimed everything. Where will he reverse the?
You are right, absolutely right. So tell the department, no, where we reverse is not a question. You tell the department that, from July 22 or so, I think July 22 or 23, they moved that, 22, July 22, they moved the entire format, and in one of the circulars, they brought out a different type of
This is the same argument which I made. That now, by filing the returns correctly, the net amount is only reflected. But
you say, first of all, whatever relates to those credit notes, I have not even taken in the first place.
Correct.
Ask them to prove that I have.
That I can prove. Monthly I can prove also. The problem is what is saying that reversal was not specifically mentioned in the
Correct.
returns.
I agree. Put a general penalty for that. That's the max that you can do.
So that was a very big.
Your case is exactly equal to my case, which is pending before a high court.
One more thing is like 9C we are filing. Okay? There is a breach in 9C where after the ITC details as per 3D, the breakup which we are giving, reversal comes. And then table 8 figures, then input claimed as per 3D. Difference will reflect in the table number 9.
Table number 9 of which form?
9.
Okay. 9. Table number 9 of GSTR 9 talks about tax payable, which is editable column, and tax paid, which is a non-editable column. Table 8.
Yeah. So that is input reflecting in 2A or 8A.
Correct.
Input claimed in 3D.
Correct.
Okay. So there is one glitch where your input claimed as per 3D. It does not take the ITC reversed figure. It comes from directly table 6.
It comes from 6B and 6O.
Correct. So what about the ITC reversed figures which we
That will come in 8D. Show that your 8D total 8D is equal to table 7. Table 7 is where you would have reported your reversals. So tell the officer that 8D is equal to 7. That's it.
Any other questions to the speaker? Yeah, one last question.
Yes, madam. Please.
So one chemical company is it's a obviously chemical company. They have a stock of hazardous chemicals.
Okay.
So what pollution control board suggests the pollution hazardous chemical should be placed under the earth. So what line is they have some structure. Civil structure created and put the stock in under the earth. For this civil structure, whether ICC can be claimed because kindly
If it is a pure civil structure, to my mind, no.
for storing the hazardous chemicals by posed by the pollution control board, right?
Correct. Still, even if it is from the pollution control board or your own volition, at the end of the day, under plant and machinery definition, where you will fit in is what matters. Under section 17, subsection 5 of the CGST. So if you fall under plant and machinery, meaning other than the exclusion, then you can take the credit.
We only storing the stocks.
Understood. But to my mind, at least it's only because I have not seen the structure. So from what you tell me, it seems to be more of a civil work.
They just digging the ground.
They have excluded land, building and civil structures from the definition of plant and machinery. So this will squarely fall under immovable property other than plant and machinery. So ITC will be blocked.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Advocate Srinivasan sir, for the lively session. Now request SIRC Vice Chairperson CA Adhyar Gita and the Regional Council Member CA Rajesh Shivraj to come forward and present a shawl and memento as a token of our love and affection for Advocate Srinivasan sir.
Good evening, everyone. Tomorrow we will be having the committee changeover meeting. It is usually yearly once the managing committee members, office bearers elections will be there. And tomorrow it happens around 11 o'clock. It will get over, our meeting will get over by 11:30. And the oath taking meeting will be there at 1 o'clock. And evening we will be having Vice President meet, interaction with the Vice President, the newly elected Vice President, CA Chiranjeev Nanda sir will be coming and he will be addressing the members and he will have interaction session with the members. And night dinner will be there and afternoon lunch will be here at Institute. So I request all of you to kindly come and join us with the celebrations. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable, for your valuable time and presence. Thank you.